Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. The City of the Heart. While it was yet dark on the following morning, we were awakened by the voice of Zilbabay calling us. "Arise," he said. "It is time to start upon our road." "Are the litters here?" I asked. "No, nor can be for some hours. I desire to reach the city this night, therefore we must push forward on foot to meet them." Then we rose, and having no choice, dressed ourselves as best we could in the garments of the country that had been given to us, for our own were but rags in which we were ashamed to be seen. In the common room we found Zilbabay and the Lady Maya. "Eat," said the old man, pointing to food that was ready, "and let us be going." 10 minutes later we were outside the house. There was no wind, but at this great height the air is of so piercing a quality that we were glad to hold our serapes round us and walk briskly forward, Zilbabay leading the way. At first a grey gloom reigned, but presently snowy peaks shone through it, everywhere radiant with the hues of the unrisen sun, although the mountain sides beneath us were still wrapped in night. By degrees, as the light grew, we saw that the country at our feet was shaped like a bowl, whereof the mountain range upon which we stood formed the rim, and at the bottom of the bowl, fed by numberless streams that had their sources among the surrounding snows, lay the lake, the holy waters of this people. Of all this, however, we could as yet see little, since the vast expanse beneath us lay hidden in volumes of mist that moved and rolled like the face of ocean. Never before had we looked upon anything so strange as this dense garment of vapour, while the light of heaven gathered upon its surface, tinging it with lines and patches of colour. It seemed as though a map of the world was unrolled before us. Continents, seas, islands, and cities formed themselves, only to disappear in quick succession and assume new and endless shapes. "It is beautiful, is it not?" said Maya. "But wait until the mist breaks. Look, it is beginning." As she spoke, of a sudden the sea of mist grew thin and opened in its centre, and through the gap thus formed showed first the pyramids and temple tops, and then the entire panorama of the city, heart of the world, floating, as it were, upon the face of the holy waters. It was far away, but now that the night fog no longer thickened the air, so clear was the atmosphere, and so high were we above it, that it seemed to be almost at our feet. The city, which appeared to be surrounded by a wall, was built of marble or some other snow-white stone, whereon the light gleamed and flashed. It stood upon a heart-shaped island, and round about the shores of this island, stretching further than the eye could reach, sparkled the blue waters of the holy lake. By degrees the ring of mist rolled up the sides of the mountains and vanished, and in place of it the round bowl of the valley was filled with the clear light of day. Now we could see the shores of the lake, with their green fringe of reeds, and above them grasslands threaded by silver streams, and above these again, upon the flanks of the mountains, great forests of oak and cedars rising almost to the snow line. To the right and left of us the huge round-shouldered mountains stretched in a majestic sweep till they melted into the blue of the horizon, while here and there some tall, snow-robed peak, the cone of an extinct volcano, towered above us like a sentinel. there lies my country," said Maya, with a proud wave of her hand. "Does it please you, white man?" "It pleases me well, Maya," he answered. "That now less than ever can I understand why you wish to leave it." "Because though lakes and mountains and cities full of wealth are fine things, it is not to these, but to the men and women among whom we live, that we must look for happiness." "Some people might think otherwise, Maya. They might say that happiness must be sought for in ourselves. At least I could be happy in such a land as this." "Oh, you think so now," she answered meaningly, "but when you have been a while in the city yonder, you will think otherwise. Oh," she went on passionately, "if indeed you care for me, we should never have crossed that mountain behind us. But you do not care for me, not truly. For all this time you have been half ashamed of your affection for an Indian girl whom you were obliged to become fond of, because she was pretty and you were so much with her, and she chanced to save your life. Yes, you would have been ashamed to marry me according to your customs, and to show me as your wife among the white people, me, the wandering Indian with a mad father whom you found in the hands of thieves. Here it will be different, for here at least I am a great lady, and you will see the people in the streets bow themselves to the ground before me. And if I say that a man shall die, you will see that man killed. Also here I have wealth more than any white woman, and you will be fond of me for that." "You are very unjust," he broke in angrily. "It is shameful that you should speak to me thus for no cause." "Perhaps I am unjust," she answered with a sob, "but there are so many troubles before us. First there is Tikal." "What does Tikal want?" answered the señor. "He wants to marry me, or become /cacique/ of the city in my right, which is the same thing. At least he will not give me up without a struggle. Then there is my father, who serves two masters only, his gods and his country, and who will use me like a piece in a game if it suits his purpose. Yes, and you too. Our good days are done with. The evil ones have to come, and after them the night. Henceforward we shall find few opportunities of speaking even, for I shall be surrounded by officers and waiting ladies who will watch my every action and hear my every word, and my father will watch me also. Now I begin to be sorry that I did not take your advice and stop on the further side of the mountain," answered the señor. "Do you think that we could escape there?" "No, it is too late. They would track us down. We must go on now and meet our fate, whatever it may be. Only swear to me by my gods or your own, or whatever you hold dear, that you will cleave to me till I am dead, as I will cleave to you." And taking his hand in hers, she looked up appealingly into his face. At this moment Zilbabay, who was walking in front, lost in his own thoughts, chanced to turn and see them. "Come hither, daughter, and you, white man," he said in a stern voice. "Listen, both of you. I am old, but my sight and hearing are still keen, though yonder in the wilderness I took no heed of much that I saw and heard. Here in my own land it is otherwise. Learn, white man, that the Lady of the Heart is set far above you, and there, I think, she will remain. Do you understand my meaning?" "Perfectly," answered the señor, striving to control his anger. "But, chief, it is a pity you did not see well and tell me this before. Had it not been for what we and one dead were able to do to save you, today your bones would have been whitening in the forest. Why did you not tell me there that I was no fit company for your daughter? Because you were sent by the gods to do me service, and because there I had need of you, white man, answered Zilbalbay quietly, as maybe I shall have need of you again. Had it not been for that chance, we should have parted company on the farther side of the mountain. In truth, I wish that we had, exclaimed the señor. I may come to wish it too, said the old man grimly, but you are here and not there, perhaps for so long as you shall live, and I would have you remember that you are in my power. A word from me will set you high or lay you low beneath the earth. Therefore be warned, and take with gratitude that which it shall please me to give you. No, do not look behind you. Escape is impossible. Submit yourself to my will in this and everything, and all shall be well with you. Struggle against it, and I will crush you. I have spoken. Be pleased to walk in front of me, and do you, daughter, walk behind. Now I saw that the señor's rage was great, and that he was about to answer angrily, and lifted my hand in warning, while Maya looked at him entreatingly. He saw and checked himself. I hear your words, chief, he said in a forced voice. You are right, I am in your power, and it is useless for me to answer you. And he took his place in front as he had been commanded, while Maya fell behind. As I walked on side by side with Zilbalbay, I spoke to him, saying, You use sharp words toward him who is my brother, chief, and therefore towards me. I speak as I must, he answered coldly. Many troubles await me at the city. Did you not hear what that knave said last night, that Tikal, my nephew, whom I left in charge, rules in my stead? Well, this girl of mine, who is affianced to him, and through whom he hopes to govern in after years, may be the only bait that will tempt him from his place, for he looks upon me as one dead, and it will not please him to lay down the rod of power. How should it please him then, and those who follow him, to see a white stranger holding that daughter's hand and whispering in her ear? Ignatio, I tell you that such a sight would provoke a war against me. Therefore it is that I spoke sharply while there is yet time, and therefore you will do well to drive the nail home, seeing that if I fall, your plans will come to nothing, and your life be forfeit. I made no answer, for at that moment we turned a corner and came face to face with the bearers of the litters whom Zilbalbay had summoned to meet us. There were 40 of these men or more. For the most part they were tall and well shaped, with regular features, and, like Zilbalbay and Maya, very fair for Indians, but the look upon their faces was different from any that I have seen among my people. It was not stupid or brutal or even empty. Rather did it suggest great weariness. The youngest man there, notwithstanding his rounded cheeks and eyes full of health, seemed as though he were weighed down by the memories of many years. Weariness was the master, not of their bodies, for they were very strong and active, but of their minds, and looking at them I could understand what Zilbalbay meant when he said that his race was outworn. Even the sight of the white face of the señor, strange as it must have been to them, did not seem to move them. They stared indeed, muttering something to each other as to the length and colour of his beard, and that was all. But Zilbabay, they said in low, guttural tones, "Father, we salute you." Then, at a signal given by their captain, they cast themselves upon the ground before him, and lay there with outstretched arms as though they were dead. "Rise, my children," said Zilbabay, summoning the captain of the bearers. He talked to him while his companions ate food that they had brought with them, and I noted that what he heard seemed to give him little pleasure. Next he ordered us to enter the litters, which were of rude make, being constructed of chairs without curtains, lashed between two poles and carried each of them by 8 bearers, for the road was very steep and rough. We started forward down the mountain, and in an hour we had left the region of snow behind and entered the cedar forests. These great trees grew in groups, which were separated by glades of turf, the home of herds of deer. So thick was their foliage that a twilight reigned beneath them, while from each branch hung a fringe of grey Spanish moss that swayed to and fro in the draught of the mountain's breeze. Everywhere stretched vistas that brought to my mind memories of the dimly lighted nave of the great cathedral at Mexico, roofed by the impenetrable boughs of these cedars, whereof the trunks might have been supporting columns, and the scent their leaves the odour of incense. After the cedar belt came the oak groves, and then miles of beautiful turf slopes, clothed in rich grass starred with flowers. Truly it was a lovely land. It was late in the afternoon before we descended the last of these slopes and entered the tract of alluvial soil that lay between them and the lake, where the climate was much warmer. It was easy to see by the irrigation ditches and other signs that this belt of country had always supplied the inhabitants of the City of the Heart with corn and all necessary crops. Here grew great groves of sugar cane and cocoa bushes laden with their purple pods, together with many varieties of fruit trees planted in separate orchards. Soon it became clear to us that the greater part of these ancient orchards were untended, since their fruit rotted in heaps upon the ground. Evidently they had been planted in more prosperous days, and now their supply exceeded the wants of the population. At length, as the evening began to fall, we entered the village of corn growers, a half-ruined place of which the houses were for the most part built of adobe or mud bricks, and roofed with a concrete of white lime. In the centre of the village was a plaza planted round with trees, and having in its midst a fountain, near to which stood a simple altar piled with fruit and flowers. Close to this altar the inhabitants of the village, to the number of 100 or so, were gathered to meet us. Most of the men had but just come in from their labours, for their garments and feet were stained with fresh earth, and they held copper hoes and reaping hooks in their hands. All of these wore upon their faces the same look of weariness of mind which we had noticed in the bearers. So monotonous were their countenances, indeed, that I turned my eyes impatiently to the group of women who were standing behind them. Like their husbands and brothers, these women were very fair for Indians and handsome in person, but they also had been stamped with melancholy. The sight of the señor's white skin and chestnut-coloured beard seemed for some few moments to rouse them from their attitude of listless indifference. Soon, however, they fell into it again and began to chat idly, or to play with and pull to pieces the flowers that every one of them wore at their girdle. There were hardly any children among the crowd, and it was strange to observe how great was the resemblance of the individuals composing it to each other. Indeed, had they all been members of a single family, it could not have been more marked, seeing that it was difficult for a stranger to distinguish one woman from another of about the same age. When Zilbabay descended from his litter, all those present prostrated themselves and remained thus till, followed by some of the headmen, he had passed into a house which was made ready for his use, leaving us without. "Do all your people look so sad?" I asked the Lady Maya. "Yes," she answered, "that is, all the common people who labour. It is otherwise with the nobles, who are of a different blood. Here, Don Ignatio, there are two classes, the lords and the people, and of the people each family is forced to work for 3 months in the year, the other 9 being given to them for rest. The fruits of their labour are gathered into storehouses and distributed among all the children of the heart, but the temples, the /cacique, and many of the nobles have their own serfs who have served them from father to son." "And what happens if they will not work?" asked the señor. "Then they must starve, for nothing is served out to them or their families from the common store, and when they grow hungry they are set to the heaviest tasks." Now we understood why these people looked so weary and listless. What could be expected from men and women without ambition or responsibility, the gain of whose toil was placed to the public credit and doled out to them in rations? In my old age I have heard that there are teachers who advocate such a system for all mankind, but of this I am sure, that had they dwelt among the people of the heart, where it had been in force for many centuries, they would cease to preach this doctrine, for there, at least, it did not promote the welfare of the race. Presently a messenger came from Zilbabay to summon us into the house, where we found an ample meal prepared, consisting chiefly of fish from the lake, baked wild fowl, and many sorts of fruit. By the time we had finished eating and had drunk the chocolate that was served to us in cups of hammered silver, the night had fallen completely. I asked Zilbabay if we should sleep there, to which he replied shortly that we were about to start for the city. Accordingly we set out by the light of the moon, and were guided to a little harbour in the shore of the lake, where a large canoe fitted with a mast and sail and manned by 10 Indians was waiting for us. We embarked, and the wind being off land, hoisted the sail and started towards the island of the Heart, which stood at a distance of about 15 miles from the mainland. The breeze was light, but after the cold of the mountains the air was so soft and balmy, and the scene so new and strange, that I, for one, did not regret our slow progress. Nobody spoke in the boat, for all of us were lost in our own reflections, and the Indians were awed to silence by the presence of their lord, who alone seemed impatient, since from time to time he pulled his beard and muttered to himself. So we glided across the blue lake, whose quiet was broken only by the whistling wings of the wild fowl travelling to their feeding grounds, by the sudden leaps of great fish rising in pursuit of some night fly, and by the lapping of the water against the wooden sides of the canoe. Before us, luminous and unearthly in the perfect moonlight, shone the walls and the temples of the mysterious city which we had travelled so far to reach. We watched them growing more and more distant, minute by minute, and as we watched, strange hopes and fears took possession of our hopes. This was no dream. Before us lay the fabled golden town we so longed to see. Soon our feet would pass its white walls and our eyes behold its ancient civilization. "What waits us there?" whispered the señor, looking at Maya. She heard his words and shook her head sadly. There was no hope in her eyes, which were dimmed with tears. Then he turned to me as though for comfort. The easy fires of enthusiasm burnt up within me, and I answered, "Fear not, the goal is won, and we shall overcome all difficulty and danger. The useless wealth of yonder golden city will be ours. By its help I shall wreak the stored up vengeance of ages upon the oppressors of my race, and create a great Indian dominion stretching from sea to sea, whereof this city shall be the heart." He heard and smiled, answering, "It may be so. For your sake, I trust that it will be so. But we seek different ends, Ignatio," and he looked again at the Lady Maya. On we glided through the moonlight and the silence, for from the town came no sound save the cry of the watchmen calling the hours as they kept their guard along the ancient walls. At length we entered the shadow of the holy city, lying dark upon the waters, and the Indians, getting out their paddles, for the wind no longer served us, rowed the canoe up a stone embanked canal that led to a water gate. We halted in front of the gate, where there was no man to be seen. In an impatient voice Zilbabay bade the captain hail the guardian of the gate, and presently a man came down the steps yawning and inquired who was there. "I, the /cacique/" said Zilbabay. "Open." "Indeed, that is strange," answered the man, "seeing that this night the /cacique/ holds his marriage feast at the palace yonder, and there is but one /cacique/ of the people of the Heart. Get back to the mainland, wanderers, and return in the daytime when the gates stand wide." When Zilbabay heard these words, he cursed aloud in his anger, but Maya started as though with joy. "I tell you that I am Zilbabay. Come home again, your lord, and no other," he cried, "and you will be wise to do my bidding." The man stared and hesitated, till the captain of the boat spoke to him, saying, "Fool, would you become food for fishes? This is the Lord Zilbabay, returned from the dead." Then he hastened to open the gate as fast as his fear would let him. "Pardon, father, pardon," he cried, prostrating himself, "but the Lord Tikal, who rules in your place, has given it out that you were dead in the wilderness, and commanded that your name should be spoken no more in the city." Zilbabay swept by him without a word. When he had passed up the marble steps and through the waterway pierced in the thickness of the frowning walls, he halted, and addressing the captain of the boatmen, said, "Let this man be scourged tomorrow at noon in the market place, that thenceforth he may learn not to sleep at his post." On the further side of the wall ran a wide street, bordered by splendid houses built of white stone, which led to the central square of the city, a mile or more away. Up this street we walked swiftly and in silence, and as we went I noticed that much of it was grass grown, and that many of the great houses seemed to be deserted. Indeed, though light came from some of the latticed window places, I could see no sign of any human being. "Here is the city," whispered the señor to me, "but where are the people?" "Doubtless they celebrate the wedding feast in the great square," I answered. "Hark, I hear them." As I spoke, the wind turned a little, and a sound of singing floated down it, that grew momentarily clearer as we approached the square. Another 5 minutes passed, and we were entering it. It was a wide place, covering not less than 30 acres of ground, and in its centre, rising 300 feet into the air, gleamed the pyramid of the Temple of the Heart, crowned by the star of holy fire that flickered eternally upon its summit. In the open space between the walls of the enclosure of this pyramid and the great buildings that formed the sides of the square, the inhabitants of the city were gathered for their midnight feast. All were dressed in white robes, while many wore glittering feather capes upon their shoulders, and were crowned with wreaths of flowers. Some of them were dancing, some of them were singing, while others watched the tricks of jugglers and buffoons. But the most of their number were seated round little tables, eating, drinking, smoking, and making love. We noticed that at those tables the children seemed the most honourable guests, and that everybody petted them and waited on their words. Nothing could be more beautiful or stranger to our eyes than this innocent festival celebrated by the moon. Yet the sight of it did not please Zilbabay. Along the side of the square ran an avenue of trees bearing white flowers with a heavy scent, and Zilbabay motioned to us to follow him into their shadows. Many of the tables were placed just beyond the spread of these trees, so that he was able to stop from time to time, and unseen himself, to listen to the talk that was passing at them. Presently he halted thus opposite to a table at which sat a man of middle age and a woman young and pretty. What they said interested him, and we who were close by his side understood it, for the difference between the dialect of these people and the Maya tongue is so small that even the señor had little difficulty in following their talk. "The feast is merry tonight," said the man. "Yes, husband," answered his companion, "and so it should be, seeing that yesterday the Lord Tikal was elected /cacique/ by the Council of the Heart, and today he was wedded in the presence of the people to Nahua, the beautiful child of the Lord Mattai." "And it was a fine sight," said the man, "though for my part I think it early to proclaim him /cacique/. Zilbabay might yet come back, and then—" "Oh, Zilbabay will never come back, husband, or the Lady Maya either. They have perished in the wilderness long ago. For her I am sorry, because she was so lovely and different from the other great ladies, but I do not grieve much for him, for he was a hard taskmaster to us common people. Also he was stingy. Why, Tikal has given more feasts during the last 10 months than Zilbabay gave in as many years. Moreover, he has relaxed the laws, so that we poor women may now wear ornaments like our betters," and she glanced at a gold bracelet upon her wrist. "It is easy to be generous with the goods of others," answered the man. "Zilbabay was the bee who stored. Tikal is the wasp who eats. They say that the old fellow was mad, but I do not believe it. I think that he was a greater man than the rest of us, that is all, who saw the wasting of the people and desired to find a means to stop it." "Oh, certainly he was mad," answered the woman. "How could he stop the wasting of the people by taking his daughter to wander in the wilderness till they died of starvation, both of them? If anybody dwells out yonder, it is a folk of white devils of whom we have heard, who kill and enslave the Indians that they may rob them of their wealth, and we do not desire that such should be shown the way to our city. Also, what does it matter to us if the people do waste away? We have all things that we wish. Those who come after must see to it. Yet, wife, I have heard you say that you desired children." Suddenly the woman's face grew sad. "Ah," she answered, If Zilbalbay will give me a child, I will take back all my words about him and proclaim him the wisest of men, instead of what he is, or rather was, an old fool gone crazy with vanity and too much praying. But he is dead, and if he were not, he could never do this. That is beyond the power of the gods themselves, if indeed the gods are anything except a dream. So what is the use of talking about him? Let us enjoy the feast that Tikal gives us, husband, and do not speak of children, lest I should weep and learn to hate those of my sisters who have been blessed with them." Then, at a sign from Zilbalbay, we moved on, but Maya, hanging back for a moment, whispered, "Look at my father's face. Never have I seen him so angry, yet these tidings are not altogether ill," and she glanced at the señor. Now Zilbalbay walked on swiftly, pulling at his beard and muttering to himself, till we came to the great archway where two soldiers armed with copper spears stood on guard, chatting with women in the crowd that gathered round the open door, and eating sweetmeats which they offered them. Zilbalbay covered his face with the corner of his robe, and, bidding us to do likewise, began to walk through the archway, whereupon the two soldiers, crossing their spears, demanded his name and title. "By whose orders do you ask?" said Zilbalbay. "By order of our lord the /cacique, who celebrates his marriage feast with the nobles, his guests," answered one of them. "Say, are you of their number who come so late?" Then Zilbalbay uncovered his face and said, "Look upon me, man. Did I command you to shut my own doors against me?" He looked and gasped. "It is the /cacique come home again." "How then do you say that you keep the doors by order of the /cacique? Can there be two /caciques in the City of the Heart?" asked Zilbalbay in a bitter voice. Without waiting for an answer, he walked on, followed by the three of us, into the plaza or courtyard of the palace, where many fountains splashed upon the marble pavement. Passing beneath a colonnade and through an open doorway whence light flowed of a sudden, we found ourselves in a great wonderful chamber, 100 feet or more in length, having a roof of panelled cedar supported by a double row of wooden columns exquisitely carved, between which were set tables laden with fruit and flowers, drinking vessels, and other ornaments of gold. The walls also were cedar panelled and hung over with tapestries worked in silver, and ranged along them stood grotesque images of dwarfs and monkeys, fashioned in solid gold, each of which held in its hand a silver lamp. At the far end of this place was a small table, and behind it, seated upon throne-like chairs, were a man and a woman, having an armed guard on either side of them. The man was magnificently dressed in a white robe, broidered with the symbol of the heart, and a glittering feathered cloak. Upon his brow was a circlet of gold, from which rose a panache or plume of green feathers, and in his hand he held a little golden sceptre tipped with an emerald. He was of middle height, very stoutly built, and about 35 years of age, having straight black hair that hung down upon his shoulders. In face he was handsome, but forbidding, for his dark eyes shone with a strange fire beneath the beetling brows, and his powerful mouth and chin were a sullen look that did not leave them even when he smiled. The lady at his side was also beautifully attired in white bridal robes bordered with silver, and having the royal heart worked upon her breast, while on her brow, arms, and bosom shone strings of emeralds. She was young and tall, with splendid eyes and a proud, handsome face, somewhat marred, however, by the heaviness of the mouth, and it was easy to see that she loved the husband at her side, for all her looks were towards him. Between us and this royal pair stretched the length of the great hall, filled with people, for the most part of the feasters had left their seats, so splendidly attired and so bright with the flash of gems and gold that for a few moments our eyes were dazzled. The company, who may have numbered 200 or 300, stood in groups with their backs toward us, leaving a clear space at the far end of the chamber, where beautiful women in filmy silken robes, adorned with flowers and turquoises, were singing and dancing to the sound of pipes before the bride and bridegroom on the throne. End of chapter 14. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. How Zilbabay Came Home. For a while we stood unnoticed in the shadow of the doorway, observing this strange and beautiful scene, till, as Zilbabay was about to advance toward the throne, the Lord Tikal held up his sceptre as a signal, and suddenly the women ceased from their dance and song. At the sight of the uplifted sceptre, Zilbabay halted again and drew back further into the shadow, motioning us to do likewise. Then Tikal began to speak in a rich, deep voice that filled the hall. "Councillors and nobles of the heart," he said, "and you, high-born ladies, wives, and daughters of the nobles, hear me. But yesterday, as you know, I took myself the place and power of my forefathers, and by your wish and will I was proclaimed the sole chief and ruler of the people of the heart. Now I have bidden you to my marriage feast, that you may grace my nuptials and share my joy. For be it known to you that tonight I have taken in marriage Nahua, the beautiful daughter of the High Lord Mattai, chief of the astronomers, keeper of the sanctuary, and president of the Council of the Heart. Her, in the presence of you all, I name as my first and lawful wife, the sharer of my power, and your ruler under me, who, whate'er betide, cannot be put away from my bed and throne, and as such I call upon you to salute her." Then, ceasing from his address, he turned and kissed the woman at his side, saying, "Hail to you, Lady of the Heart, whom it has pleased the gods to lift up and bless. May children be given to you, and with them happiness and power for many years." Thereon the great company bowed themselves before Nahua, his fair face flushed with pride and joy, and repeated as with one voice, "Hail to you, Lady of the Heart, whom it has pleased the gods to lift up and bless. May children be given to you, and with them happiness and power for many years." "Nobles," went on Tikal, when the ceremony was finished, "it has come to my ears that there are some who murmur against me, saying that I have no right to the ancient sceptre of Cacique, which I hold in my hand this night. Nobles, I have somewhat to say to you of this matter, that tomorrow, after the sacrifice, I shall repeat in the ears of the common people, and I say it having consulted with my council, the masters of the mysteries of the heart. Tomorrow a year will have gone by since Zilbabay, my uncle, who was Cacique before me, and his only child and heiress of his rank and power, the Lady Maya, my affianced bride, left the city upon a certain mission. Before they departed on this mission, it was agreed between Zilbabay, Maya, the Lady of the Heart, and myself, and the council, the brotherhood of the heart, that I should rule as next heir during the absence of Zilbabay and his daughter, and that if they should not return within 2 years, that their heritage should be mine forever. To this agreement I set my name with sorrow for them, as now I held that my uncle was mad, and in his madness went to doom, taking with him his daughter whom I loved. Yet when they were gone, I fulfilled it to the letter. But trouble arose among the people, for they will not listen to the voice of one who is not their anointed lord, but say, "We will wait till Zilbabay comes again, and hear his command upon these matters." Also, Zilbabay being absent, there was no high priest left in the land, so that until a successor was raised up to him, certain of the inmost mysteries of our worship must go uncelebrated, thus bringing down upon us the anger of the nameless God. So it came about that many pressed it on me that, for the sake of the people and the welfare of the city, I should shorten the period of my regency and suffer myself to be anointed. But remembering my promise, I answered them sharply, saying that I would not depart from it by a hair's breadth, and that, come what might, 2 full years must be completed before I sat me down in the place of my fathers. To this mind, then, I held till 3 days since, when those of the people to whose lot it fell in turn to pass to the mainland, there to cultivate the fields that are apportioned to the services of the temple, refused to get them to their labour, declaring that the high priest alone had authority over them, and there was no high priest in the city. Then, in my perplexity, I took counsel with the Lord Mattai, Master of the Stars, and he consulted the stars on my behalf. All night long he searched the heavens, and he read in them that Zilbabay, who, led by a lying dream, broke through the laws of the land and wandered across the mountains, has paid the price of his folly and is dead in the wilderness, together with his daughter, that was my affianced and the lady of the heart. Is it not so, Mattai?" Now the person addressed, a stout man with a bald head, quick, shifting eyes, and a thick and grizzled beard, stepped forward and said, bowing, "If my wisdom is not at fault, such was the message of the stars, O Lord." "Nobles," went on Tikal, "you have heard my testimony, and the testimony of Mattai, whose voice is the voice of truth. For these reasons I have suffered myself to be anointed and set over you as your ruler, seeing that I am the heir of Zilbabay by law and by descent. For these reasons also, she to whom I was affianced being dead, I have taken to wife Nahua, the daughter of Mattai. Say, do you accept us?" Some few of the company were silent, but the rest cried, "We accept you, Tikal and Nahua, and long may you rule over us according to the ancient customs of the land." "It is well, my brethren," answered Tikal. "Now, before we drink the parting cup, have any of you aught to say to me?" "I have something to say to you," cried Zilbabay in a loud voice from the shadows wherein we stood at the far end of the hall. At the sound of his voice, the tones of which he seemed to know, Tikal started and rose in fear, but recovering himself, said, "Advance from the shadows, whoever you are, and say your say where men may see you." Turning to his daughter and to us, Zilbabay bade us follow him and do as he did. Then, veiling his face with a corner of his robe, he walked up the hall, the crowd of nobles and ladies opening a path till we stood before the throne. Here he uncovered himself, as we did also, and standing sideways, so that he could be seen both by Tikal and all that company, he opened his lips to speak. Before a word could pass them, a cry of astonishment broke from the nobles, and of a sudden the sceptre fell from the hand of Tikal and rolled along the floor. "Zilbabay," said the cry, "it is Zilbabay come back, or the ghost of him, and with him the Lady of the Heart." "Aye, nobles," he said in a quiet voice, although his hand shook with rage, "it is I, Zilbabay, your lord, come home, and not too soon as it would seem. What, my nephew, were you so hungry for my place and power that you must break the oath you swore upon the Heart, and seize them before the appointed time? And you, Mattai, have you lost your skill, or have the gods smitten you with a curse that you prophesy falsely, saying that it was written in the stars that we who are alive were dead, thereby lifting up your daughter to the seat of the Lady of the Heart? Nay, do not answer me. Standing yonder, I have heard all your story. I say to you, Tikal, that you are a forsworn traitor, and that you, Mattai, that you are a charlatan and a liar who have dared to use the holy art for your own ends and the advancement of your house. On both of you will I be avenged, aye, and on all those who have abetted you in your crimes. Guards, seize that man and the Lord Mattai with him, and let them be held fast till I shall judge them." Now the soldiers that stood on either side of the thrones hesitated for a moment, and then advanced towards Tikal, as though to lay hands upon him in obedience to Zilbalbay's orders. But Nahua rose and waved them off, saying, "What? Dare you to touch your anointed lord? Back, I say to you, if you would save yourselves from the doom of sacrilege. Living or dead, the day of Zilbalbay is done, for the Council of the Heart has set his crown upon the brow of Tikal, and, whether for good or ill, their decree cannot be changed." "Aye," said Tikal, whose courage had come back to him, "the Lady Nahua speaks truth. Touch me not if you would live to look upon the sun." But all the while he spoke, his eyes were fixed upon Maya, whose beautiful face he watched as though it were that of some lost love risen from the dead. Now, as Zilbabay was about to speak again, Mattai the astronomer bowed before him and said, "Be not angry, but hear me, my lord. You have travelled far, and you are weary, and a weary man is apt at wrath. You think that you have been wronged, and doubtless all this that has chanced is strange to you, but now is not the time for us to give count of our acts and stewardship, or for you to hearken. Rest this night, and tomorrow on the pyramid, in the presence of the people, all things shall be made clear to you, and justice be done to all. Welcome you, Zilbabay, and to you also, Daughter of the Heart, and say, who are these strangers that you bring with you from the desert lands across the mountains?" Zilbabay paused a while, looking round him out of the corners of his eyes like a wolf in a trap, for he sought to discover the temper of the nobles. Then, finding that there were but a few present whom he could trust to help him, he lifted his head and answered, "You are right, Mattai. I am weary, for age, travel, and the faithlessness of men have worn me out. Tomorrow these matters shall be dealt with in the presence of the people, and there before the altar it shall be made known whether I am their lord or you, Tikal. There, too, I will tell you who these strangers are, and why I have brought them across the mountains. Until then, I leave them in your charge, for your own sake, charging you to keep them well. Nay, here I will neither eat nor drink. Do you come with me?" And he called to certain lords by name, whom he knew to be faithful to him. Then, without more words, he turned and left the hall, followed by a number of nobles. "It seems that my father has forgotten me," said Maya with a laugh when he had gone. "Greeting to you all, friends, and to you, my cousin Tikal, and greeting also to your wife, Nahua, who, once my waiting lady by the gift of fortune, has now been lifted up to take my place and title. Whatever may be the issue of these broils, may you be happy in each other's love, Tikal and Nahua." Now Tikal descended from the throne and bowed before her, saying, "I swear to you, Maya." "No, do not swear," she broke in, "but give me and my friends here a cup of wine and some fragments from your wedding feast, for we are hungry. I thank you. How beautiful is that bride's robe which Nahua wears, and surely those emeralds were once my own. Well, let her take them from me as a wedding gift. Make room, I pray you, Tikal, and suffer these ladies to tell me of their tidings, for remember that I have wandered far, and it is pleasant to see faces that are dear to me." For a while we sat and ate, or made pretence to eat, while Maya talked thus lightly, and all that company watched us, for we were wonderful in their eyes, who never till now had seen a white man. Indeed, the sight of the señor, auburn-haired, long-bearded, and white-skinned, was so marvellous to them that, unlike the common people, they forgot their courtesy, and crowded round him in their amazement. Still, there were two who took small note of the señor or of me, and these were Tikal, who gazed at Maya as he stood behind her chair, serving her like some waiting slave, and Nahua, his wife, who sat silent and neglected on her throne, sullenly noting his every word and gesture. At length she could bear this play no longer, but rising from her seat, began to move down the chamber. "Make room for the bride, ladies," said Maya. "Cousin, good night. It grows late, and your wife awaits you." Then, muttering I know not what, Tikal turned and went, and side by side the pair walked down the great hall, followed by their guard of soldiers. "How beautiful is the bride, and how brave the groom," said Maya, as she watched them go. "As yet I have seen couples that looked happier on their wedding day. Well, it is time to rest. Friends, good night. Mattai, I leave these strangers in your keeping. Guard them well, and bring them to my apartments tomorrow after they have eaten, for it is my father's will I would show them something of the city before the hour of noon, when we meet upon the temple top." When she had gone, Mattai bowed to us with much ceremony and begged us to follow him, which we did, across the courtyard and through many passages to a beautiful chamber dimly lighted with silver lamps that had been made ready for us. Here were beds covered with silken wrappings, and on the table in the centre of the room cool drinks and many sorts of fruits, but so tired were we that we took little note of these things. Bidding good night to Mattai, who looked at us curiously and announced that he would visit us early in the morning, we made fast the copper bolts upon the door and threw ourselves upon the beds. Weary as I was, I could not sleep in this strange place, and when from time to time my eyes closed, the sound of feet passing without our chamber door roused me again to wakefulness. Of one thing I was sure, that Zilbabay was not wanted here in his own city, and there would be trouble on the morrow when he told his tale to the people, for certainly Tikal would not suffer himself easily to be thrust from the place he had usurped, and he had many friends. Doubtless it was their feet that I heard outside the door as they hurried to and fro from the chamber where Mattai sat taking counsel with them. What would be our fate, I wondered, in this struggle for power that must come? These people feared strangers so much I could read in their faces, and doubtless they would be rid of us if they might. Well, we had a good friend in Maya, and the rest we must leave to Providence. Thinking thus, at length I fell asleep, to be awakened by the voice of the señor, who was sitting upon the edge of his bed, singing a song and looking round the chamber, for now the daylight streamed through the lattices. I wished him good morrow, and asked him why he sang. "Because of the lightness of my heart," he answered. "We have reached the city at last, and it is far more splendid and wonderful than anything I dreamed of. Also the luck is with us, for this Tikal has taken another woman in marriage, who, to judge from the look of her, will not readily let him go, and therefore Maya has no more to fear from him. Thirdly, there is enough treasure in this town, if what we saw last night may be taken as a sample, to enable you to establish 3 Indian empires if you wish, and doubtless Zilbabay will give you as much of it as you want. Therefore, friend Ignatio, you should sing as I do, instead of looking as gloomy as though you saw your own coffin being brought in at the door." I shook my head and answered, "I fear you speak lightly. There is trouble brewing in this city, and we shall be drawn into it, for the struggle between Tikal and Zilbabay will be to the death. As for the Lady Maya, of this I am certain, that, wife or no wife, Tikal still loves her and will strive to take her. I saw it in his eyes last night. Lastly, it is true enough that here there is boundless wealth, but whether its owners will suffer me to have any portion of it to forward my great purposes, useless though it be to them, is another matter. There was a man in the Bible called Job, and he had a friend named Eliphaz. I think you are that friend come to life again, Ignatio," answered the señor, laughing. "For my part, I mean to make the best of this present, and not to trouble myself about the future or the politics of this benighted people. But hark, there is someone knocking at the door." I rose and undid the bolt, whereon attendants entered bearing goblets of chocolate and little cakes upon a tray. After we had eaten, they led us to the baths, which were of marble and very beautiful, one of them being filled with water from a warm spring, and then to a chamber where breakfast was made ready for us. While we sat at table, Mattai came to us, and I saw that he had not slept that night, for his eyes were heavy. "I trust that you have rested well, strangers," he said courteously. "Yes, lord," I answered. "Well, it is more than I have done, for it is my business to watch the stars, especially my own star, which just now is somewhat obscured," and he smiled. "If you have finished your meal, my commands are to lead you to the apartments of the Lady Maya, who wishes to show you something of our city, which, being strangers, may interest you. By the way, if I do not ask too much, perhaps you will tell me to what race you belong," and he bowed to the señor. "We have heard of white men here, though we have learned no good of them, and tradition tells us that our first ruler, Cucumatz, was of this race. Are you of his blood, stranger?" "I do not know," answered the señor, laughing. "I come from a cold country far beyond the sea, where all the men are as I am." Then the inhabitants of this country must be goodly to behold," answered Mattai gravely. "I thank you for your courtesy, Son of the Sea, in answering my question so readily. I did not ask it from curiosity alone, since the people in this city are terrified of strangers and clamour for some account of you." "Doubtless our friend Zilbalbay will satisfy them," I said. "Good. Now be pleased to follow me." Mattai led us across courts and through passages till we reached a little ante-room filled with ancient carvings and decorated with flowers, where some girls stood chatting. "Tell the Lady Maya that her guests await her," said Mattai. Then he turned to take his departure, adding in a low voice, "Doubtless we shall meet at noon upon the pyramid, and there you will see I know not what. Whatever befalls, be sure of this, strangers, that I will protect you if I can. Farewell." One of the girls vanished through a doorway at the further end of the chamber, and having offered us seats, the others stood together at a little distance, watching us out of the corners of their eyes. Presently the door opened, and through it came Maya, wearing a silken /serape that covered her head and shoulders, and looking very sweet and beautiful in the shaded light of the room. "Greeting, friends," she said as we bowed before her. "I have my father's leave to show you something of this city that you long so much to see. These ladies here will accompany us, and a guard, but we shall want no litters until we have ascended the great temple, for I desire that you should see the view from thence before the place is cumbered with the multitude. Come, if you are ready." Accordingly we set out, Maya walking between us, while the guards and the ladies followed after. Crossing the square, which had been the scene of the festival of the previous night, but now in the early morning was almost deserted, we came to the enclosure of the courtyard of the pyramid, a limestone wall worked with sculptures of hunting scenes, relieved by a border of writhing snakes, and at intervals by emblems of the heart. At the gateway of this wall we paused to contemplate the mighty mass of the pyramid that towered over us. "There is one in the land of Egypt that is bigger," so said the señor, although he believed this to be a more wonderful sight because of its glittering slopes of limestone, whose expanse was broken only by a vast stair that ran up its eastern face from base to summit. "It is a great building," said Maya, noting our astonishment, "and one that could not be reared in these days. Tradition says that 25,000 men worked on it for 50 years, 20,000 of them cutting and carrying the stone, and 5,000 laying the blocks." "Where did the material come from, then?" asked the señor. "Some of it was hewn from beneath the base of the temple itself," she answered, "but the most was borne in big canoes from quarries on the mainland, for these quarries can still be seen." "Is the pyramid hollow, then?" I asked. "Yes, in it are many chambers, for the most part store and treasure houses, and beneath its base lies crypts, the burying place of the /caciques, their wives and children. There is also the holy sanctuary of the heart, which you, being of the Brotherhood, may perhaps be permitted to visit. Come, let us climb the stair." Then she led us across the courtyard to the foot of the stairway, 40 feet or more in breadth, which ran to the platform of the pyramid in 6 flights, each of 50 steps and linked together by resting places. Up these flights we toiled slowly, followed by the ladies and the guard, till at length our labour was rewarded, and we stood upon the dizzy edge of the pyramid. Before us was a platform bordered by a low wall large enough to give standing room to several thousand people. On the western side of this platform stood a small marble house, used as a place to store fuel and as a watchtower by the priests, who were on duty day and night, tending the sacred fire which flared in a brazier from its roof. Situated at some distance from this house, and immediately in front of it, was a small altar wreathed with flowers, but for the rest of the area was empty. "Look," said Maya. The city beneath us was built upon a low, heart-shaped island, so hollow in its centre that once it might have been the crater of some volcano, or perhaps a mere ridge of land enclosing a lagoon. This island measured about 10 miles in length by 6 across at its widest, and seemed to float like a huge green leaf upon the lake, the holy water of these Indians, of which the circumference is so great that even from the summit of the pyramid, a few small and rocky islets excepted, land was only visible to the north, whence we had sailed on the previous night. Elsewhere the eye met nothing but blue expanses of inland sea, limitless and desolate, unrelieved by any sail or sign of life. Amidst these waters the island gleamed like an emerald. Here were gardens filled with gorgeous flowers and clumps of beautiful palms and willows, framed by banks of dense green reeds that grew in the shallows around the shores. So luxuriant was the vegetation, fertilized year by year with the rich mud of the lake, and so lovely were the trees and flowers in the soft light of the morning, that the place seemed like a paradise rather than a home of men. And as was the island, so was the city that was built thereon. Following the lines of the land upon which it stood, it was heart-shaped, a heart of cold white marble lying within the glowing green. All about it ran a moat filled with water from the lake. On the hither side of this moat stood a wall 50 feet or more in height, built of great blocks of white limestone that formed the bedrock of the island, which wall was everywhere sculptured with allegorical devices and designs and the gigantic figures of gods. Wherein the oblong of this wall lay the city, a city of palaces, pyramids, and temples, or rather the remains of it, for we could see at a glance that the population was unable to keep so many streets and edifices in repair. Thus palm trees were to be found growing through the flat roofs of houses and in crevices of the temple pyramids, while many of the streets and avenues were green with grass and ferns, a narrow pathway in the centre of them showing how few were the feet of the passers-by. Even in the great square beneath us the signs of traffic were rare, and there was little of the bustle of a people engaged in the business of life, although this very place had been the scene of last night's feast, and would again soon be filled with men and women flocking to the pyramid. Now and again some graceful, languid girl, a reed basket in her hand, might be seen visiting the booths where rations of fish from the lake, or of meat, fruit, dried venison, and cocoa were distributed according to the wants of each family. Or perhaps a party of men on their way to labour in the gardens stopped to smoke and talk together in a fashion that showed time to be of little value to them. Here and there also a very few children played together, with flowers for toys. In the shadow of the palaces, barracks, and stone houses which bordered the central square, but this was all. For the rest, the place seemed empty and asleep. End of chapter 15. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. On the Pyramid. "Does not the city lie very low?" I asked Maya, when we had studied the prospect on every side. "To my eye, its houses seem almost upon a level with the waters of the lake." "I believe that is so," she answered. "Moreover, during those months of the year that are coming, the surface of the lake rises many feet, so that the greater part of the island is submerged, and the water stands about the wall." "How, then, do you prevent the town from being flooded?" asked the señor. "If once the water flowed in, the place would vanish and every soul be drowned." "Yes, friend, but the waters never rise beyond a certain height, and they are kept from flooding the city by the great sluice gate. If that gate were to be opened in the time of inundation, then we should perish every one. But it never is opened during those months, for if any would leave or enter the city, they do so by means of ladders leading from the summit of the wall to floating landing stages on the moat beneath. Also, night and day the gate is guarded. Moreover, it can be moved from one place only by those that know its secret, who are few." "It seems a strange place to build a city," answered the señor. "I do not think that I should ever sleep sound during the months of inundation, knowing that my life depended upon a single gate." "Yet men have slept safely here for 1,000 years or more," she said. "Legends tell us that our ancestors, who came up from the coast in ancient days, settled on the island by command of their gods, choosing this hollow bed of land to build in, so that rather than submit themselves to foes, as their fathers were forced to do, in the country beyond the mountains, they could, if need were, flood the place and perish in the water. For this reason it is that the holy sanctuary of the nameless god, the Heart of Heaven, is hollowed deep in the rock beneath us, for the waters of the lake would flow in upon it at a touch, burying it and all its treasures from the sight of man for ever. Now, if you have seen enough, I will take you to visit the public workshops, where fish is dried, linen woven, and all other industries carried on that are necessary to our comfort." And turning, she led the way with her ladies toward the head of the stairs. As we drew near to it, however, 3 men appeared upon the platform, in one of whom I knew Tikal. Seeing Maya, he advanced toward her, bowing as he came. "Lady," he said, "learning that you were here with these strangers, I have followed you to beg that you will speak with me alone for some few minutes." "That I cannot do, cousin," she answered coldly, "for who knows what colour might afterwards be put upon my words. If you have anything to say to me, say it before us all." "That I cannot do," he replied, "for what I have to say is secret. Still, for your father's sake, and perhaps for your own, you will do well to hear it." "Without a witness I will not listen to you, Tikal." "Then, lady, farewell," he said, and turned to go. "Stay, cousin. If you fear to speak before your own people, let this stranger," she pointed to me, Ignatio, "be present at our talk. He is of our blood and can understand our tongue, a discreet man, moreover, one of the Brethren of the Heart." "One of the Brethren of the Heart? How can a stranger be a brother of the Heart? Prove it to me, wanderer." And drawing me aside, he said certain words which I answered, giving him the signs. "Do you agree?" asked Maya. "Yes, lady, since I must, though it pleases me little to open my mind before a stranger. Let us step apart." And he walked to the centre of the platform, followed by Maya and myself. "Lady," he began, "my business with you is not easy to tell. For many years we were affianced, and both you and your father promised that we should wed when you returned from this journey." "Surely, as things are, cousin, it is needless to discuss the matter of our betrothal," she broke in with sarcasm. "Not altogether needless, lady," he answered. "I have much to ask your pardon for, yet I make bold to ask it, Maya. You know well that I have loved you and love you dearly, and that no other woman has ever been near my heart." "Indeed," she said with a laugh. "These words sound strange in the mouth of a new-made husband of Nahua." "Perhaps, lady, and yet they are true. I am married to Nahua, but I do not love her, though she loves me. It is you whom I love, and when I saw you yesterday, all my heart went out to you, so that I almost hated the fair bride at my side." "Why, then, did you marry her?" "Because I must, because I believed you dead, and your father with you, as did every man in the city. You and Zilbabay being dead, as I thought, was it wonderful that I should wish to keep the place that many were plotting to take from me? This could be done in one way only, by the help of Mattai, the most clever and the most powerful man in the city, and this was Mattai's price, that his daughter should become the Lady of the Heart. Well, she loved me, she is beautiful, and she has her father's strength and foresight, so that among all the ladies in the land there was none more fitted to be my wife." "Well, and you married her, and there's an end. You asked my forgiveness, and you have it, seeing that it does not befit me to play the part of a jealous woman. Doubtless time will soften the blow to me, Tikal," she added mockingly. "There is not an end, Maya, and I come to ask you today to renew your promise that you will be my wife." "What, cousin? Having broken your troth, would you now offer me insult? Do you then propose that I, the Daughter of the Heart, should be Nahua's handmaid?" "No, I propose that when Nahua is put away, you should take her place and your own." "How can this be, seeing that the Lady of the Heart cannot be divorced?" "If she ceases to be the Lady of the Heart, she can be divorced like any other woman. At the least, love has no laws, and I will find a way." "The way of death, perhaps?" "No, I will have none of you. Honour has laws, Tikal, if love has none. Go back to your wife, and pray that she may never learn how you would have treated her." "Is that your last word, lady?" "Why do you ask?" "Because more hangs on it than you know. Listen. Very soon all the men in the city will be gathered on this place to hear your father's words, and to decide whether he or I shall rule. See, already they assemble in the temple square. Promise to be my wife, and in return I will yield to your father, and he shall be master for his life's days, and have his way in all things. Refuse, and I will cling to power, and matters may go badly for him, for you, and," he added threateningly, "for these strangers, your friends." "All this must befall as it chances," she answered proudly. "I do not meddle with such questions, nor do your threats move me. If you are so base as to plot mischief against an old man who has poured benefits upon you, plot on, and in due time meet with your reward. For myself, I tell you that I have done with you, and that, come what may, I will never be your wife." "Perhaps you may yet live to take back those words, lady," he said in a quiet voice. Then, with a low obeisance, he turned and went. "You have made a dangerous enemy, lady," I said, when he was out of earshot. "I do not fear him, Ignatio." "That is well," I answered, "but for my part I do. I think that his plans are ready, and that before this day is done there will be trouble. Indeed, I shall be thankful if we live to see tomorrow's light." By this time we had reached the others. "Are you weary of waiting?" she said to the señor, giving him a sweet look as she spoke. "Well, I should have been happier here than I was yonder. Give me your hand and lead me down the stair, for I am tired. Ah, friend, did you but know it, I have just dared more for your sake than I should have done for my own." "What have you dared?" he asked. "That you will learn in due time, if we live long enough, friend," she answered. "But oh, I would that we had never set foot within this city." 2 hours had passed, and following in the train of Zilbalbay and Maya, who walked beside him once more, we found ourselves upon the summit of the pyramid. Now, however, it was no longer empty, for on it were collected men to the number of some thousands. Indeed, all the adult male population of the city. On one side of the altar were seated Tikal and his bride Nahua, who was the only woman there, and some hundreds of nobles, all of whom I noted were armed and guarded by a body of soldiers that stood behind them. On the other side were many vacant places, and as Zilbalbay with Maya and all the great company of followers that he had gathered advanced to take them, Tikal and every man present on the pyramid uncovered their heads and bowed in greeting to him. After a few moments' pause, 2 priests came forward from the watch house behind the altar, and having laid upon it an offering of fresh flowers, the elder of them, who was robed in pure white, uttered a short prayer to the nameless God, the Heart of Heaven, asking that he would be pleased to accept the gift and to send a blessing upon the deliberations of his people here assembled. Then Zilbalbay rose to address the multitude, and I noted that his fierce face was pale and anxious, and that his hand shook, although his eyes flashed angrily. "Nobles and people of the City of the Heart," he began, "on this day a year ago, I, your hereditary ruler and /cacique, and the high priest of the Heart of Heaven, left this city on a certain mission. This was my mission: to find the severed portion of the sacred symbol that lies in the sanctuary of the temple, the portion that is called Day, which has been lost for many an age. You know that our race has fallen upon evil times, and that year by year our numbers dwindle, till at length the end of the people is in sight, seeing that within some few generations they must die out and be forgotten. You know also the ancient prophecy that when once more the 2 halves of the symbol of the heart, day and night, are laid side by side in their place upon the altar in the sanctuary, then from that hour this people shall grow great again. You know, too, how a voice spoke to me in answer to my prayers, bidding me, Zilbalbay, to wander forth from the country of the heart, following the road to the sea, for there I should find that which was lost. Thither, then, having won the permission of my council, the Brotherhood of the Heart, I have wandered alone with my daughter, the Lady Maya, suffering much hardship and danger in my journeyings. And lo, I have found that which was lost, and brought it back to you, for here it hangs upon the neck of this Ignatio, who has accompanied me from the lands beyond the desert." Now a murmur of astonishment went up from the multitude, and Zilbalbay paused a while. "Of this matter, of the finding of the symbol," he continued, "I will speak more fully at the proper time, and to those who have a right to hear it, namely to the elected brotherhood of the Heart in the holy sanctuary on the day of the rising of waters, being one of the 8 days in each year on which it is lawful for the Council of the Heart to meet in the sanctuary. But first, in this hour, I will deal with other questions. It is known to you that when I went upon my mission, I left my nephew Tikal to sit in my place, it being agreed between us and the Council that if I should return no more within 2 years, he should become /cacique of the people. I have returned within 1 year, and I find this, that already he has allowed himself to be anointed /cacique, and more, that he, who was affianced to my daughter, has taken another woman to be his wife. Last night with my own ears I heard him proclaim his treachery in the hall of the palace, and when I spoke out the bitterness that was in my heart, I, your lord, was met with threats, and told that Tikal, having been anointed, could not now be deposed. I use the saying against him, 'Nobles, I have been anointed and ruled over you and the people for many years, and can I then be deposed, I, who am not a traitor to my master, nor a forswearer on my oaths, as is my nephew yonder?'" Again he paused, and some of the audience, with those who had accompanied Zilbalbay, shouted, "No!" But the most of them looked towards Tikal and were silent. Now Mattai rose from his place behind Tikal and spoke, saying, "As one who had to do with the anointing of Tikal to be /cacique when we believed you and the Lady Maya to be dead, I would ask you, Zilbalbay, before we on this side of the altar answer you, to tell us openly what is the meaning of this journey that you have undertaken, and for what purpose have you brought these 2 strangers, who are named Ignatio and Son of the Sea, with you in defiance of the ancient law, which says that he who brings a stranger across the mountains into the land of the City of the Heart shall die together with the strangers?" Now when Zilbalbay heard this question, he started, for he had forgotten this law, and saw the cunning trap that Mattai had spread for his feet. Nevertheless he answered boldly, since it was his nature to be outspoken and straightforward. "It becomes you ill, Mattai, to question me, you who have proved yourself a plotter and a lying prophet, reading in the stars that I and my daughter were dead, while we still draw the breath of life beneath them. Yet I will answer you, and scorning the subterfuge or falsehood, set out the whole matter in the hearing of the people, that they may judge between me, your party, and your master. First, I will say that I had forgotten the law of which you speak. Whenceforth I have broken the letter, or, if at any time I remembered it, my necessities caused me to disregard it. Learn then that the stranger Ignatio is of royal Indian blood, and the holder of that symbol which I went forth to seek, and that the white man whom you call Son of the Sea is as a brother to him, and that both of them are the fellowship of the Heart. the Lord Ignatio being no less a man than the master of the order in yonder lands, as I am here. This Lord Ignatio I summoned to me, and he came. He came, and with his companion, Son of the Sea, saved me and my daughter from shame and death at the hands of certain murderers, white men. Then, when we had escaped, we tried each other and laid the symbols side by side, and lo, day and night came together, and they were one. Then also I told him the story of how it happened that I was wandering far from my own place, and he told me what was his purpose and the desire of his life. This is his purpose: to break the yoke that the white man has set upon the neck of the Indians in the far lands, and to build up a mighty Indian nation stretching from sea to sea, whereof this city, heart of the world, shall be the centre and the capital. Then we made a compact together, a compact that cannot be broken, and it was this: that the Lord Ignatio, with the white man, his companion, from whom he will not be separated, should accompany us here, where the symbol should be set in the appointed place, that the prophecy may be fulfilled and the fortune return to us, that I should give him so much as he may need of the treasures which lie useless in our storehouses, wherewith he may arm troops and bring about his ends, and that in return he should bring to us what we need far more than gold and gems, men and women, with whom we may intermarry, so that our race, ceasing to dwindle, may once again multiply and grow great. Such, nobles, is our compact, and this is the path which the God who rules us has pointed out for our feet to tread. Accept it and grow great. Refuse it and perish. For know that not for myself do I speak, who am old and near to death, but for you in your prosperity forever. Be not bewildered or amazed, for, though these things are new to you, it may well chance that after the council of the heart has been celebrated in the sanctuary on the night of the rising waters, the God whom we worship, the nameless God under whose guidance all these things have come about, will reveal his purpose by the mouth of his oracle, and show what part these strangers and each of us shall play in the fate that is to be. Oh, nobles and my people, let not your sight be dim, nor your heart hardened, and put not away the fortune and the future that lies before you. I have dared much for your sake. Dare a little for your own. Shut your ears and your gates, and rise in rebellion against me, and I tell you that soon there shall remain of you and your glorious home scarcely a memory. Be gentle, and be guided by my wisdom and the will of your gods, and your fame and power shall cover the world. Aye, you shall be to what you were as in the sun, in all its glory, to some faint and fading star. I have spoken. Now choose." He ceased, and for a while there was silence, the silence of a maze, for the nobles stared on each other, and such of the common people as were within earshot stood gaping at him with open mouths, since to them who did not meddle in matters of policy, and indeed thought little for themselves, his words had small meaning. Presently it was broken, and by Tikal, who sprang from his seat and cried aloud, "Of a truth, they were wise who said that this old man was mad. Have you heard and understood, O people of the heart? This is what you must do to fulfill the will of Zilbalbay. First you must set him in his place again, giving him all power, and me you must condemn to death or chains. Next you must pardon him his breaches of the law that he of all men was bound to keep. Then you must hand over your treasures, the treasures hoarded by your forefathers for many a generation, to these wandering thieves whom he has brought with him. Lastly, you must open your gates, which have been kept secret for 1,000 years, to other thieves, that they shall lead here, to whom, forsooth, you must give your women in marriage, that the race may be increased. Say, will you do these things, children of the heart?" Now all the nobles who stood behind Tikal shouted, "Never!" and the people beyond took up the cry with a voice of thunder, though the most of them understood little of what was passing. Tikal held up his hand, and there was silence. "You will not do them," he said, "and base indeed were you who had answered otherwise. What then will you do? Tell me first, whom do you choose as your ruler? My uncle, who now is mad and would bring you to shame and ruin, or me, who have sworn to preserve your ancient laws?" "We choose you, Tikal, Tikal," came the answer. "I thank you," he cried. "But what then shall be done with this old man and those whom he has brought with him to spy out our secrets and rob us?" "Kill them before the altar," they shouted, waving their swords. Tikal thought for a moment, then pointed toward us and said, "Seize these men." At his word 100 or more of the nobles, who evidently had been instructed to execute his orders, rushed at us suddenly. As they came across the open space, I saw the señor put his hand to his belt and said to him, "For the love of God, do not strike, for should you touch one of them, they will certainly kill us." "That they will do in any case, but as you wish," he answered. Then they broke on us. As they came, all the nobles who had followed Zilbalbay to the crest of the pyramid gave way before their rush, leaving the three of us and the Lady Maya standing alone. "Cowards!" said Zilbalbay, glancing behind him. Then he drew his /machete and with a shout cut down the foremost of those who assailed us, a great noble. In another instant the weapon was struck from him, and the señor and I were being dragged towards the altar, followed by Zilbalbay and the Lady Maya, upon whom, however, our assailants laid no hand. "What shall we do with these men?" cried Tikal again. Again the nobles answered, "Kill them." So they threw us down, and men came at us with swords to make an end of us, which indeed they would have done quickly, had not the Lady Maya sprung forward and, standing over the señor, cried, "Hold!" in so piercing a voice that they stayed their hands. "Listen, people of the heart," she said. "Would you do murder upon your own holy altar, staining it with the blood of innocent men? You talk of broken laws. Is there not a law in the city that none can be put to death except after trial before the /cacique and his council? Have these men been tried, and if so, by whom? You say that my father, your lawful ruler, is deposed. If that is so, not Tikal, I, whom am his heir, rule in his stead, and I have passed no judgment on them." Now at her words there was a murmur of mingled doubt and applause, but Tikal answered her, saying, "Lady, the law you quote holds good for you, for your father, and for every citizen of the Heart, however humble. But in the case of these men it does not hold, for they are wandering strangers and spies who can claim no protection from our justice, and therefore it is right that they should die." "It is not right that they should die," she answered passionately. "You, Tikal, have usurped my father's place, and now you would celebrate the beginning of your rule by a deed of the foulest murder. I tell you that these men are innocent of all offence. If any are guilty, it is my father and I, and if any should suffer, we should suffer more." She went on with flashing eyes. "If these men, to whom we have sworn safe conduct, must die, then for my part I will die with them, and whether I pass by your hands or by my own, may the curse of my blood rest upon you for ever and for ever." As she spoke, she snatched a knife from her jewelled girdle and stood before them, its bare blade glittering in the sunlight, looking so beautiful and fierce that the nobles fell back from her, and hundreds of the people applauded, saying, "Hear the Lady Maya and obey her. She is Cacique and no other." Now Zilbabay, who had covered his eyes with his hands, looked up and said, "You are right, daughter. Since the people reject us and we cannot even protect our guests, it is best that we should die with them," and once more covered his eyes with his hands. Then there came a pause and a sound of whispering. I looked up between the sword blades which were pointed at my throat, and saw that Nahua was standing at the side of her lord and pleading with him. They were so close to me that my hearing, always keen, being sharpened moreover by the fear of instant death, enabled me to catch some of their talk. "She will do what she says," said Nahua, "and that will be your ruin, for if her father is hated, she is beloved, and many will rise to avenge her." "Why should she kill herself because of a white wanderer?" he asked. Nahua shrugged her shoulders and smiled darkly as she answered, "Who can tell? He is her friend, and women have been known to give their lives for their friends. Do as you will, but if Maya dies, I do not think that we will live to see another dawn." And leaving his side, she sought her chair again. Now Tikal looked at the señor, who was stretched upon the ground beside me, and seeing that there was hate in his eyes, I trembled, thinking that the end had come, then turned my head aside and began to commend my soul to the care of Heaven. As I prayed, he spoke, addressing himself to Maya. "Lady," he said, "you have appealed to the law on behalf of these wanderers, of your father and of yourself, and by the law you shall be dealt with. Tomorrow the judges shall be chosen and hold their court here before the people." "It cannot be, Tikal," she answered calmly. "There is but one court which can try us four, all of whom are brethren of the Heart, and that is the Council of the Heart, sitting in the sanctuary which assembles on the 8th day from now, on the night of the rising waters. Is it not so, nobles?" "If you are the number of the brethren of the Heart, all of you, it is so," they answered. "So be it," said Tikal, "but still, then, I must hold you in safe keeping. Will it please you to follow Mattai, lady? And you, my lord Zilbabay? Guards, bring these men to the watch house yonder, and keep them there till I come to you." Maya bowed and turned to the audience. She said in a clear voice, "Farewell, my people. If we are seen no more, you will know that my father and I have been done to death by Tikal, who has usurped our place, and to you I leave it to take vengeance for our blood. End of chapter 16. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. The Curse of Zilbalbay. Thankful enough was I to rise from the ground, feeling my life whole in me. "Death has been near to us," said the Señor, with something between a sob and a laugh, as we followed Zilbalbay and Maya into the guardhouse. "He is near to us still," I answered, "but at least, unless Tikal changes his mind, we have won some days of respite." "Thanks to her," he said, nodding towards Maya, and as he spoke we entered the guardhouse, a small chamber with a massive door somewhat roughly furnished. So soon as we were in, the door was shut upon us, and we found ourselves alone. Zilbalbay sat himself down, and fixing his eyes upon the wall, stared at it as though it offered no hindrance to his sight, but the rest of us stood together near the door, listening to the turmoil of the multitude without. Clearly argument ran high among them, for we could hear the sound of angry voices, of shouting, and of the scurrying footfalls of the people leaving the pyramid by way of the great stair. "You have saved our lives for a while, for which we owe you thanks," said the señor to Maya presently. "But tell me, what will they do with us now?" "I cannot say," she answered. "But in this pyramid are chambers where we shall be hidden away until our day of trial. At the least I think so, for they dare not let us out among the people, lest we should cause a tumult in the city." Before the words had left her lips, the door was opened, and through it came Tikal, Mattai, and other of the great lords who were hostile to Zilbalbay. "What is your pleasure with us?" asked Zilbalbay, awakening from his dream. "That you should follow me," answered Tikal sternly, "you and the others," adding with a low bow to Maya, "Forgive me, lady, that I must exercise this violence toward you and your father, but I have no other choice if I would save you from the vengeance of the people." "It is not the vengeance of the people that we have to fear, Tikal," she answered quietly, "but rather your hate, which it is in your power to appease, lady," he said in a low voice. "It may be in my power, but not in my will," she answered, setting her lips. "Come, cousin, take us to the dungeon that you have prepared for us." "As you wish," he said, "follow me," and he led the way across the guardhouse, through a sleeping chamber of the priests that lay behind it, and to the farther wall that was hidden by a curtain. This curtain, on being drawn, revealed a small stone door, which Mattai, having first lit some lamps that stood ready in the chamber, unlocked with a key that hung at his girdle. One by one we passed through the door, Tikal preceding us, and Mattai, with others of the great lords, to number of 6, followed after us. Beyond the door lay a flight of 20 steps, then came a gate of copper bars. On the further side of this gate were flight upon flight of steps, joined together by landings, and running now in this direction, now in that, into the bowels of the mighty pyramid. At length, when my limbs were weary of descending so many stairs, we found ourselves in front of other gates, larger and more beautifully worked than those that we had already passed. Presently they clanged behind us, and we stood in a vast apartment or hall that was built in the heart of the pyramid. It would seem that this hall had been made ready for our coming, for it was lighted with many silver lamps, and in one part of it rugs were laid, on which stood tables and seats. So great was the place that the light of the lamps shone in it only as stars shine in the sky. Still, as we passed down it, we saw that its roof was vaulted, and that its walls and floors were of white marble, finely polished. Once, as we learned afterwards, it had served as the assembly rooms for the priests of the temple, but now that they were so few it was not used, except from time to time as a prison for offenders of high rank. At intervals along its length were doors leading to sleeping and other chambers. Some of the doors were open, and as we passed them, Mattai told us that these were to be our bed chambers. Then, having announced that food would be brought to us, the nobles headed by Tikal withdraw, and we heard the copper gates clash, and the echo of their footsteps die into nothingness upon the endless stairs. For a while we stood staring at each other in silence. It was Zilbabay who broke it, and his voice rang strangely in the vaulted place. "It is his hour now," he said, shaking his fists toward the stair by which Tikal had left us. "Let him pray that mine may never come." And suddenly he turned, and walking to the couch, flung himself upon it and buried his face in his hands. Maya followed him, and bending down, strove to comfort him, but he waved her away, and she came back to us. "This is a gloomy place," said the señor in a half whisper, for here one scarcely dared to speak aloud because of the echoes that ran about the walls. "But dark though it is, it seems safer than the summit of the pyramid, where sword points are so many," and he pointed to a little cut upon his throat. "It is safe enough," Maya answered with a bitter laugh, "and safely will it keep our bones till the world's end. Through these gates and the men that guard them there is no escape, and the death that threatened us in the sunshine shall overtake us in the shadow. Did I not warn you against this mad quest and the seeking of the city of my people? I warned you both, and you would not listen, and now the trouble is at hand, and your lives will pay for the forfeit for your folly and my father's." "What must be, answered the señor with a sigh. "But for my part, I hope that the worst is past, and that they will not kill us. It was your father's rashness which brought these evils on us, and perhaps misfortune may teach him wisdom." "Never," she answered, shaking her head, "for they are right. On this matter he is mad, as you, Ignatio, are mad also. Come, let us look at our prison, for I have not seen it till this hour." And taking one of the hand lamps that stood near, she walked down the length of the hall. At its further end were gates similar to those at which we had entered, and through them came a draught of air. "Where do they lead?" I asked. "I do not know," she answered. "Perhaps to the sanctuary by a secret way. At least the pyramid is full of these chambers that in old days were used for many things, such as the storage of corn and weapons, and the burying places of priests, thousands of whom are at rest within it. Now they are empty and deserted." As we walked back again, I stopped before a wooden door that stood ajar, leading into one of the chambers of which I had spoken. "Let us go in," said Maya, pushing it open, and we entered to find ourselves in a small room lined with shelves. On these shelves, each of which was numbered, lay hundreds of rolls thickly covered with dust. Maya took up one of them at a hazard and unrolled the parchment, revealing a manuscript beautifully executed in the picture painting of the Indians. "This must be nearly 1,000 years old," she said. "I know it by the style of the painting. Well, we shall not lack history to read while we sojourn here," and she threw the priceless roll back on its shelf and left the chamber. A few steps further on we came to another room, of which the door was closed, but so rotten was the woodwork with age that a push freed it from its fastenings, and we entered. Here also there were shelves packed, some of them with yellow and some of them with white bars of metal. "Copper and lead," said the señor, glancing at them. "Not so," said Maya with a laugh, "but that which you white men covet, gold and silver. Look what is painted above the shelves," and she held up the lamp and read: "Pure metal from the southern mines, set apart for the service of the temple of the heart, and of the temples of the east and west, of gold of such a weight, of silver such a weight." I stared, and my eyes grew greedy, for here is, in this one room, neglected and forgotten, was enough wealth to carry out my purpose 3 times over, stored there by the forefathers of this strange, rust-eaten race. Ah, if only I could see one half of it safe across the mountains, how great might be my future, and that of the people which I lived to serve. "Perhaps you may win it after all, Ignatio," said Maya, interpreting my thoughts, "but to be frank, I fear that you will gain nothing except a sepulchre in these gloomy vaults." After this we visited several chambers that were empty or filled only with the wreck of moth-eaten tapestries and curious furniture, till at length we came to a room, or rather a large cupboard, piled from floor to ceiling with golden vessels of the most quaint and ancient workmanship, which had been discarded by the priests and cast aside as worthless. Why, I do not know. In front of this gleaming pile stood a chest unlocked that the señor opened. It was packed with priestly ornaments of gold set with great emeralds. Maya picked out a belt from the box and gave it to me, saying, "Take it, Ignatio, since you love such trinkets. It will set off that robe of yours." I took it and put it on, not over my robe, but beneath it. "My friend, it is the clasp of that belt, which now is yours, that I showed you a while ago, and with the price of the other gems in it I bought this /hacienda/ and all of its lands." Wearied at length of the sight of so much useless treasure, we returned to Zilbabay, who was seated as we had left him, lost in thought. At this moment the gates of our prison were opened, and men came through them, escorted by captains of the guard, bringing with them food in plenty, which they set upon the table, waiting on us while we ate, but speaking no word, good or bad. Our meal finished, they cleared away the fragments, and, having replenished the lamps and prepared the chambers for us to sleep in, they bowed and left us. For a while we sat round the table, Zilbabay and I in silence, and Maya and the señor talking together in a low voice, till at length the dreariness of the place overcame us, and, as though by a common impulse, we rose and sought the sleeping vaults, there to rest if we might. We slept and woke and rose again, though whether it were night or day here, where no light came, we could not tell. Indeed, as time went on, our only means of distinguishing the other from the other was by the visits of those who brought our food and waited on us. I think it must have been in the early afternoon of the day following that on which we were imprisoned that Tikal visited us, accompanied only by 4 guards. "A small band," said the señor as he watched them advance, "but enough to put us to death who are unarmed, for all our weapons have been taken from us, if such should be their will." "Have no fear, friend," said Maya, "they will not do murder so openly." By now Tikal stood before us bowing, and Zilbabay, who as usual was seated brooding at the table, looked up and saw him. "What do you seek, traitor?" he asked angrily, the blood flushing beneath his withered skin. "Would you kill us?" If so, slay on, for thus shall I come the sooner to the bosom of that God whose vengeance I shall call down upon you." "I am no murderer, Zilbabay," answered Tikal with dignity. "If you die, it will be by the command of the law that you have broken, and not by mine. I am here to speak with you, if you will come apart with me." "Then speak on before these others, or leave your words unsaid," he answered, "for not one step will I stir with you, who doubtless seek some opportunity to stab me in the back." "Yet it is necessary that you should hear what I have to say, Zilbabay." "Say on, then, traitor, or go." Tikal thought for a while, looking doubtfully at Maya, from whose face, indeed, he rarely took his eyes. "It is your wish that I should withdraw?" she asked shortly. "It is not mine," said Zilbabay. "Stay where you are, daughter." Now Tikal hesitated no longer, but bidding the guards who had accompanied him to fall back out of earshot, he said: "Listen, Zilbabay. Yesterday, before the gathering on the pyramid, I saw your daughter, the Lady Maya, and spoke with her, telling her that now, as always, I loved her, although believing her to be dead for reasons I state. I had taken another woman to my wife. Then I made her this offer, that if she would consent to become my wife, I would put away Nahua, whom I had married. Moreover, I added this, that I would give up my place as /cacique to you, Zilbabay, whose it is by right to hold for as long as you should live, and would not oppose you or your policy in any matter. I told her, on the other hand, that if she refused to become my wife, I would surrender nothing, but would put out my strength to crush you and her and these strangers, your friends. She answered me with contempt, saying that I might do my worst, but she would have naught to say to me. What happened afterwards you know, Zilbabay, and you know also the danger in which you stand today, now that power has left you, and your very life trembles in the balance." He paused, and Zilbabay, who had been listening to his words, amazed, turned to Maya and said sternly: "Does this man speak lies, daughter?" As she was about to answer, though what she meant to say I do not know, Tikal broke in: "What is the use of asking her, Zilbabay? It is to be thought that she will answer you truly. Though I speak truth, this wanderer who stands at your side can bear witness, for he was present and heard my words. This offer I made to her, and, that it may be put beyond a doubt, now I make it to her and to you again. If she will take me in marriage, for her sake I will put away Nahua. I will lay down my rule and set you in your place again with liberty, so long as you shall live, to work such follies as the gods may suffer. All these things I will do because I love her to whom I have been affianced from my youth, better than all, because she is as the light to mine eyes and the breath to my nostrils, and without her I have no joy in life, as I have had none since I believed her to be dead." Zilbabay heard, and rising, lifted his hand to the vault above him and said: "I thank thee, O God, who, in answer to my prayers, has shown me a way to escape from the troubles that beset me. Tikal, it shall be as you wish, and we will swear our peace upon the altar of the heart. Doubtless there will be trouble with Mattai and some of his following, but if we stand together they can be overcome. Rejoice with me, Ignatio, my friend, for now the seed that we have planted with so much labour shall bring forth golden fruit." Here I heard the señor groan with doubt and wrath behind me, and knew that, like so many others, this vision which filled my mind with glory must be brought to nothing because of the fancy of a woman. "Your pardon, Zilbalbay," I interrupted. "The Lady Maya has not spoken." "Spoken!" he exclaimed. "Why, what should she say?" "What I said to my cousin Tikal yesterday," she answered, setting her lips and speaking very low, "that I will have nothing to do with him." "Nothing to do with him, girl? Nothing to do with him? Why, he is your affianced. You do not understand." "I understand well, father, but for naught that can be offered to me upon the earth will I give myself in marriage to a man who has treated you and me as my cousin Tikal has done, a man who could not keep his oath to you or wait for me one single year." "Cease to be foolish," said Zilbalbay. "Tikal has erred, no doubt, but now he would make atonement for his error, and I can forgive him, so can you. Think no more of the girl's folly, Tikal, but send for ink and parchment and let us set down our contract, for I am old and have little time to lose. Perhaps before another year is gone, that which you would have snatched by force shall come to you by right." "I have the paper here, lord," said Tikal, drawing a roll from his breast. "But pardon me, does the Lady Maya consent?" Aye, she consents." "I do not consent, father, and if you drag me to the altar with yonder man, I will cry out to the people to protect me, or, failing their aid, I will seek refuge in death by my own hand if need be." Now Zilbalbay turned upon his daughter, trembling with rage, but checking himself of a sudden, he said, "Tikal, for the moment this girl of mine is mad. Leave us, and come back in some few hours when you shall find her in another mind. Go now, I pray, before words are said that cannot be forgotten." Tikal turned and went, and until the gates at the far end of the hall had clashed behind him and his guards there was silence. Then Zilbalbay spoke to his daughter. "Girl," he said, "I know your heart, and that your lips spoke a lie when you told us that it was because of Tikal's forgetfulness of his vow and troth that you will not marry him. There is another reason of which you have not spoken. This white man, who is in our country, is named James Strickland, is the reason. You have suffered yourself to look on him with longing, and you cannot pluck his image from your heart. Do I speak the truth?" "You speak the truth, father," she answered, placing her hand in that of the señor as she said the words. "To you, at least, I will not lie." "I thank you, daughter. Now hear me. I am sorry for your plight, and for that of the white man, if indeed he would make of you anything more than his toy. But here your wishes must give way to the common good. Who and what are you that your whims should stand between me and the fulfilment of my lifelong desire, between your people and their redemption? Must all these things come to nothing because of the fancies of a lovesick girl, whose poor beauty, as it chances by favour of the gods, can avail to bring them about?" "It seems so, father," she said, "seeing that in this matter my duty to myself and to him who loves me and whom I love is higher than my duty to you and your scheme. Everything else you, who are my father, may require of me, even to my life, but my honour is my own." "What shall I say to this headstrong girl?" gasped Zilbalbay. "Speak, white man, and tell me that you renounce her, for surely your heart is not so wicked that it will lead you to consent to this folly, and to your own undoing, to stand between her and her destiny." Now all eyes were fixed upon the señor, who turned pale in the lamplight and answered slowly: "Zilbabay, I grieve to vex you, but your daughter's destiny and mine are one, nor can I command her to forsake me and give herself in marriage to a man she hates." "Yet it seems that you command her to break her plighted troth for your sake, O most honourable white man," said Zilbabay with a bitter laugh. "Hearken, friend Ignatio, for you at least are not in love. Tell your brother there and this rebellious girl which way their duty lies. Teach them that we are sent here to dwell upon the earth for higher ends than the satisfying of our own desires. Stay, before you speak, remember that with this matter your own fate is interwoven. Remember how you have suffered and striven for many years. Remember all you have undergone to win what today lies in your grasp, the wealth that shall enable you to carry out your purposes. There in these vaults it lies to your hand, and if that not be enough, I will give you more. Take it, Ignatio. Take it to bribe your enemies and pay your armies, and become a king, a righteous king, crowned by heaven to complete the destinies of our race. Say such words as shall bend this girl and her lover to our will and triumph, or fail to say them, and some few days hence meet the end of a thief at the hands of Tikal. Now speak." I heard him, and my heart stood still within me. Alas, his words were true, and now was the turning point of my fate. If the girl would give herself to Tikal, who was mad with love of her, all would be well, and within 3 years the dream of my race might be fulfilled, and the vengeance of generations accomplished upon the spawn of the accursed Spaniard. There in these vaults, useless and forgotten, lay the treasures that I needed, and yonder in Mexico were men in thousands who by their means might be armed and led. But between me and them stood the desire of this woman and the folly of my friend. Oh, truly had my heart warned me against her when first I learned to know her lovely face, having foreknowledge of the evil that she should bring upon me. With her I could do nothing, for who can turn a woman from her love or hate? But with my friend it was otherwise. He would listen to me if I pleaded with him, seeing that not only my hopes but my very life hung upon his answer, and no true man has the right to bring others to their death in order that he may fulfil the wishes of his heart. Also, it would be better that he should be separated from this girl, who was not of his blood and colour, and whose love soon or late would be his undoing. Surely I should do well to pray him to let her go to the man whose affianced she had been, and he would do well to hearken to me. Almost the entreaty was upon my lips when Maya, reading my thought, touched me on the arm and whispered: "Remember your oath, Ignatio." Then I called to mind what I had promised yonder in the desert, when by her courage she had saved her lover's life, and knew that once again a woman must be my ruin, since it is better to lose all than to break such vows as this. "Zilbabay," I said, "I cannot plead your cause and mine, though not to do so be our destruction, seeing that I have sworn that, come what may, I will not stand between these two. Today, for the second time in my life, my plans are brought to nothing by the passion of a woman. Well, so it is fated. and so let it be." Zilbabay did not answer me, but turning to the señor, he said, "White man, you have heard from your friend words that should touch you more deeply than any prayer. Will you still cling to your purpose and take advantage of my daughter's madness? If so, know that your triumph shall be short, for when in some few hours Tikal comes again, I will tell him all and give you over to his keeping to deal with as he wishes. Then heaven help you, wanderer, for he is vengeful by nature, nor is that life likely to be long which bars the way between a ruler of men and the woman he would wed. Answer then, and for the last time, do you choose life or death?" "I choose death," he said boldly. "If the price of life be the breaking of my troth and the surrender of my bride to another man, I am sorry for you, Zilbabay, and for you, Ignatio, my friend, I am still more sorry. But it is fate and not I that has brought these evils on you. If Ignatio here cannot forget his oath, how much less can I forget mine, which I have sworn with this lady? Moreover, worse fortune even than today's would come upon us if I did, seeing that such cowardice could breed no luck. Therefore, till the Lady Maya renounces me for good or for evil, in death or in life, I will cleave to her. And in death or in life, I will cleave to you, beloved," she said. "Take such vengeance as you wish upon us, my father. Yes, if you wish it, give over this man to whom my heart drew me across the mountains and the desert to die at the hands of Tikal, but know that he will hold me faster dead than he did while he was alive, for into the valley of death I shall follow him swiftly." Now at last the rage of Zilbabay broke loose, and it was terrible. Rising from his seat, he shook his clenched hands above his daughter's head and cursed her, till in her fear she shrank away from him to her lover's breast. "As with my last breath," he cried, "I pray that curse of your souls, of your country, of your ancestors, and of me, your father, may rest upon you and your children. May your desire turn to ashes in your mouth, and may death rob you of its fruit. May your heart break by inches for remorse and sorrow, and your name become a hissing and a shame. Oh, I seem to see the future, and I tell you, daughter, that you shall win him for whose sake you brought your father to death and ruin. By fraud shall you win him, and for a while he shall lie at your side, and this is the price that shall be asked of you, and that you shall pay, the doom of your race and its destruction at your hands." He paused, gasping for breath, and Maya fell at his knees, sobbing. "Oh, father, unsay those words and spare me. Have you no pity for a woman's heart?" "Ay," he said, "so much pity as you have for my sorrows and grey hair. Why should I spare you, girl, who have not spared me, your father? My curse is spoken, and I will add this to it, that it will break your heart at last, ay, and the heart of that man who has robbed me of your duty and your love." Then suddenly he ceased speaking. His eyes grew empty. He stretched out his arms and fell heavily to the floor. End of chapter 17. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18. The Plot. Springing forward, but too late to save him, the Senor and I lifted Zilbabay from the ground and laid him on a couch. Peeping over our shoulders, Maya caught sight of his ghastly face and the foam upon his lips. "Oh, he is dead," she moaned. "My father is dead, and he died cursing me." "No," said the Senor, "he is not dead, for his heart stirs. Bring water, Maya." She obeyed, and for hard upon 2 hours we struggled to restore his sense, but in vain. Life lingered indeed, but we could not stir him from his stupor. At length, as we were resting, wearied with our fruitless labour, the gates opened and Tikal came again. "What now?" he asked, seeing the form of Zilbabay stretched upon the couch. "Does the old man sleep?" "Yes, he sleeps," answered the Señor, "and I think that he will wake no more. The words he spoke to you today are coming true, and that which you took from him by force will soon be yours by right." "No," answered Tikal. "By right it will be the Lady Maya's yonder, though by force it may remain mine, unless indeed she gives it to me of her own free will. But say, how did this come about?" Now I broke in hastily, fearing lest the Señor should tell too much, and thus bring some swift and awful fate upon himself. "He was worn out with the fatigue of our journey and the excitement of yesterday. After you had left, he began to talk of your proposals, and suddenly was taken with this fit. These matters are not for me to speak of, who am but a prisoner in a strange land. Still, lord, it will not look well if he who once was /cacique/ of this city dies here and unattended, for then people may say that you have murdered him. Have you no doctors who can be summoned to minister to him? For without drugs, or even a bleeding knife, we have done all we can do." "Murdered him?" "That they will say in any case. Yes, there are doctors here, and the best and the greatest of them is Mattai, my father-in-law. I will send him. But, Maya, before I go, have you no word for me?" Maya, who was seated by the table, her face buried in her hands, looked up and said, "Is your heart stone that you can trouble me in such an hour? When my father is recovered or dead, I will answer you, and not before." "So be it, lady," he said. "Till then I will wait. Now I must get hence, for there may be trouble in the city when this news is known." A while passed, and Mattai appeared before us, followed by one who carried his scales and medicines. Without speaking, he came to where Zilbabay lay, and examined him by the light of a lamp. Then he poured medicine down his throat, and waited as though he expected to see him rise, but he neither rose nor stirred. "A bad case," he said. "I fear that he will awake no more. How came he thus?" "Do you wish to know?" asked Maya, speaking for the first time. "Then bid your attendants stand back, and I will tell you. My father yonder was smitten down while he cursed me in his rage." "And why did he curse you, lady?" "For this reason. While we wandered in the wilderness, Tikal, my cousin and my betrothed, took a wife, your daughter Nahua, who was crowned with him as Lady of the Heart. But it seems, Mattai, that though he gave your daughter place and power, he gave her no love, for today this son-in-law of yours came to my father, and in the presence of all offered to set him in his lawful place again, and to suffer him to carry out his schemes, whatever they might be, if I would but consent to become his wife." "To become his wife?" said Mattai in amazement. "How could you become his wife when he is married? Can there be two ladies of the heart?" "No," answered Maya quietly, "but the proposal of Tikal, my cousin, is that he should either put away or kill your daughter, and you with her, Mattai, in order that he may set me in her place." Now when Mattai heard this, his quick eyes flashed, and his very beard seemed to bristle with rage. "He proposed that? He dared to propose that?" he gasped. "Oh, let him have a care. I set him up, and perchance I can pull him down again. Continue, lady." "He proposed it, and my father agreed to the offer, for knowing that you have plotted against him, he had little care for the honour and safety of you or your house, Mattai. But if my father accepted, I refuse, seeing that it is not my wish to have more to do with Tikal. Then my father cursed me, and while he cursed was stricken down." "You say that it is not your wish to marry Tikal, lady? Is it then your wish to marry any other man?" "Yes," she answered, letting her eyes fall. "I love this white lord here, whom you name Son of the Sea, and I would become his wife. I would become his wife," she went on after a pause, "but Mattai, Tikal is very strong, and it may be, unless I can find help elsewhere, that in order to save the life of the man I love, of his friend and mine, Ignatio, and my own, I shall be forced into the arms of Tikal. But now Tikal has asked me for my answer, and I have told him that I will give it when my father is recovered or dead. Perhaps it will be for you to say what that answer shall be, for alone and in prison I am not strong enough to stand against Tikal. Say now, do the people love me well enough to depose Tikal and set me in my father's place should he die?" "I cannot say, lady," he answered shortly, "but at the least you will scarcely ask me thus to bring about my own and my daughter's ruin. I will be open with you. I gained over the council of the heart of Tikal's cause, and my price was that he should marry my daughter, thereby satisfying her love and my ambition. Yes, I have plotted to set Nahua on high, both for her sake and for my own, seeing that after the /cacique I sought to be the chief man in the city. Can I then turn round and depose him, and my daughter and myself with him? And if I did, what would be my fate at your hands in the days to come? No, I seek to be revenged on Tikal indeed, who has offered so deadly an affront to me and mine, but it must be in some other way than this. Tell me now, lady, what is it that you desire most? To be the /cacique of this city by your right of birth, or to marry the man you love?" "I desire to marry the man I love," she answered, "and to escape from this place with him back to those lands where white men live. I desire also that my friend and my lord's friend, Ignatio, should be given as much gold as he needs to enable him to carry out his purposes in the coast country yonder. If things can be brought about thus, Tikal and Nahua and their descendants, for aught I care, may rule the City of the Heart till the world's end." "You ask little enough, lady," said Mattai, "and it shall go hard if I cannot get it for you. Now I will leave you, for I must have time to think. But if Tikal returns, say him neither yea nor nay till we have spoken again. And as for you strangers, remember that your lives depend upon your caution. Farewell." 2 more days passed, or so we reckoned by the number of meals that were brought to us, but neither Tikal nor Mattai returned to visit us. Other doctors came indeed, and saw Zilbabay, who lay upon his bed like one plunged in a deep sleep, but though they tried many remedies, they were of no avail. On the night of the second day we were gathered round his couch, watching him and talking together sadly enough, for the solitude, the darkness, and the fear of impending death had broken our spirits, so that even the señor ceased to be merry, and the presence of her beloved to give comfort to Maya. "Alas," she said, "it was an evil day when we met yonder in the land of Yucatan, and, friend, no gift could have been more unlucky than that of my love to you, for which, being worth so little, you are doomed to pay so dear. Fortune has gone hardly with you also, Ignatio, who are fated thus for the second time to see a woman wreck your hopes. Say now, friend," and she caught the señor by the hand, "would it not be best that we should make an end of all this folly, and that I should give myself to Tikal? Then I could bargain for you both that before I pass to him I should, with my own eyes, see you safe across the mountains, taking that with you which would make you rich for life. Nor need you trouble for me, or think that you left me to dishonour, for so soon as you were gone I should seek the arms of another lord whose name is Death, and there take my rest till in some day unborn you came to join me." "Cease to talk thus, Maya," said the señor, drawing her to his breast. "Whatever there is to bear we will undergo together, since even if I could be so base as to buy safety at such a price, without you my life would be worth nothing to me. Indeed, I had rather die at your side than live on alone. It is my fault that ever we came to this pass, seeing that if I had taken your counsel we should not have set foot within the City of the Heart. But curiosity conquered me, for I longed to see the place as now I long to see the last of it. Also, had we turned back, I must have left Ignatio to go on alone. Keep your courage, sweetheart, for though your father is dying and our danger is great, I am sure that we shall escape from these dungeons and be happy with each other beneath the sunlight." Then he kissed her upon the lips and comforted her, wiping away the tears that ran from her blue eyes. It was at this moment that I looked up and saw Mattai standing in the doorway, for we were gathered not in the hall but in Zilbalbay's chamber, watching the scene curiously and with a softened face. "Greeting," he said, "and forgive me that I come so late, but my business is secret and such as is best done at night. How goes it with Zilbalbay?" "He lives," I answered. "I can say no more, for he is senseless, and without doubt soon must die. Come, see for yourself." Mattai walked to the bed and examined the old man, lifting the eyelids and feeling his heart. "He cannot live long," he said. "Well, death is his best friend. Now to my business. There is trouble in the city, and strange rumours pass from mouth to mouth among the people, many of whom declare that Tikal has murdered Zilbalbay, and demand that you, lady, should be brought before them to be named /cacique/ in his place. Things being so, it has been urged upon Tikal by the chiefs of his party that, as do what he will, he can never clear himself of the death of Zilbalbay. It would be well that he should make away with you also, lady, and, of course, with these two strangers, your friends, seeing that then there will be none to dispute his rights. The matter was laid before him strongly at a secret council held this afternoon, and once he issued the order for your deaths, only to recall it because the messenger left the palace. At the last I saw that his heart overcame his reason, and he could not bear thus to divorce himself from you, lady, though what he said was that he would not stain his hands with the blood of one so innocent and fair. Still, I will not hide from you, lady, or from you, strangers, that your danger is very great, that you go indeed in jeopardy of your life from one hour to the next." Now he paused, and Maya asked in a low voice, "Have you no plan to save us, Mattai?" "Why should I have a plan, lady, who with my house would benefit so greatly by your death?" "I do not know why you should have a plan, old man," broke in the señor, "but I tell you that you will do well to make one, else you do not leave this place alive." As he spoke, with a sudden movement, he sprang between Mattai and the door, and went on: "If we are to be murdered like birds in a cage, at least your neck shall be twisted first. Do you understand?" "I understand, Son of the Sea," answered Mattai, flinching a little before the señor's fierce face and hand outstretched as though to grip him. "But I would have you understand something also, namely, that if I do not return presently, there are some without who will come to seek me, and then they will find your carcass," broke in the señor, "and what with all your plots and schemes advantage you when you are a lump of senseless clay?" "Little indeed, I confess," he answered. "Still, my daughter, whom I love better than myself, will reap some profit, and with that, in this sad case, I must be content. But do not be so hasty, white man. I asked why I should have a plan. I did not say that I had none." "Then if you have one, let us hear it without more ado," said the señor. Mattai bowed, and as he answered: "Your will is mine, but I know not how my plan will please the Lady Maya yonder. Therefore, before I unfold it, I will make it clear to you that there is but one alternative: the death of all of you by tomorrow's light. Your lives lie in my hand, and if I must do so to save my daughter and myself, I shall not hesitate to take them." "Any more than I shall hesitate to take yours, man," said the señor grimly, "for remember always that if you do not make your plan such as we can accept, you will leave this chamber feet first with a broken neck." Again Mattai bowed and continued: "In one way only has Tikal been able to pacify the tumult among the people by declaring that the Lady Maya shall be produced before the Council of the Heart in the sanctuary of the Nameless God upon the night of the rising of waters, being the first day when it is lawful for the Council to sit in the sanctuary, and afterwards at dawn in the eyes of the whole city. The words of Zilbalbay have taken a strange hold of the people, although they cried him down as he spoke them. They desire to know what will happen when the prophecy is fulfilled, and once more the severed halves of the symbol of the heart are laid side by side in their place upon the altar. Zilbalbay told them he believed that then the god would reveal his purpose, and show what part each of you should play in the fate that is to be. Therefore the people, ay, and many among the nobles, and even the Council of the Heart, look to see some sign, or wonder when day and night are come together, and that which was parted is made one. They begin to hold that the madness of Zilbalbay is from heaven, and that the voice of heaven sent him on his journey." Now Mattai thought for a while and went on: "Lady, I am old, and for many years I have followed the worship of the gods, doing sacrifice to them, and importuning them with prayers, yet never have I known the gods to make answer to their votaries, or heard the voices of the immortals speaking into human ears. It seems that gods are many, thus perchance these strangers have their own, and, lady, thus it comes that in my age I ask myself if there are any gods other than those that the mind of man has shaped from nothingness, or fashioned in the likeness of his own passions. I cannot tell, but I think that were I in so sore a strait as you find yourselves tonight, I should not hesitate to give a voice to those dumb gods." "What is your meaning?" asked Maya. "This: when the severed halves of the heart are set in their place upon the altar, if there be any gods, they should give a sign. Thus, as I, who am the keeper of the sanctuary, know, the ancient symbol on the altar is hollow. If it were to chance to open, it might be that a writing would be found within it, an ancient writing of the gods, prepared against the present time, that shall be to us as a lantern to one wandering in the dark, or it might be that nothing would be found. Now, as it happens, in searching through the earliest records of the temple, I have discovered a certain writing, and it seems to me that your fortune would be great if this writing should lie within the symbol on the night of the rising waters. Here it is." From his robe he produced a small plate of dull gold, covered over with hieroglyphics. "Read it," said Maya. Then Mattai read: "This is the voice of the nameless god that his prophet heard in the year of the building of the sanctuary, engraved upon a tablet of gold, which he set in a secret place in the symbol of the sanctuary, to be declared in that far-off hour when the lost is found and the signs of the day and night are come together. To thee it speaks, unborn daughter of a chief to be, whose name is the name of a nation. When my people have grown old and their numbers are lessened, and their heart is faint, then, maiden, take to thyself a husband, a man of the race of the white god, a son of the sea foam, whom thou shalt lead hither across the desert. So my people shall once more prosper and grow strong, and the land shall be to thy child, and the child of the god, east and west, and north and south, further than my eagle's wing between sunrise and set." He finished reading, and there was silence as we looked on each other, amazed at the boldness and the cunning of this old priest and plotter. It was Maya who spoke first. "You have forged this writing, Mattai," she said coldly. "Now you desire that I should set it in the symbol, for you are mindful of that curse which was written in the ritual opening of the heart against him who shall profane its mysteries, or who shall dare to tell a lie within the sanctuary, or to swear falsely by the symbol. In short, if you do not fear the vengeance of the god, you fear the vengeance of the order." "To speak truth, lady, I fear both, for in offering insult to the nameless god, who knows what he offends? Still, you must make your choice, and swiftly, seeing that if you refuse the deed, by tomorrow you will have learned, or perhaps, remembering the words of the White Lord, I should say we shall have learned what virtue there is in the religions." Now she turned to us, saying: "Advise me, my friends, for I know not what to answer. In the faith of my people I have lost faith, and it is to yours that I look for comfort. Yet the deed seems awful, for if we are not worshippers of the nameless God, still we are all of us brethren of the ancient mysteries of the heart, and to do this thing would be to break our solemn oaths. Come, let us put it to the vote, and do you, who are the oldest and the wisest among us, vote first, Ignatio." "So be it," I answered. "For my part, I give my voice against the trick. Of the gods of your people I know nothing, and think less, but I am the master of our order in my own land, and I will not offend against it. To do this thing would be to act the greatest of lies, and a lie is a sin in the face of heaven. All men must die, but I wish to pass to doom with my hands unstained by fraud. Still, in this matter your lives are at stake as well as mine. Therefore, if of the three of us two are in favor of the act, I will be bound by their decision. But if only one is in favor, then he must be bound by ours. Good. Let it be so, said Maya. And now, beloved, speak and tell us whether you choose death and a clean conscience or life and my love to gladden it. And she looked into his face with her beautiful eyes and half stretched out her arms as though she would clasp him to her breast. Now, although the señor did not answer at once, when I saw this and heard her words, I, Ignatio, knew that it was finished, since it could not be in the heart of a man in love to resist her pleadings and her witcheries. Presently he spoke, and as he did so my face grew red with a half shame. I have no choice, he said. I do not fear to die if need be, but I should be no man were I to choose death while it is your wish that I should live. Like Ignatio, I say that the gods of this city are to me nothing more than idols, and to deceive that which does not exist is impossible. For the rest, I became a brother of the heart, not by my own wish, but by accident. Therefore, on this point, my conscience pricks me little. Only to be a partner in this plot, I must speak or act a lie, and this I have never done before. Still, it seems to me that a man may choose life and his love in place of a cruel and secret death, and keep his hands clean, even though he must play a harmless trick as the price of them. Yet, Maya, in this, as in every other matter, I will do your wish, and if you think it better that we should die, why, let us die and make an end. Nay, she answered with a flash of reckless passion, I think it is better that we should live far from this unlucky city, and there be happy in each other's love. For your sake, my father's curse has fallen on me, and after it all other maledictions of gods or men will be light as feathers. If this be a sin that we are about to work, I do it for the sake of you and of our love, also because I would live a while in happiness before I go down to the grave. See my father lying there. Throughout a long life he has served his God, and behold how his God has served him in the hour of his trouble. Let his prayers answer for us both, for I will have none of such false gods, unless it be to use them for my ends. If this be a sin that we are about to do, and vengeance should tread upon the heels of sin, let it fall upon the heads of my people who would murder me for no crime, upon the head of Mattai, who tempted me for his own advantage, and, if that be not enough, upon my head also. Little do I care for vengeance to come, if for only one short year I may call you husband. Ill-omened words, muttered Mattai, shivering a little, words that only a woman would utter. But so be it. As he spoke, I thought that I heard a faint groan break from the man upon the couch. I glanced anxiously at Zilbabay to find that I must have been mistaken, or at least that it had not proceeded from his lips, for he lay there rigid and senseless as a corpse. The vote is taken, I said sadly. What next, Mattai? Follow me, he answered, and I will show you a secret path from this chamber to the sanctuary beneath. Nay, you need not fear to leave him, For if his life still burns within him, it is fast asleep. But stay, where is the talisman? That will be necessary to us." "I have one half," I answered. "The other is about Zilbalbay's neck." "Find it," he said sternly to Lady Maya. "Nay, you must." End of chapter 18. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. The Sacrilige. Now Maya bent over the form of her father and took the talisman from his neck. "I feel like one who robs the dead," she said. "Remember that it is to save the living, and be comforted," answered Mattai. "Come, let us be going, for the night draws on." "Take a lamp, each of you," he said presently, when we had reached the further end of the great hall, where he unlocked the copper gates with a key from the bunch that hung at his girdle. We passed through, and turning, he almost closed the gate, but not quite. "Why do you leave the gates ajar?" I asked. "Because there are none to follow us," he answered, "and who knows what may happen? Should we be forced to fly the sanctuary, open doors are easier to pass than those that are shut." "Who or what would force us to fly the sanctuary?" I asked. Mattai shrugged his shoulders and went on without answering. Now we passed down many stairs, along passages, and through secret doors, each of which Mattai left open behind us, till at length we came to a black wall of marble. On this wall Mattai felt with his thumb till he found a spot that, being pressed, slid back, revealing a keyhole, into which he inserted a small silver key. Then again he pressed upon the marble, and a panel moved that might have been 2 feet wide by 6 in height, and we saw that light streamed through the opening. Beckoning to us, he walked through the gap in the wall, and one by one we followed him into the sanctuary of the nameless god, and stood on the further side of the wall, huddled together and clasping each other's hands, for the place was awesome, and its utter silence and solemnity filled us with fear. The first thing that caught our eyes, as was natural, for it was built into the wall opposite to us, and through it streamed the light that filled the chamber, was the most wonderful and mystic effigy of the City of the Heart. The effigy was a colossal mask of singular and fearful beauty, fashioned from polished jade, and similar in design to those which are to be found in the ruins of Palenque and other deserted Indian cities, whereof no man knows the age. This huge green mask was placed above the narrow door that gave entrance to the sanctuary, and had been carved to represent the countenance of a being that, although its features were human, resembled neither man nor woman in its unearthly dignity and its stamp of cruel calm. The thick lips were carved with a contemptuous smile, and between them gleamed teeth made of white enamel, and nose was aquiline, with widespread nostrils that seemed to inhale the incense of worship, and the forehead, in whose centre appeared the impress of a woman's hand soaked in some scarlet dye, was broad, low, and retreating. Beneath the solemn and contracting brows were jewelled eyes. Through these eyes, and indeed from the entire surface of the mask, streamed light, making the face visible as though it were limned in phosphorus, for the jade was transparent as the thinnest alabaster, and behind it burned 2 great lamps that were named after the sun and moon. Such was the effigy of the nameless spirit that we now beheld for the first time, who had face but no form, the spirit, mouth of the heart, to whom every lesser god was subject, utterer of the thoughts of the heart of heaven, lord of power, dweller in the darkness behind the sun, searcher of the secrets of death. Without pity was this god of theirs, and without wrath, who, clothed in eternal calm, so these people fabled, rested in a home of darkness, watching the shadow of events, celestial and terrestrial, in his mirror of the moon, and telling of them to the heart, which was his soul. The seal of the woman's blood-stained hand was set upon his brow, because woman is a symbol of life renewed. The hand is the sign of purpose, and the strength to do it, and by blood and anguish must every purpose be accomplished. But the Nameless One executed no purpose. That was the work of lesser gods. In the beginning, the heart thought, and the mouth blew with his breath, giving life to the earth, and causing it to roll forward among the spheres. And now the eyes watched, ever smiling, while it and those upon it work out our doom, till at length its primal force grows faint and fails, when, so said the priests, heart and mouth and eyes will think and speak and search, and at their command a new world shall arise from the corpse of the old, and a new life from the lives of those who dwelt thereon. Therefore it was, though now faith waned among them with their waning energies, that this people, knowing no better creed, worshipped the threefold Fate without a name, whom they held to be master of gods and men. Therefore also, long generations since, in this spot which we came to violate, to them the most holy on earth, they set up effigies of a heart, a mouth, and eyes as symbols of his attributes. The roof of the sanctuary, which was of no great size, was vault-shaped, in imitation of the arching sky, and in it appeared a golden sun, a silver crescent moon, and the stars of heaven. Its walls were lined throughout with polished blocks of the beautiful stone known as Mexican onyx, fretted over to the height of a man, with a border of hieroglyphics and effigies of the lesser gods in attitudes of adoration, all of them cast in gold and set flush with the face of the wall. The furniture was very simple, consisting only of stools cut from rich woods, heavily gilded and quaint designs, and a small table whereon lay sheets of paper made of bark, together with brushes of reed fibre and pots of pigment, such as were used in the picture writing of this people. Lastly, at that end by which we had entered the chamber, stood an altar of black marble, written around with letters shaped in gold, and upon this altar lay something covered with a silken cloth. For a minute or more we remained silent, contemplating these wonders. Then, with a gesture of impatience, Mattai spoke in a whisper, saying, "Let that be done which we have come to do, for now the sacrilege is committed, and it is too late for doubts." Speaking thus, he stepped to the altar and lifted the silken cloth that lay over the object which was upon it, revealing the image of a human heart fashioned in bloodstone and veined with arteries of gold. In the centre of this heart appeared a small and shallow hole that had been hollowed in its substance. "This is the tradition," said Mattai, still speaking in a whisper, "that when the two halves of a certain talisman are placed in this hollow, the symbol will open and reveal that which has been set within it since it was fashioned by Cucumatz thousands of years ago. And there is this in favour of the truth of the tale, that golden hinges appear upon the sides of the symbol. Now one half of the talisman has rested here for many generations. till Zilbalbay took it with him, indeed when he went out to seek for the other half, and yet the symbol has never opened. Still, I am sure that it will open when the whole talisman is set in its place. In this matter, however, there is something more to fear than the vengeance of the gods, for, as I can read well, it is written in those letters that encircle the altar. An ancient tradition tells us that if the symbol be stirred from the place where it has lain for so many years, the floodgate will roll back and the waters of the lake will pour in upon the city, destroying it and its inhabitants. Yet the floodgate cannot roll back when it is not shut, nor can the waters flow in during the dry season, when they are not on a level with the walls," answered Maya. "They cannot, lady, and yet other things may happen. Why was the heart set thus? Was it not that in the utmost need of its worshippers they might choose death rather than defeat and slavery? And was this choice given to them in the wet months only? Be sure that if at this moment any despairing or impious hand tore yonder symbol from its altar, either the waters would rush up through the bed of the city, or subterranean fires would break loose and burn it. Still, though there is something, I think that we have little to fear, seeing that the writer says that in order to bring about so terrible a doom, the symbol must be torn from its altar with might. Now to our task. Stranger, give to the Lady Maya your half of the ancient talisman, that she may set it, together with the half she bears, in the place prepared in the symbol." With a sigh, seeing that it was too late to draw back, I undid the emerald from my neck and gave it to Maya, who laid it side by side with its counterpart upon the palm of her trembling hand, and stepped with it to the altar. Here she stood for a moment, then whispered in a faint voice, "Terror has taken hold of me, and I fear to do this thing, yet it must be done." "And not by me," said Mattai, "or we shall have come on a fool's errand and go back, some of us, to a fool's death." And he looked towards me. "I will not do it," I said, answering his look, "not because I fear your gods, but my own conscience I do fear." "Then I will," said the señor boldly, "for I fear neither. Give me that trinket, Maya." She obeyed, and presently he had caused the two halves of the talisman to fall into their ancient and appointed bed in the symbol. In the great silence I remember the sound they made as they tinkled against the stone, struck my ears so sharply that I started. For some seconds, perhaps 20, we stood still, watching the altar with eager eyes, but the symbol never stirred. Then I said, "It seems, Mattai, that you must hide your writing elsewhere, since yonder heart will not open, or if it will, we have not found the key." "Wait a little," broke in the señor, "perhaps the springs are rusted," and before any of us could interfere to stop him, he placed his thumbs upon the halves of the emerald and pressed so hard that the symbol trembled on its marble stand. "Beware!" cried Mattai, and as the echoes of his voice died away, all of us started in astonishment, for lo! the heart was opening like a flower. Slowly it opened till the severed talisman fell from it, and the two halves lay back on the marble on the altar, revealing something hidden in its centre that shone like an ember in the lamplight. We crept forward and looked, then stood silent and half afraid, for in the hollow of the heart, laid upon a square plate of gold which was covered with picture writing, glared a red jewel shaped like a human eye that seemed to answer stare with stare. "If we stand like this we shall grow frightened," said the señor roughly, glancing round him as he spoke. "There is nothing to fear in a red stone cut out like an eye." "If you think so, white man," answered Mattai, in a voice that shook a little, strive as he would to command it, "lift up the holy thing and give me the writing that is beneath it. Stay, first take this. Set it in the symbol, replacing the eye upon it," and he handed him a forged tablet. The señor obeyed, nor did any wonder come to pass when he lifted that dreadful-looking jewel and changed the true for the false. "Read it," said Maya, as the tablet was passed to Mattai. "You have knowledge of the ancient writings." "Perhaps it were best left unread," he said doubtfully. "Nay," she answered, "let us know the worst. Read it, I bid you." Then he read these strange words in a slow and solemn voice: "The eye that has slept and is awakened sees the heart and purpose of the wicked. I say that in the hour of the desolation of my city not all the waters of the holy lake shall wash away their sin." Now the faces of us who heard turned grey in the lamplight, for though the gods of this people were false, we felt that the voice of a true prophet spoke to us from the accusing tablet, and that we had called down upon our heads a vengeance which we could not measure. "Did I not tell you that it were wiser to leave the writing unread?" gasped Mattai, letting the tablet fall from his hand as though it were a snake. The clatter of it as it struck the marble floor seemed to wake us from our evil dream, for the señor turned to him and said fiercely: "What does it matter what the thing says, rogue, seeing that you forged it as you forged the other?" "Ah, would that I had," answered Mattai. "When doom overtakes you and all of us, then shall you learn whether I forged that ancient writing." He lifted it from the floor, and, hiding it in his robe, added: "Close the heart, white man, and give back the severed jewel to those who wear it." The señor obeyed, replacing the silken cloth over the symbol so that the altar seemed to be as it had been. "Now let us be going," said Mattai, "and rejoice that if yonder eye has seen our wickedness, at least it is hidden from the sight of man. Doubtless the vengeance of the gods is sure, but that of man is swift." As he spoke we turned to leave the sanctuary, and of a sudden Maya screamed and would have fallen had not the señor caught her. Well might she scream, for there in the narrow niche of the secret door by which we had entered, framed in it as a corpse is framed in its coffin, stood a white figure, which at first I took to be that of some avenging ghost, so ghost-like were the wrappings, the snowy beard and hair, and the thin, fierce face. Another instant, and I saw that indeed it was a ghost, the ghost of Zilbalbay, or rather his body come back from the boundaries of death to spy upon our sacrilege before it crossed them for ever. Yes, it was Zilbalbay, for while he had seemed to be unconscious upon the bed in the chamber, his senses were awake, and oh, what must he have suffered when he, the high priest of the nameless god, heard us plan our fraud upon his sanctuary. Then, after we had left him, fury and despair unfettered the limbs that had been bound so fast, and gave him strength to follow us, though they could not unlock his frozen tongue. He had followed. Painfully he had crept down the stairs, along the passages, and through the open door, for the path was known to him even in the dark, till at length he came to the secret entrance of the sanctuary. Here once more his force deserted him. Here, unable to speak or stir, he had leaned against the wall and seen and heard all that was done and said. Oh, never shall I forget the rage of his quivering face, or the agony and horror of his tormented eyes as they met our own. No curse could have been so awful as that look which he let fall upon his daughter. No outraged deity or demon could have seemed more terrible to the human sight than was the tall figure of this dying man, striving even in death to protect the honour of his gods, which we had violated in their most ancient Holy of Holies. Never have I seen such a dreadful sight, and I pray that never again may I do so, either in this world or the next. The dying Zilbabay saw our fear, and with a last effort he staggered forward toward his daughter, his clenched hands held above his head. For a moment he stood before her as she lay upon her lover's arm, staring up at him like a bird at a snake, while he swayed to and fro above her like a snake about to strike. Then, of a sudden, foam mingled with blood burst from his lips, and he sank down at her feet, dead, dying in a silence that was more awful than any sound. Of all that followed I need not write. Indeed, I cannot. So great was my horror at this scene, and so intense the strain which was put upon my vital force during these hours, that I have little memory of what chanced after Zilbalbay's death, till I found myself lying exhausted upon the bed in my prison cell. Somehow we calmed and silenced Maya. Somehow we escaped from that hateful sanctuary, and by slow degrees brought her and the dead body of her father up the narrow stairs and passages to the hall above, where we laid the corpse upon its bed. Then Mattai left us, and I remember no more till the next morning, when nobles and leeches came to watch by the body of the dead /cacique and to embalm it in readiness for the tomb. The next 2 days went heavily for the three of us, oppressed as we were by the silent gloom of our prison and the memories of that dreadful night. The love between Maya and her father had never been deep, for they were out of tune with each other. Still, now that he was dead, she mourned him, the more perhaps because he had died hating and cursing her. By degrees she recovered from her superstitious fears, born of the writing and the symbol, but her father's maledictions she never could forget, and though she was willing to earn and to bear these for the sake of her love for the señor, I think that the memory lay between them like a shadow. "Oh, why did I ever love you?" she would say. "What have you to do with me, whom race and law and fate have set apart from me?" And yet she went on loving him even more dearly. I also was unhappy, for though I put little faith in these omens or in the vapourings of dead prophets and the tricks of living charlatans, I felt that ill luck which had clung to me in the past was with me still. Things had gone cross with me. Zilbabay was dead, and woman, the inevitable, had drawn away the heart of my friend, and dragged me and my plans into the whirlpool of her passions, whence, if at all, they must emerge ruined and shapeless. Still, summoning the patience of my race to my aid, I bore these secret troubles as I might, giving counsel and comfort to the lovers who, lost in their own doubts and difficulties, thought, as was natural, little of me and my ambitions. At length they carried away the corpse of Zilbabay to be wrapped in its winding sheet of gold, and set with all ancient pomp and ceremony by those of its forefathers in the hall of the dead. Maya wept indeed, but I, for my part, was glad to see the last of him. So I think was the señor, whose spirits had begun to fail him in the presence of so much remorse and grief. That day, it was the day previous to the night of the rising of the waters, on which we were to appear before the Council of the Heart in the sanctuary. Tikal came to visit us. To Maya he bowed low, but on the señor and myself he looked with an angry eye, with the eye indeed of one who would have killed us if he dared. First, with many fine words and empty compliments, he offered her his sympathy upon the death of her father. For this she returned her thanks, quoting, however, with a flash of her old spirit, a certain proverb of her own people, of which the meaning is that the death of one man is the breath of another. "My father was your foe, Tikal," she added, "and now that he is gone you will be able to sleep and reign in peace." "Not altogether so, lady," he answered, "seeing that he has left behind him a more dangerous rival to my power, namely yourself. I will not hide from you, Maya, what you soon must learn, that a large portion of the people, and with them many of the nobles, accusing me of your father's murder, clamour that I should be deposed, and that you should be set in my place as /cacique/ of the City of the Heart. Some few days ago I might have stilled their outcry by commanding you to be put to death, but now it is too late, for since then time has fought for you, and doubtless your end would be followed by my own. When last we met, cousin, I asked you a certain question to which you promised me to answer when your father was dead or recovered, and today I have come to hear that answer. While Zilbabay lived, I had much to offer him and you in exchange for your hand, and I offered it freely. So high a value did I place upon it when it seemed lost to me that I was prepared to lay down my power, to suffer your father to violate the laws, and to incur the eternal hate and enmity of Mattai, his daughter, and his party. Now I must make you a lower bid, that of equal power for myself, and for your friends here, whatever they may desire. Should you refuse me, this is the alternative: civil war in the city till one of us is destroyed, and instant death as the portion of these strangers. But, Maya, I pray you not to refuse me, for I have something more to offer you, my undying love. From a child I have always loved you, Maya, although you have treated me coldly enough, and now day by day I love you more. Indeed, I believed that you and your father were dead yonder in the wilderness, for then I had faith in Mattai, whom now I know to be a rogue, and Mattai swore that it was written in the stars. Even so, I would not have wed another woman, for my heart bled at the loss of you, had not Mattai made this marriage the price of his support, without which I could not hope to be anointed /cacique, seeing that I have many jealous enemies. It was ambition that led me to consent, and bitterly have I regretted my folly ever since. For if she who is called my wife loves me, I hate her, and by this means or by that I will be rid of her. Forgive me, then, my sin against you, remembering only that I have loved and served you in the past, as I will love and serve you in the future, and that it was you who brought about these troubles, because though I prayed you to stay and did all in my power to prevent you, you determined to accompany your father upon his mad journey into the wilderness. Now I have spoken, and I thank you for the courtesy with which you have listened to me." "You have spoken, cousin," she answered, "and your words have been gentle. Yet, if I understand you right, some few days since you were in doubt as to whether it would not be better to murder me here in this darksome hole where you have placed us." "If policy put any such thought into my mind, Maya, love drove it out again," he answered with confusion. "So you admit that this was so?" she said. "Well, a day may come when policy might breed the thought, and love grown weary prove not warm enough to wither it. Also, it seems that even now you threaten these, my companions, with death, should I refuse you your desire. If you should refuse me my desire, Maya, perhaps it will be for a secret reason of your own," and he scowled at the señor angrily, "a reason that the death of these men, or one of them, will remove." "Be sure of one thing, Tikal," she broke in sharply, "that such a wicked deed would put an end for ever to your hopes of making me your wife. Now listen. I have heard your words, and they have touched me somewhat, for I think that although you have broken your oath to my father, and your troth to me, at heart you are honest in your love. Still, I can give you no answer now, and for this reason, that the answer does not lie with me, but rather with the gods. Tomorrow night we appear before the High Court of the Council of the Heart, and you yourself shall set the severed portions of the talisman that have travelled so far to seek in the place prepared to receive it, in the symbol that is on the altar of the sanctuary. Then, as my dead father believed, and he was gifted with wisdom from above, the god shall declare his purpose in this way or in that, showing his servants why all these things have come about, and what they must do to fulfil his will. By that will, cousin, and not by my own, I shall be guided in this and in all other things." Tikal thought a while and answered, "If nothing follows this ceremony, and the oracles of the god are silent, then what?" "Then, Tikal," she said softly, "you may ask me again if I will become your wife, and perhaps, if the council suffers it, I shall not say nay. Now, farewell, for grief still shadows me, and I can talk no more." End of chapter 19. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. The Council of the Heart. When Tikal was gone, I sat silent, for although it might be necessary to save our lives and to bring about the fulfilment of Maya's love, all this double dealing did not please me, and I could not talk of it with a light heart. But the señor said, "I hope that yonder rogue Mattai may not have repented or been overbribed by Tikal and set some other prophecy in the hollow of the symbol. Then, Maya, you will be taken at your word, and things will be worse than ever they have been." "I pray not, and it is not likely," she answered, starting. Then, with a quick burst of passion, she added, "Why do you look at me with such reproach, Ignatio? No, do not answer, for I know. It is because you think me a cheat and a liar, and are saying in your heart, 'This is a woman's honour.' Thus would any woman act in the hour of temptation. Ignatio, with all your courtesy, you hate and despise us women, looking on us as lower than yourselves, as a snare to your strength and a pitfall for your feet. Well, if so, thus were we made, and can we quarrel with that which made us? Also, in some ways, we are greater than you, though you may not be pleased to call yourselves more honest. You would not have dared for your love what I have dared for mine. You would not have offered deadly outrage to the God of your people, to the instinct of your blood and the teachings of your youth. No, you would have sat still and wrung your hands and seen your lover perish before your face, and then have turned your eyes to the sky and said, "It cannot be helped, it is well. At least I am clean in the sight of heaven." So be it. I, Maya, am of a different nature. I have dared all these things, and I joy in them, even though you watch me ever with your melancholy eyes. Why should I not? Is not my love everything to me, and is it shameful that this should be so? I believe no more in the unknown God. Why then should I fear to offend him? I will not see my betrothed given up to death, and myself to worse than death. And how can I harm my people by taking a man nobler than themselves to be my husband? Cease then to reproach me by your silence, or rather learn to pity me, for my strait is sore, and doubtless vengeance dogs my heels. Let it fall, if it will, on me, but not on you, beloved, oh, not on you. And suddenly her anger left her, and she sank into the señor's arms to lie there weeping bitterly. I went to the further end of the hall and sat reading the ancient writings of this people which we had found in the chamber. Indeed, this was my daily occupation, for now I found that these lovers liked to be alone, unless it happened that there were plans to be thought out or counsel to be given. A shadow grew between me and the señor in those days, for though he said nothing of it, he also was angry because I did not approve of the dark plot to which we were parties, and Maya's outburst spoke his name with her own. Nor was this wonderful. Now, looking back, I do not blame her or him, or think that they did wrong. I believe what I really felt was not indignation at a trick which might well be pardoned, seeing how much hung to it, but superstitious fear lest some force, human or infernal, should visit that trick with vengeance. For, as we know, even the devils have power against us if we give it to them by fighting the world with our own weapons. On the following day, the attendants who set our meals brought with them clean robes for each of us, scented and wonderfully worked, and for Maya certain royal ornaments. In these we arrayed ourselves before evening and waited. The hours passed, and at length the copper gates were opened, and a band of nobles and guards presented themselves before us, saying that they were commanded to lead us to the sanctuary. We answered that nothing would please us better, who were heartily weary of living like rats in the dark, and in a few minutes we found ourselves walking up the stairs toward the crest of the pyramid. We reached it and saw the stars shining above us, and felt the breath of heaven blowing in our faces, and never has a sight of the stars or the taste of the night air seemed more sweet to me. Leaving the watch house, we walked to the great stair across the lonely summit of the pyramid, and began to descend its side. At the foot of the stairway we turned to the right, till we came to a double door of copper, beautifully worked, placed in the centre of the western face of the pyramid, and guarded by a small body of soldiers, who saluted and admitted us. Beyond the doors was a great hall, not unlike that which had served as our prison, lit with lamps, lined with polished marble, and having on either side of its length other doorways leading to the apartments that were used as sleeping places for the officers on duty. At the threshold of this hall we were met by priests, clothed in pure white, into whose custody we were given by the company of nobles and soldiers that had escorted us thus far. Surrounded by the priests, who chanted as they walked, we passed down the hall till we reached another and a smaller door. Beyond this lay a labyrinth of steeply sloping passages, running in every direction deep into the bowels of the rock beneath the pyramid. So intricate and numerous were these tunnels that even with the assistance of the lights which the priests carried, it would have been almost impossible for anyone not having their secret to find a path through them, or even to keep his face in a given direction for more than a few paces. Along these passageways our guides went without faltering, turning now to the right, now to the left, and now seeming to retrace their footsteps, till at length they halted to open a third door, covered over with plates of beaten gold, on the further side of which lay the most sacred spot save one in the City of the Heart. It was a chamber that served the threefold purpose of a judgment hall, a church wherein the nobles attended worship, and a burial place of the departed /caciques/ of the city. Here in this vast and awful vault, each of them set in his own niche and companioned by his consort, stood the bodies of every king priest who had reigned in the holy city, enclosed in coffins of solid gold, fashioned to the shape and likeness of the corpse within, and having the name, age, date of the death, and a brief account of the good or evil that the man had done, cut in symbols on his breast. There they stood eternally, men and women made in gold, and beneath their brows gleamed false eyes of emeralds. Numerous as were the niches in the chamber, each had its tenants, and in the last recess, that nearest to the entrance, stood a newcomer, for here in his gilded sheath was placed the corpse of Zilbabay, by the side of her who had been his wife and Maya's mother. For a moment Maya paused to look upon the bodies of her parents, then with a sigh and an obeisance she passed on, saying to me, "See, this hall of the dead is full. There is no place left for me, or for my descendants, and surely this is an evil omen. Well," she added with a sigh, "what does it matter where they set us when we are dead? For my part, I had sooner sleep in the earth or beneath the waters than stand for ever cased in gold and glaring with jewelled eyes upon the darkness. Yes, if I might, I should choose the earth that bore me, for it would turn my flesh to flowers." Then we went on, defiling before the silent company of the golden dead, who seemed to watch us as we walked, till passing round a judgment seat that was set near the end of the hall, we stood in front of a little door over which burned great lamps. This door was guarded by two priests with drawn swords, which they pointed toward us as a sign that we should halt. Then the priest who had escorted us so far fell back behind the judgment seat, and we were left alone. "Give the sign, keepers of the gate," said Maya. Thereupon one of the men with the drawn swords uttered a low and peculiar cry, like the wail of a child. When he had made this strange sound thrice at intervals of about half a minute, it was answered from within by another and louder cry, pitched upon the same note. Then, of a sudden, the door was flung wide, and a stern-looking man with a shaven head came through it. "Who are you that seek entrance into the sanctuary?" he asked. "Are you gods or devils, men or women?" "We are 2 men and a woman," answered Maya, "priests and priestesses of the heart, and we come to take our trial before the council of the heart, as is our right." "Do you know the open signs of the heart, the signs of brotherhood and of unity and of love, that you dare to stand upon the threshold of the sanctuary, to cross which is death to the ignorant?" "We know them," answered Maya, and one by one we gave those signs. "Do you know the secret signs of the heart, that you dare to cross this threshold?" he asked again. "Otherwise, get you back and take your trial in the common judgment hall." "I know them," answered Maya, "and I vouch for these men who accompany me. Suffer me then to enter, and these with me, for I am here by ancient right, and I have knowledge both of the outward signs and the inner mysteries." Now the man withdrew, and the door was closed behind him. Presently he appeared again and said, "I have reported to the council, and it is the will of the council that you should enter." "Follow me," said Maya to us, "and when you are spoken to, make no answer till I have vouched for you. I will answer for you." The priests let their swords fall, and passing through the doors, for there were 2 of them connected by a short passage, once more we found ourselves standing beneath the mask of the unknown god in the sanctuary of the City of the Heart, but now it was no longer empty. Behind the little altar were 3 stools, and upon them, clad in wonderful apparel and adorned with gold and gems, sat Tikal, Mattai, and Nahua, who was the only woman present. In front of the altar was an open space, and beyond its circle, each wearing the orders of his spiritual rank, sat the Brethren of the Heart, according to their degree, to the number of 36. Led by Maya, we advanced into the space before the altar, and stood there in silence. None of those present took note of us. Indeed, they did not seem to see us, but sat with bent heads and with hands folded crosswise on their breasts. At length one of the brethren, he who was nearest to the door and had questioned us without, rose, and addressing Tikal, said, "Keeper of the Heart, one who claims to be of our company stands before you, and with her 2 of whom she vouches, who, although they be strangers by your command, I have proved to be Brethren of the Heart, though what more they may be I know not. Be pleased, then, to prove them also by the voice of their sponsor, that their mouths may be opened and their prayer come to the ears of the council." At his words 2 of the brethren rose and blindfolded the señor and myself, lest we should see the sacred signs, with all of which indeed I was well acquainted, but Maya they did not blindfold. Then we heard Tikal asking, "How are you named, who are strange to our eyes?" We made no reply, for a voice in our ears cautioned us to be silent. "We are named the Son of the Sea and Ignatio the Wanderer," answered the voice of Maya. "Son of the Sea and Ignatio the Wanderer, why come you here?" asked Tikal. "Through the gate on which is written, 'Death to the stranger and the uninstructed.'" "Because we have a prayer to utter, an offering to make, and because, although we dwell in a far land, we are the servants of the Heart," answered Maya. "How come ye here?" The heart led, the mouth whispered, and we followed the light of the eyes. Show me the sign of the light of the eyes, or die to this world." Now there was silence, and though we could not see it, Maya showed the sign on our behalf. "Show me the second sign, the sign of the mouth, or be cursed by the mouth, and die to this world and the next." Again there was silence. "Show me the sign of the heart, the third and greatest sign, lest the heart think of you, and you die to this world, to the next world, and all the worlds that are to be, lest ye be cast out between the light and darkness, and lost in the gulf of fire that joins heaven to hell." Now we heard a sound of rustling, as though all the company had risen and were prostrating themselves, and presently the bandages were lifted from our eyes. "Strangers," said Tikal, "your mouths are opened in the sanctuary according to the ancient form, and it is lawful for the council to listen to your prayer. Speak, then, without fear." Then I spoke, saying, "Brethren, for so I will dare to call you, seeing that I also, though a stranger, am of the brotherhood of the heart, as I can prove to you if need be, I, in higher rank than any present here, unless it be you, O keeper of the heart. On my own behalf, on behalf of my brother, who also is of our company, and on behalf of Maya, Lady of the Heart, daughter of him who ruled you, and heiress to his power, I speak and make my prayer to you. It would seem that we three, together with Zilbalbay, who is dead, and therefore beyond the execution of your judgment, have violated the laws of this city, we by daring to enter its gates, and Zilbalbay and the Lady Maya by leading us to those gates. For this crime we should have been put to death 8 days ago upon the pyramid, had not the Lady Maya here claimed a right to have our cause laid before this high tribunal. In her case, and in that of her father, this was conceded, and I pray now that the same clemency may be extended to me and to my brother." "Upon what grounds do you claim this, stranger?" asked Tikal. "Upon the ground that we are brethren to the inmost circle of the heart, and therefore have committed no crime in visiting this city, which is free to us by right of our rank and office." Now there was a murmur of "True" from the council behind me, and Tikal also said "True," but added, "If you are brethren of the inmost circle of the heart, you are free from offence. But first you must prove that this is so, which as yet you have not done. A brother of the inmost circle knows its mysteries, and can answer the secret questions. Come, let us put you to the test, but first let the white man be removed from the sanctuary, for in this matter each must vouch for himself." Accordingly the señor was led away, and the doors having been closed and the lamps shaded, the oldest and most instructed of the councillors stood forward and put me to the test with many questions, all of which I answered readily. Then they commanded me to stand before the altar, and, as keeper of the heart, to open the heart in the highest degree. This I did also, though afterwards they told me that my ritual differed in some particulars from their own. After that I took up my parable and questioned them, till at length none there could answer me, no, not even the high priest or Mattai. Indeed, they confessed humbly that I was more instructed than any one of them, and because of this knowledge, from that day forward I was held in veneration in the City of the Heart. Now I was given a seat among the brethren, the highest after those of the chief priest and the great officers, and the señor was summoned. He entered with a downcast look, and while Maya and I watched him sadly, his examination began. It was not long. At the second question he became confused and used angry language in Spanish and English and broke down. "Brethren," said Tikal, and there was joy in his eyes, he spoke, "it seems to me that we need not trouble further with the impostor. By daring to enter our city he has earned the penalty of death. Moreover, he has blackened his crime by claiming to be of our brotherhood, whereas he scarcely knows the simplest password. It is your will that he should be taken to this fate? If so, speak the word of doom." Now Maya arose, affrighted, but motioning to her to be silent, I spoke, saying, "Hear me before the fatal word is spoken which cannot be recalled. This man is of our inmost brotherhood, though he has not been formally admitted to the inner circles, and has forgotten those of the mysteries which were taught to him at his initiation. Listen, and I will tell you how he came to join the Order of the Heart." Then I told them the tale of my rescue by the señor, told them also of the story of our meeting with Zilbabay, and of our journey to the City of the Heart, speaking to them for an hour or more while they hearkened earnestly. When I had done, they debated as to the fate of the señor, and, though by only one vote, decided that if I had nothing more to urge on his behalf, he must straightway die. "I have something more to urge before you pass judgment," I said in my need and despair, speaking and acting a lie to save the life of my beloved friend. Yes, I who had blamed Maya for this same deed. "Though it has to do with the mysteries of your religion rather than those of our order. It was the belief of Zilbabay, who is dead, that when the two halves of the ancient talisman, the halves night and morning, that together make the perfect day, are set in their place in the symbol which once they filled before the dividing of the peoples, then it shall be made clear what part must be played by each of us wanderers in the fate that is to be. To this end did Zilbabay undertake his journey, and lo, here is that which he went to seek." I drew the talisman from my breast, adding, "Take it, Tikal, for I resign it, and I lay it with its fellow in the place that is prepared for them, so that we may learn, and that all your people may learn, what truth there is in the visions of Zilbabay." "That is our desire," answered Tikal, taking the severed emerald and its counterpart, which Maya gave to him. "Let the white man, son of the sea, be placed without the sanctuary and guarded there a while, for so at least he will gain time to prepare himself for death. Fear not, lady," he added, noting Maya's anxious face, "no harm shall be done to him till this matter of the prophecy is made clear." Now, for the second time, the señor was removed. When he had gone, Tikal spoke, tracing the history of the prophecy so far as it was known, and reciting its substances, that when once more the two halves of the symbol of the heart were laid side by side in their place on the altar in the sanctuary, then from that hour the people should grow great again. "In all this," he said, "I have little faith. Still, Zilbabay, who in his way was wise, believed it, and the story having gone abroad, the people clamour that it should be put to the test. Is this your will also?" "It is our will," answered the councillors. "Good. Then let it be done, and on your heads be it, if harm should come of the deed. Mattai, the council commands you to set these fragments in the hollow of the symbol." "If such is the order of the council, I have no choice but to obey," said Mattai. Yet though none else have done so, I give my voice against it, for I hold that this is childishness, and never did I know any good to spring from prophecies." And he paused as though waiting for the answer. "Obey, obey," said the council, for curiosity had got hold of them, and they craned their necks forward to see what might happen. "Obey," repeated Tikal, "but beware how you shake the heart, lest the legend prove true and we should perish in the doom of waters." Then Mattai set the two halves of the talisman in their place, and, as before, in the midst of an utter silence, lo, the symbol opened like a flower. Leaning forward, I saw the eye within its hollow, but it seemed to me that the fire had faded from the heart of the jewel, for now it gleamed coldly, like the eye of a man who is 2 hours dead. I think that Mattai noted this also, for as the symbol opened he started, and his hand shook. Now, when they saw the marvel, a gasp of wonder rose from the council. Then Tikal spoke, saying, "It seems that there was wisdom in Zilbalbay's madness, for the heart has opened indeed, and within it is a stone eye resting upon a plate of gold that is covered with writing." "Read the writing," they cried. Displacing the eye, Tikal lifted the plate of gold and scanned it. "I cannot," he said, shaking his head. "It is written in a character more ancient than any I have learned. Take it, Mattai, for you are instructed in such signs." Mattai took the tablet and studied it long with an anxious face, upon which at length light broke that chanced anon to wonder, or rather blank amaze, so that I, watching him, began to think, not knowing all the cleverness of Mattai, that the señor was right, and the tablet had been tampered with since we saw it. "Read, read," cried the council. "Brethren," he said, "the words seem clear, yet so strange in this writing that I fear my learning is at fault, and that I had best give it to others to decipher." "No, read, read," they cried again, almost angrily. Then he read: "This is the voice of the nameless god that his prophet heard in the year of the beginning of the sanctuary, and graved upon a tablet of gold, which he set in a secret place in the symbol of the sanctuary, to be declared in that far off hour when the lost is found and the signs of the day and the night are come together. To thee it speaks, unborn daughter to a chief to be, whose name is the name of a nation. When my people have grown old and their numbers are lessened and their heart is faint, then, maiden, take to thyself as a husband a man of the race of the white god, a son of the sea foam, who thou shalt lead hither across the desert. So my people shall once more prosper and grow strong, and the land shall be to thy child and the child of the god east and west and north and south, further than the eagle's wing between sunrise and set." Now, as Mattai read, the face of Tikal grew black with rage, and before ever the echoes of his voice had died away, he sprang from his seat, crying: "Whoever it was that wrote this lying prophecy, god or man, let him be accused. Shall the Lady Maya, for her it must be whose name is the name of a nation, be given in marriage to the white dog who awaits his doom without that door, and shall his son rule over us? First will I see her dead, and him with her." Then one of the oldest of the council, a man named Demas, who, as I learned afterwards, had been foster brother to Zilbabay, rose and answered wrathily: "It seems that these things must be so, Tikal, and beware how you utter threats of death, lest they should fall upon your own head." We have called upon the god, and the god has spoken in no uncertain voice. The Lady Maya must become wife to the white man, son of the sea, and then things shall befall as they are fated." "What?" answered Tikal. "Is this wandering stranger to be set over me and all of us?" "That I do not know," said the councillor. "The writing does not say so. The writing says that his son shall be set over us, and as yet he has no son. But this is certain, that the Lady Maya must be given to him as wife, and in her right he well may rule, seeing that she is the lawful heir to her father, and not you, Tikal, although you have usurped her place." Now many voices called upon Maya, till she stood forward and spoke with downcast eyes. "What shall I say," she began, "except one thing, that my will is the will of gods, and if it is fated that I should be given to the white man in marriage, why, so let it be. For many years I was taught to look elsewhere, but he who was to have been my husband," and she pointed towards Tikal, "chose himself another wife, and now I see that he did this not altogether of his own will, but because it was so decreed. One thing more, I, who am but woman, have no desire to rule or to take the place that the Lady Nahua holds. The writing says that in a day to come, a far-off day, some child of mine, if indeed I am that daughter of the chief, whose name is the name of a nation, shall rule in truth. Let him then come in his hour and take the glories that await him, and meanwhile, Tikal, do you sit in your place and leave me to rest in peace." "The Lady Maya speaks you fair, Tikal, and my daughter," said Mattai, "and if the people will have it, you may do well to accept her offer, leaving the future to shape itself. She says she is ready to take the white man as a husband, but we have not yet heard whether the white man will take her as a wife. It may be," he added with a smile, "that he will rather choose to die, but at least we must have an answer from his lips, that is, if you accept this prophecy as sent from heaven. Say, do you accept it?" "We accept it," answered the council, almost with a single voice. "Then let the white man, son of the sea, be brought before us," said Mattai. End of chapter 20. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21. The Marriage of Maya. Presently the door opened, and the señor was led into the sanctuary, as he thought, to his death, for I saw that his teeth were set, and that his hand was clenched as though to defend himself. But as he came, the most of the council rose and bowed to him, saying, "Hail to you, son of the sea, favoured of heaven, father foreordained of the deliverer to come." Then he knew that the plot had succeeded, and uttered a great sigh of relief. "Hearken, white lord," said Mattai, for Tikal sat still and scowled on him in silence. "The gods have spoken by their oracle. As Zilbabay thought, so it is, and your feet have been led for a purpose to the gates of the City of the Heart. Listen to the words of the gods." And taking the tablet, he read to him the false prophecy. "Now choose, white man. Will you take the Lady Maya to wife, or will you be put to death in that, having wandered to the City of the Heart, you refuse to obey the command of its gods?" Then the Señor thought and answered, "The man would be foolish who hesitated between death and so fair and sweet a bride. Still, this is a matter that I cannot decide alone. What says the Lady Maya?" "She says," answered Maya, "that although this is a marriage for which she did not look, and it is a new thing that a daughter of the Heart should take a stranger of less ancient blood to husband, the will of Heaven is her will, and the Lord that Heaven chooses for her shall be her Lord." And she stretched out her hand to the señor. He took it, and bending down, kissed her fingers, saying, "May I be worthy of your choice, lady." Now I thought that the ceremonies were finished, and was glad, for I grew weary of assisting at this farce. But the old priest, Zilbalbay's foster brother, rose and said, "One thing more must be done, brethren, before we leave this sanctuary, and it is to swear in these strangers as members of the council. They have wandered here from far, and here with us they must live and die, seeing that both of them know our secrets, and one of them is predestined to become the father of that great lord for whose arising we have looked for many generations. Therefore, until the child is born, he must be watched and guarded as priests watch a sacred fire." "Aye, it is well thought of. Let them be sworn, and learn that to break the oath is death," was the answer. Then Mattai rose as keeper of the sanctuary and said, "You, white man, son of the sea, and you, Ignatio, the wanderer, a lord of the Heart, do swear upon the holy symbol of the Heart the oath to break, which is to die horribly in this world, and to be lost everlastingly in the worlds that are to be. You swear, setting in pledge your souls and bodies for the fulfilment of the oath, that neither by word nor sign nor deed will you reveal aught of the mysteries or the counsels of this brotherhood, whereof you will be the faithful servants till your deaths, holding it supreme above every power upon earth. You swear that you will not possess yourselves of the treasures of the City of the Heart, nor, without the consent of this high brotherhood, attempt to leave its gates or to bring any strangers within its walls. These things you swear with your hands upon the altar, setting in pledge your souls and bodies for the fulfilment of the oath. Other clauses there were also, which I have forgotten, but this was the substance of the vow that was dictated to us. We looked at each other helplessly, and then, there being no escape, we swore, kneeling before the altar, with our hands resting upon it. As the solemn words of confirmation passed our lips, we heard a sound of the movement of heavy stones behind us. "Arise now," said the old priest. "Turn, brethren, and look upon that which lies behind you." We obeyed, and the next instant shrank back against the altar in alarm, for within 6 feet of us a massive stone in the floor had been lifted, revealing the mouth of a well, from the deep recesses of which came the distant sound of rushing waters. "Behold, brethren," he went on, "and should the oath which you have sworn be broken in a single letter, learn after what fashion you must suffer for your sins. Into that pit you shall be cast, that the water may choke your breath, and the demons of the underworld may prey upon your souls through all eternity. Have you seen, and seeing, do you understand?" "We have seen and we understand," we answered. Then let the mouth of the pit be sealed again, and pray you in your hearts that it may never be opened to receive the living body of you or any of us. Son of the Sea, and you, Ignatio the Wanderer, the oaths have been sworn, and the ceremony is finished. Henceforth, till your deaths, you are of our number, sharers in our rights and privileges, and you will be assigned houses, attendants, and revenues fitted to your situation. Go forth, brethren, that you may refresh yourselves, and prepare to meet the people upon the summit of the pyramid at dawn, that is, within an hour. Lead them away with you, my lord Mattai." So we went, leaving behind us the talisman of the broken heart, for the priest refused to return it to me, saying that at length the tokens named Day and Night had come together in their ancient place, and henceforth there they must bide forever. Accompanied by Maya, Mattai, and the escort of priests, we passed through the halls and passages out into the courtyard of the temple, and thence to apartments in the palace, where we refreshed ourselves with food, for we were weary. The trick had succeeded, the ordeal was past, and for the present at least we were no longer in danger of our lives. More, the power of Mattai was confirmed. His daughter was assured in her position as the wife of Tikal. Also, the Señor and the Lady Maya were about to attain to the fullness of their desire, and to be declared one in the presence of the people. Yet never did I partake in a sadder meal, or behold faces more oppressed by care and the fear of the future. For though nothing was said, in our hearts each of us knew that we had become parties to a crime, and that sooner or later, in this way or in that, our evil doing would find us out. Putting this matter aside, I myself had good reason to mourn, seeing that whatever the others had gained, I had won nothing. Moreover, I found myself bound by a solemn oath not even to attempt to leave this city, whether I had journeyed with such high hopes. Well, the thing was done, and it was useless to regret it or to think of the future. So, turning to Mattai, I asked him what was to happen on the pyramid. "There will be a great gathering of the people," he answered, "as is customary at dawn after the night of the rising of waters, and there will be told all that has happened in the sanctuary. Then, if it is their will, Tikal will be confirmed as cacique according to the bargain, and either today or tomorrow the white man here will become the husband of the Lady Maya, in order," he added with a sneer, "that of their union may be born to deliver who is to be. Now, if you are ready, it is time for us to go, for the multitude is gathered, and an escort waits without." Leaving the palace, we placed ourselves in the centre of a party of nobles and guards who were in attendance, and marched across the courtyard and up the steps of the pyramid. The night was growing grey with the breaking of the dawn, and in the pearly light through which the stars shone faintly, we perceived that bands of priests and nobles, wrapped in their broidered serapes, for the morning air was chilly, stood in their appointed places round the altar. In front of them were ranged the dense masses of the people, drawn here to make their prayers upon this feast day, and also by desire to learn the truth as to the death of Zilbabay, the fate of the strangers who had accompanied him from the unknown lands, the decision of the council as to the successor to the place and power of cacique, and lastly, whether or no the oracle of the god had spoken to his priests upon this or any other matter when the lost talisman was set in its place in the sanctuary. On reaching the altar, seats were given to us among the nobles of the heart, those of Maya and the Señor being placed in such fashion that they would be visible to the whole multitude. Then followed a silence, till at length a priest, who was stationed upon the roof of the watch house, blew a silver trumpet and proclaimed that the dawn had broken, whereon bands of singers who were in readiness began to chant a very beautiful hymn, of which the refrain was caught up by the audience. As they sang, a beam from the rising sun struck upon the fire that burned above the altar, and again the trumpet sounded. Then, in the silence that followed, the priest who stood by the fire, clothed in white robes, prayed in a loud voice, saying, "O God, our God, let our sins die with the dying year. O God, our God, strengthen us with thy strength, comfort us with thy comfort during the year that is to be. O God, our God, have pity upon us, lift us from the darkness of the past, and give us light in the coming time. Hear us, Heart of Heaven, hear us." He ceased, and from the surrounding gloom many voices made a response, saying, "Hear us, Heart of Heaven, hear us." For a space the old priest stood still, the firelight flickering on his tall form and rapt countenance as he gazed toward the east. Greyer and more grey grew the gloom, till of a sudden a ray from the unrisen sun shot through the shadows like a spear and fell athwart the summit of the pyramid, paling the holy fire that seemed to shrink before it. At the coming of the sunbeam, the multitude of worshippers, men and women together, rose from the marble pavement whereon they had been kneeling in prayer. Casting off the dark cloaks which covered their white robes, they turned, extending their arms toward the east, and cried in one accord, "Hail to thee, O Sun, bringer of all good things! Hail to thee, new-born child of God!" Now the light grew fast, and soon the city appeared, rising white and beautiful from its veil of mist. And as the glory of the daylight fell upon it, other priests who stood by the altar uttered prayers appointed to be offered upon the day of the beginning of the rising of waters. To the people of the heart the occasion was a great one, seeing that but little rain falls in their country. Thus they depended for a bountiful harvest upon the inundation of the island and of the low shores that lay around the lake, by its waters swollen with the melted snow of the great mountains on the mainland. When the waters retreated, then they planted their grain in rich land made fertile by the mud, without labour to themselves, whence before the lake rose again they gathered their corn and other crops. After they had ended their praying, and gifts of fresh flowers had been laid upon the altar by beautiful children chosen for that purpose, Tikal blessed the multitude as high priest, and the simple ceremony came to an end. Then Mattai rose to speak, telling the people all the things that had happened, or so much of them as it was expedient that they should know. He told them of the death of Zilbabay, of the setting of the last talisman, the symbol, and of the writing that was found therein, which he read aloud to them amidst a dead silence. Then he told them how the Lady Maya and the white man had consented to be married in obedience to the voice of the oracle, and lastly how she, the Lady Maya, had desired that her cousin Tikal should continue to be /cacique/ of the City of the Heart, that she might have more leisure to attend upon her heaven-sent husband, and to be at rest until that child was become a man, whose wisdom and power should make them even greater than their forefathers had been. When he had finished his address, there was much applause with other expressions of joy, and a spokesman from among the people asked when the marriage of the white man, son of the sea, to the Lady Maya would take place. This question she answered in person, saying modestly that her lord's will was that it should take place that very night in the banqueting hall of the palace, and that a great feast should be celebrated in honour of the event. After this the talking came to an end, Tikal having said no word, good or bad, beyond such as the duties of his office required, and according to the custom of the country, many people, noble and simple, came forward to congratulate her who was about to be made a bride. Weary of watching them and of hearing their pretty speeches, I took advantage of the escort of a friendly noble and went to see the ceremony of the closing of the floodgate, a huge block of marble that slid down a groove into a niche prepared to receive it, where it was fastened with great bars of copper and sealed by certain officers. Although, so I was told, the rising water would not reach it for another 8 or 10 days. Even though the flood should prove to be a low one, it was death to break those seals for a space of 4 full months, and during all this time any who would leave the city must do so by means of ladders reaching from the wall to little wooden jetties where boats were moored. Afterwards we walked round the walls and through some of the main streets, and I marvelled at the greatness of this half-deserted place, for the most of it was in ruins, and at the many strange sights that I saw there. Indeed, I think that Mexico, in the time of Montezuma, my forefather, was not more powerful or populous than this town must have been in the days of its prosperity. About midday I returned to the apartments that had been assigned to me in the palace, and hearing that the señor was still in attendance upon Lady Maya, I ate my dinner alone with such appetite as I could find, and lay down to sleep a while. I was awakened from my rest by the señor, who arrived looking as merry as he used to before ever Molas came to lead us to the old Indian doctor and his daughter, and full of talk about the preparations for his wedding that night. I listened to all he had to say and strove earnestly to fall into his mood, but as I suppose without effect, for in the end he fell into mine, which was but a sad one, and began to talk regretfully of the past and doubtfully of the future. Now I did my best to cheer him, but with little avail, for he shook his head and said: "Indian as she is, I love Maya, and no other woman has been or can be so much to me. Yet I am afraid, Ignatio, for this marriage is ill omened, and I pray that what was begun in trickery may not end in desolation. Also the future is black both for you and for me. You came here for a certain purpose, and will desire to leave again to follow your purpose. Nor, although I take the lady to wife, do I wish to spend my days in the City of the Heart. Still, it would seem that unless we can escape, this is what we must do." "Let us hope that we shall be able to escape," I answered. "I doubt it," he said, "for already I have discovered that, though we be treated with all honour, yet we shall be closely watched, or at least I shall, for certain reasons. Still, come what may, I trust that this marriage will make no breach in our friendship, Ignatio." "I do not know, señor," I answered, "though I think that for weeks its shadow has lain between us, and I fear lest that shadow should deepen. Also it has been fated that women and their loves should come between me, my ambitions, and my friends. From the moment that my eyes fell upon the Lady Maya, Bound to the altar in the chapel of the Hacienda, I felt that her great beauty would bring trouble upon us, and it would seem that my heart did not lie to me. Now, under her guidance, we have entered upon a dark and doubtful path, whereof no man can see the end." "Yes," he answered, "but we took that path in order to save our lives. She took it not to save her life, on which I think she sets little store, but to win a husband whom she desires. For my part, I hold that it would have been better for us to die, if God so willed it, than to live on with hearts fouled by deceit, seeing that in the end die we must, but no years of added life can wear away that stain. Well, this must seem sad to talk to the ears of a bridegroom. Forget it, friend, and rest awhile that you may do credit to the marriage feast." Without answering, the señor lay down upon the bed, where he remained, whether sleeping or awake I do not know, till the hour of sunset, when he was aroused by the arrival of several lords and attendants who came to lead him to the bath. On his return, other messengers entered, bearing magnificent robes and jewels, the gift of the Lady Maya, to be worn by him and by me at the ceremony. Then barbers, having trimmed and scented his fair hair and beard according to the fashions of this people, he was decked out like a victim for the sacrifice. So soon as all was prepared, the doors were flung wide, and 6 officers of the palace came through them, bearing wands of office in their hands, accompanied by a troop of singing girls, chosen for their loveliness, which, to speak truth, was not small. In the midst of these officers and ladies the señor was placed, and, followed by myself, who walked behind with a heavy heart, he set out for the banqueting hall. As we reached it, the doors were thrown open, and the singers set up a love song pretty enough, but so foolish that I have forgotten it. We passed the threshold, and found that the great hall was crowded with guests, arrayed in their most brilliant attire, whereon the lamplight shone bravely. Through this company we walked till we reached an open space at the far end of the hall, around which, in a semicircle, sat the members of the Council of the Heart, Tikal and his wife being placed in the centre of them, having Mattai on their right, and on their left the old priest Dimas, the foster brother of Zilbabay, who had administered the oath to us. As we advanced, with one exception, all the council rose and bowed to the señor. That exception was Tikal, who stood straight before him and did not move. Scarcely had they resumed their seats when the sound of singing was heard again, mingled with that of music, and far away at the foot of the long hall appeared a band of musicians playing upon pipes of reeds, clad in the royal livery of green and crowned with oak leaves. After the musicians marched, or rather danced, a number of young girls, robed in white only, and carrying white lilies in their hands, which they threw upon the floor to be trodden by the feet of the bride. Next came Maya herself, a sight of beauty such as stirred even my cold heart, and caused me to think more gently of the señor, who had become party to a trick to win her. She also was arrayed in white, embroidered with gold, and having the symbol of the heart blazoned on her breast. About her waist and neck were a girdle and collar of priceless emeralds. On her head was set a tiara of perfect pearls, taken in past ages from the shellfish of the lake, and round her wrists and ankles were bangles of dead gold. Her waving hair hung loose almost to her sandalled feet, and in her hand, as token of her rank, she bore a little golden sceptre, having at one end a great pearl and at the other a heart-shaped emerald. On she came, or rather floated, her delicate head held high, and so strange and beautiful was the aspect of her face, that for my part, from the instant that I beheld it till she stood before me by the bridegroom, I seemed to see naught else. It was very pale and somewhat set. Indeed, at that moment Maya looked more like a white woman than one of Indian blood, and her curved lips were parted as though they waited for some forgotten words to pass them. Her deep blue eyes also were set wide, and beneath the shadow of their lashes seemed full of mystery and wonder, like the eyes of one who walks in her sleep and beholds things invisible to the waking sight. Presently they fell upon the eyes of the señor, and of a sudden grew human, while the red blood mantled on her breast and arms and brow. Then for me the spell was broken. I glanced at Tikal and saw that on his face was the same look with which he had greeted Maya when on the night of his own wedding feast he beheld her whom he believed to be dead, standing before him, clothed in life and beauty. Eagerly despairing he watched her, and I noticed that tears stood in his angry eyes, and that a gust of jealous rage shook him from head to foot when he saw her flush with joy at the sight of the white rival. From Tikal my glance travelled to the dark beauty at his side, Nahua, his wife, and I became aware that in this instant she grew certain of what perhaps before she only guessed, that in his heart her husband loathed her as with all his soul and strength he loved the affianced of his youth, who stood before him the bride of another man. Doubt, fear, rage looked out and turned from her ominous eyes as the knowledge went home, to be succeeded by a possessing misery, the misery of one who knows that all which makes life good to her is for ever lost. Then, pressing her hands to her heart for a moment, she turned aside to hide her shame and wretchedness, and when she looked up again her face was calm as the face of a statue, but on it was frozen a mask of unchanging hate, hate of the innocent woman who had robbed her. Now the bridegroom and the bride stood together in the open space, surrounded by the half circle of the Council of the Heart, among whom I was given a seat, while behind them were arranged the musicians of singing girls, and behind these again pressed the glittering audience of married guests. When all were in their places, a herald rose and cried out the names and titles of the pair, reciting briefly that they were to be wed by the direct command of the guardian god of the city, by the wish of the Council of the Heart, and because of the love that they bore one another. Next, reading from a written roll, he published the text of the agreement whereby Maya renounced her right as ruler in favour of her cousin Tikal, and I noticed that this agreement was received by the company in cold silence, and with some few expressions of disapproval. Lastly, from another roll, he read the list of the honours, prerogatives, offices, wealth, houses, and servants, which were thereby assigned to the Lady Maya and her consort, and also to myself, their friend, for the maintenance of their rank and dignity, and of my comfort. Having finished this task, he asked the señor and Maya whether they had heard all that he had uttered by command of the Council, and if so, whether they approved thereof. They bowed their heads in assent, whereupon the herald turned and, addressing Tikal by all his titles, called upon him in virtue of his priestly office and of his position as chief of the state to make these two one in the face of the people, according to the ancient custom of the land. Tikal heard him and rose from his seat as though to commence the service, then sank down again, saying, "Seek some other priest, herald." for this thing I will not do. End of chapter 21. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22. Mattai prophesies evil. At Tikal's words, the company murmured in astonishment, and Mattai, bending forward, began to whisper in his ear. Tikal listened for a moment, then turned upon him fiercely and said aloud, so that all could hear him, "I tell you, Mattai, that I will be no party to this iniquity. Has such a thing been heard of before, that the lady of the heart, the highest lady in the land, should be given in marriage to a stranger who, like some lost dog, has wandered to our gate?" "The prophecy," began Mattai, "the prophecy! I put no faith in prophecies. Why should I obey a prophecy written now, when or by whom, I do not know? This lady was my affianced bride, and now I am asked to unite her to a nameless man who is not even of our blood or faith. Well, I will not." "Surely, Lord, you blaspheme," answered Mattai, growing wrath, "seeing that it is not for the high priest to speak against the oracle of the god. Also," he added with meaning, "what can it be to you, who are not 10 days wed to the lady at your side, that she, to whom once you were affianced, should choose another as her husband?" "What is it to me?" said Tikal furiously. "If you desire to know, I will tell you. It is everything. How did I come to break my troth, and to take your daughter as a wife? Through you, Mattai, through you, the liar and false prophet. Did you not swear to me that Maya was dead yonder in the wilderness? And did you not, to satisfy your own ambitions, force me to take your daughter to wife? Aye, and is not this marriage between the lady of the heart and the white man a plot of yours devised for the furthering of your ends?" Now, while we all stood astonished, of a sudden Nahua, who hitherto had listened in stony silence, rose and said, "The Lord Tikal, my husband, forgets that common courtesy should protect even an unwelcome wife from public insult." Then she turned and left the hall by the door which was behind her. A murmur of pity for the lady and indignation at the man ran through the company. As it died away, Tikal said, "Evil will come of this night's work, and in it I will have no hand. Do what you will, and abide the issue." And before any could speak in answer, he also had left the hall, followed by his guards. For a while there was silence. Then men began to talk confusedly, and some of the members of the Brotherhood of the Heart, rising from their chairs, took hurried counsel together. At length they reseated themselves, and, holding up his hand to secure silence, Mattai spoke thus: "Forgive me," he said, addressing the audience, "if my words seem few and rough, but it is hard for me to be calm in face of the open insult which has been put upon my daughter and myself before you all. I will not stoop to answer the charges that the Lord Tikal has brought against me in his rage. Surely some evil power must have afflicted him with madness, that, forgetting his honour as a man and his duty as a prince and priest, he should dare to utter such calumnies against the god we worship, the white man whom the god has chosen to be husband to the Lady Maya, and myself, the keeper of the sanctuary. There were many among you who held me foolish when, after much prayer and thought to further what I believed to be the true interests of the whole people, I gave my voice in favour of the lifting up of Tikal to fill the place in honour of Cacique in room of our late Prince Zilbalbay, whom we thought dead with his daughter in the wilderness. Today I see that they were right, and that I was foolish indeed. But enough of regrets and bitter talk that make ill music at a marriage feast. Tikal, the head of our hierarchy, has gone, but other priests are left, nor is his will the will of the council or of the people of the heart for whom the council speaks. Their will is that this marriage should go forward, and Dimas, my brother, as the oldest among us, I call upon you to celebrate it." Now the company shouted in applause, for they were set upon this strange union of a white man with their lady, if only because it was a new thing and touched their imagination. Also, even those of them who were of his party were wrath with Tikal on account of his ill behaviour and the cruel affront that he had offered to his new-made wife. So soon as the tumult had died away, the old priest Dimas rose, and taking the hands of Maya and the señor, he joined them and said a very touching and beautiful prayer over them, blessing them and entreating the spirit, heart of heaven, and other gods to give them increase and to make them happy in mutual love. Lastly, he laid a white silken cloth which had been prepared upon their heads as they knelt before him, and, loosening the emerald girdle from about the waist of the bride, he took her right hand and placed it upon the arm of the señor. Then he bound the girdle round the waist and arm, buckled it, and in a few solemn words declared these twain to be man and wife in the face of heaven and earth, till death undid them. Now the cloth was lifted and the girdle loosed, and standing upon their feet, the new-wed pair kissed each other before the people. A shout of joy went up that shook the panelled roof, and one by one, in order of their rank, the guests pressed forward to wish happiness to the bride and bridegroom, most of them bringing some costly and beautiful gift, which they gave into the charge of the waiting ladies. Last of all came the old priest Dimas, and said, "Sweet bride, the gift that I am commanded by the council to make to you, though of little value in itself, is yet one of the most precious to be found within the walls of this ancient city, being nothing less than the holy symbol of the all-seeing eye of the heart of heaven, which through you men behold today for the first time for many generations. Wear it always, lady, and remember that though this jewel has no sight, yet that eye whereof it is a token, from hour to hour reads your most secret soul and purpose. Make your thoughts then as fair as your body, and let your breast harbour neither guile nor evil, for of all these things in a day to come you must surely give account." As he spoke, he drew from the case that hid it nothing less than that awful eye which we had seen within the hollow of the heart, when with unhallowed hands we robbed it, substituting the false for the true. Now it had been set in a band of gold, and hung to a golden chain, which he placed about the neck of the bride, so that the red and cruel-looking gem lay gleaming on her naked breast. Maya bowed and muttered some word of thanks, but I saw that her spirit failed her at the touch of the ominous thing, for she turned faint, and would have fallen had not her husband caught her by the arm. While the señor and his wife were receiving gifts and listening to pretty speeches, a number of attendants had brought tables laden with every sort of food from behind the pillars where they had been prepared, and at a signal the feast began. It was long and joyous, though joy seemed to have faded from the face of Maya, who sat neither eating nor drinking, but from time to time lifting the red eye from her breast as though it scorched her skin. At length she rose, and, accompanied by her husband, walked bowing down the hall to the courtyard, where bearers waited for them with carrying chairs. In these they seated themselves, and a procession having been formed, very long and splendid, though I will not stay to describe it, we started to march round the great square to the sound of music and singing, our path being lit by the light of the moon and with hundreds of torches. Here in this square we gathered all the population of the City of the Heart, men, women, and children, to greet the bride, each of them bearing flowers and a flaming torch, and never have I seen any sight more beautiful than this of their welcome. The circuit of the square being accomplished, the procession halted at the palace gates, and many hands were stretched out to help the bride and bridegroom from their litters. It was at this moment that I, who was standing near, felt a man wrapped in a large feather cloak push past me, and saw that he held something which gleamed like a knife. By instinct, as it were, I cried, "Beware, my friend," in Spanish, and in so piercing a voice that it caught the señor's ear. He swung round, for already he was standing on his feet, and as he turned, the man in the cloak rushed at him and stabbed with the knife. But being warned, the señor was too quick for him. Springing to one side with the same movement, he dealt his would-be murderer a great buffet that caused him to drop the dagger and sent him staggering to the dense shadow of the archway. For some seconds no one seemed to understand what had happened. When they did and began to search for the man, he was not found. Who he was, or why he had attempted this cowardly deed, was never discovered. But for my part, I had little doubt that either Tikal himself or some creature of his was wrapped in the dark feathered cloak, and sought thus to rid him of his rival. Indeed, as time went on, this belief took firm hold of the mind of the people, and was one of the causes that led to the snapping of Tikal's power and popularity. Very hastily the señor assured the lords in attendance who crowded round him that he had received no manner of hurt. Then, after speaking a few brief words of thanks, he withdrew into the palace with his wife, and I saw him no more that night. The day of this marriage was to me the beginning of the longest and most weary year that ever I had spent in long, weary life. Very soon I understood how it came about that Maya had learned to hate the City of the Heart in which she was born, its people and its ways, and ardently to desire a new life in new lands. Here there was no change and little work. Here, enervated by a cloying luxury, the poor remnant of a great civilization rotted slowly to its fall, and none lifted a hand to save it. Since men must do something, the priests and nobles plotted for place and power indeed, and the common people listlessly followed this trade or that, providing food and raiment for the community, not for themselves. But there was little heart in what they did, and in it they took no pleasure. Basking in an eternal sunshine, they loitered from the cradle to the grave, hoping nothing, suffering nothing, fearing nothing, content to feast and make love amid their crumbling palaces, and, when they were weary, to sleep till it was time to feast and love again, satisfying their souls the while with the husks of a faith whereof they had lost the meaning. Such were the people of whom Zilbabay hoped to fashion a race of conquerors. Still, to this life they were born, and it became them. Indeed, they could have endured no other, for the breath of hardship must have melted them away, as my Indian forefathers melted beneath the iron rule of the Spaniard. To me it was daily torment. Often I have beheld some wild creature pine and die in its prison, though food was given to it in greater abundance than it could find in its native woods, and like that wild creature was I in this soft city of the heart. The wealth I came to seek was round me in abundance, useless and unproductive as the dead hands that had stored it, and yonder in Mexico were men who, by aid of that wealth, might become free and great. Alas, I could not bring them together. I could not even escape from my gaol, for my every movement was watched. Yet I would have tried so to do had it not been for the señor who, when I spoke of it, said I should be no true friend if I went and left him alone in this house of strangers. Indeed, his plight was worse than mine, for he too soon grew utterly weary of this dreadful city of eternal summer, and of everything in it except his wife. For whole hours we would sit gazing on the wide waters of the lake, and make plan after plan whereby we might gain the mountains and freedom, only to abandon each in turn, for they were hopeless. Day and night he was watched, since here alone this people forgot to be indolent. They knew that their race was dying, and, lifting no hand to save themselves, they preferred to pin their faith upon the prophecy which promised that from this white man should spring a saviour. Meanwhile, false though it may have been, the prophecy, or one part of it, was in the way of fulfilment, which in itself was a wonder to this people, among whom the births of children were so rare. At length that child was born, a son, and the rejoicing knew no bounds. Strangely enough, upon the same day Nahua also gave birth to a son, and great was her anger when she learned that it was not on her account or that of her offspring that the people were so glad. Within a few days of the señor's marriage we heard that Mattai had been seized with sickness, a kind of palsy, together with a leprous condition of the arms that baffled all skill. For months he lay in his house, growing gradually worse, so said the physicians. One night, I remember that it was 3 days previous to the birth of Maya's child, he appeared before Maya, the señor, and myself, as we sat together in the palace, looking out upon the moonlit garden. At first we did not know him, for never before had I seen a sight so dreadful. His body was bloated, one arm, his left, was swathed in bandages, his head shook incessantly, and the leprosy had seized his face, which was of a livid hue. "Do not shrink from me," he began in a low and quavering voice, as he gazed upon us with his whitening eyes. "Surely you should not shrink, seeing that all of you are partners in the crime that has made of me the loathsome thing I am. Ay, deny it if you will, but I know it. The vengeance of the god has fallen upon me, his false servant, and it has fallen justly. Moreover, be assured that on you also shall that vengeance fall, for the eye has seen, the mouth has told, and the heart has thought upon your doom. Look upon me, and learn how rich are the wages of him who works iniquity, and by my suffering strive to count the measure of your own. Perchance your cup is not yet full, perchance you have still greater sins to work, but vengeance shall come. I tell you that vengeance shall come here and hereafter. I did this thing for my daughter's sake, yes, for love of her, my only child. She was ambitious, and she desired this man, and I thought to assure greatness to her and to her children after her. But see how her wine has turned to vinegar, and her pleasant fruit to ashes. Her husband hates her with an ever-growing hate. Now they scarcely speak, only to shower bitter words upon each other's head. More, not for long will Tikal be cacique of this city of the heart, for his jealous rage has soured all his mind. His deeds are deeds of oppression and injustice. Already he is detested by the people, and even those who loved him turn from him and plot against him. Do you know what they plot? They plot to make that child that shall be born to you, Maya, cacique in his room, and to set up you and your outland husband as regents till it shall be of an age to govern. Oh, you have planned cunningly, and things look well for you, but I say that they shall not prosper. The curse is on you, Ignatio, Lord of the Heart, for all your high-built hopes shall fall like rotted roof, and never shall the eagles of that empire you have dreamed be bordered on your banners. Slaves are the people you have toiled for, and slaves they shall remain, for by the crime to which you gave consent, Ignatio, you have riveted their fetters. The curse is on your child, Maya. Never shall it live to become a man. The curse is on your husband. His hair shall not grow grey. But heaviest of all, the curse rests upon you, false lady of the heart, you whose life is one long lie, you who forsook your faith and broke your oath, you who turned from your people and from the law of your high and ancient house, that you might win a wandering white man to your arms. Woman, we shall meet no more, but in the hour of your last misery, and in the long, long ages of the eternal punishment, remember the words that I speak to you today." Then, shaking his withered arm in our faces, Mattai turned and limped from the chamber. He went, and we sat gazing at each other in horror, for though we none of us had any faith in the god he worshipped, in our hearts we felt that this man spoke truth, and that evil would overtake us. For a moment Maya hid her face in her hands and wept. Then she sprang up. A fire in her eyes had dried her tears. "So let it be," she cried. "I care nothing. At least I won you, my love, and for some months, through all our troubles, I have been most happy at your side, and come good, come ill, nothing can rob me of my memories. But for you I fear, husband. Husband, I fear for you." Then her passion passed. She flung herself into his arms and again began to weep. In due course the child was born, a beautiful boy, almost white in colour, with his mother's star-like eyes, and on the same night we learned that Mattai had died in much torment, and that Nahua was delivered of a son. 18 days went by, and Maya, new risen from her bed, was seated with her husband and myself, while behind us stood a waiting lady, holding the sleeping infant in her arms, when it was announced to us that an embassy of great lords of the council sought speech with her. Presently they entered, and the spokesman, the Lord Dimas, bowed before her and set out his mission, saying: "We have come to you, Lady of the Heart, on behalf of the Council and of the people, to rejoice with you in your great happiness, and to lay certain matters of the state before you. For some months the people have grown weary of the oppression and cruelties of Tikal, who, in defiance of the laws of the land, has put many to death on suspicion of their being concerned in plots against his power. Further, but yesterday it came to the ears of the council, through the confession of one whom he had employed to execute his wickedness, that a plan was laid to murder your husband, your child, and the Lord Ignatio here." "Indeed," said Maya. "And why was my name omitted from this list?" "Lady, we do not know," he answered, "but it seems that the assassins had orders to take you living and to hide you away in a secret part of Tikal's house." Now the señor sprang to his feet and swore a great oath to be avenged upon Tikal. "Nay, lord," said Dimas, "his person is holy and must not be touched, nor need you have any further fear of him, for those whom he corrupted await their trial, and he himself is watched by day and night. Also, not for long will Tikal remain cacique of the City of the Heart, for the council have met in secret session to which you were not summoned, and have decreed that he shall be deposed because of his iniquities, and in accordance with the desire of the people." "Can a cacique be deposed?" asked Maya. "Yes, lady, if he has broken the law, for was not your father to be deposed for this same reason? Also, Tikal holds his place not by right of birth, but by treaty. You are the true heir to Zilbabay, Lady of the Heart." "It may be so," she answered coldly, "but I have renounced my claim, and I do not desire to go back upon my word." "If you have renounced it," said Dimas, "there is one to whom it passes," and he pointed to the sleeping infant. "Yonder is the child of prophecy, hope of the people, and he it is whom we propose to crown as our ruler, setting you and your husband up to act for him till he reaches his full age." "Nay," said Maya, "for thus shall he become the mark of Tikal's rage, and be put to death, openly or in secret, as it may chance." "Not so, lady, for in that hour when he is proclaimed, Tikal will be taken into safe keeping, where he shall abide for so long as his life lasts." "And when is this to be?" asked the señor. "Tomorrow at noon, upon the pyramid, that the child may be solemnly anointed 3 days hence in the sanctuary on the night of the rising waters." "It is foolish to crown a babe, and neither I nor my husband seek this greatness," said Maya. "If Tikal is to be deposed because of his crimes, let one of the great lords be set in his place until the child is old enough to rule." "Although you and your husband are to command us in the future," answered Dimas sternly, "till then you must obey, lady, for the voice of the council is supreme, and it carries out the will of its founder, an invisible president, the Heart of Heaven. The council has determined that the heaven-sent child, of whom you are the earthly parents, must take his own." "As you will," said Maya with a sigh, and presently they went. That evening the señor and I attended a feast at the house of one of the great nobles, whence we returned somewhat late. Having dismissed those who had escorted us, I walked with him as far as the door of his private chambers, proposing to leave him there, but he bade me enter, for he wished to talk with me about the events of the day and this forthcoming ceremony of the anointing of the child. Accordingly I did so, and passing through the first chamber, we came to the second, beyond which lay his sleeping rooms. Here we halted by the open window, and I approached a lamp, for I wished to smoke and had no light. As I bent over it, something caught my ear, and I listened, since it seemed to me that through the massive doors of the bedchamber I heard the sound of a woman's voice crying for help. Instantly I flung them open and rushed thither by way of an ante room, calling to the señor as I went. I did not arrive too soon, for in the bedchamber itself a strange sight met my eyes. At the foot of the bed stood a cradle in which lay the child, and near to it 2 women struggled. One of these, in which I knew Nahua, the wife of Tikal, held a copper knife in her hand, and the other, Maya, gripped her round the body and arms from behind, so that, strive as she would, she could not free herself to use it. Still, of the 2 women, Nahua was the heavier and the more strong, and though slowly she dragged the other closer to the cradle. Indeed, as I reached the room, she wrenched her right arm loose and raised it to strike at the infant with the knife. Here the matter ended, for at that moment I caught her round the waist and threw her back so that she fell heavily on the floor, letting drop the knife in her effort to save herself. She sprang to her feet and ran towards the door, there to be met by the señor, who seized her and held her fast. End of chapter 22. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23. Our Flight and How It Ended. "How came this lady here, Maya, and what does she seek?" the señor asked. "I do not know how she came," gasped his wife. "My waiting women were gone, and I had begun to prepare myself for sleep, when, looking in yonder mirror, I saw her behind me, having in her hand a naked knife, and searching the room with her eyes. Presently they fell upon the cradle, and lifting the knife, she took a step towards it. Then I turned and gripped her, holding her as well as I was able, but she was too strong for me, and dragged me forward so that, had it not been for Ignatio, by now she would have made an end of our son." "Is this true?" said the señor to Nahua. "It is true, white man," she answered. "Why do you desire to kill one so innocent?" he asked again. "Is it not natural that I should wish to destroy the child who is to supplant my child, and to break the heart of the woman who has broken my heart?" Nahua answered sullenly. "Amongst many other things I have learned, white man, of that ceremony which is to take place tomorrow, whereat my husband is to be deposed and my child dishonoured, that they may make room for you and for your child, you, the white wanderer, and your son, the heaven-born, the foreordained." "What have we to do with these things, O woman with the heart of a puma?" he asked. "If the call is to be driven from his place, it is because of his crimes, and if you and yours are to be set in it, white man, without doubt it is because of your virtues. And yet, O black-hearted knave that you are, I tell you, I know the truth. I know how you forged the writings, setting the false for the true within the holy symbol of the heart. I know also that my father helped you to the deed, for although he is dead, he wrote down the tale before he died, and gave it to me together with the ancient prophecy that you dared to steal from the holy sanctuary. Yes, I have the proofs, and when needful I will show them. I did not come here to do murder, at least not upon the infant, but the sight of it sleeping in its cradle overcame me, and of a sudden I determined to wreak my wrongs upon it and upon its mother. In this I have failed, but when I denounce you to the council, then I shall not fail. Then you will be known for what you are and die the death that you deserve." "It comes into my mind, husband," said Maya coldly, "that if we would save our own lives we must rob this woman of hers. Such a doom she has richly earned, nor will any blame us when they learn what was her errand here." Now when she heard these words, Nahua struggled in the señor's grasp, and opened her mouth as though to scream. "Be silent," he said, "if you wish to keep your soul in you. Ignatio, close the doors and give me yonder shawl." I did so, and with the shawl we bound Nahua's arms behind her, fastening it over her mouth so that she could make no sound. Then we took a leather girdle and strapped it about her knees, so that she could not move, but lay helpless on the floor, glaring at us with fierce eyes. "Now let us take counsel," I said. "Yes," answered the señor, "let us take counsel, for we need it. One of two things we must do: kill that woman, or fly the city, for if she leaves this place alive, we are certainly doomed to death before the altar, I and the child also." "Fly," said Maya. "How can we fly when I am still weak, and the babe is so young and tender? Should we succeed in escaping from the city and across the lake, certainly we must perish among the snows of the mountains, or in the deserts beyond. Also, we should be missed and overtaken." "Then Nahua must die," said the señor. "Could we not swear her to silence if we released her?" I asked, for I shrank from such a dreadful deed, however just and necessary it might be. "Swear her to silence!" said Maya contemptuously. "As easily might you swear a snake not to use its fangs if one should chance to tread on it. Do you understand that this woman hates me so bitterly, who, as she thinks, has robbed her of her husband's love, that she would gladly die herself, if thereby she could bring about my death and that of those who are dear to me? So soon as she could leave her bed of sickness, she came here to taunt me with the doom she had prepared, knowing that I was alone. Then she saw the child, and so great was her desire for revenge that she could not even wait till the law should wreak it for her. No, the issue is plain. If we cannot fly, either she must die or we must. Is it not so, Ignatio?" "It seems that it is so," I answered sadly, "and yet the thing is awful." "It is awful, but it must be done," said the señor, "and it falls on me to do it for the sake of my wife and child. Alas, that I was ever born, that I should live to stand face to face with such necessity. Could not another hand be found? No, for then we should confess ourselves as murderers. Give me the knife. Nay, my hands will serve, and this end will seem more natural, for I can say that when I found her in the act of murder, I seized her and killed her suddenly by my strength alone, not meaning it in my wrath." Now he stepped to where Nahua lay and knelt beside her, and we two drew away sick at heart and hid our faces in our hands. Presently he was with us again. "Is it done?" asked Maya hoarsely. "No, nor will by me," he answered in a fierce voice. "Sooner would I choke the breath out of my own body than strangle this defenceless woman, cruel-hearted, murderous though she is. If she is to be killed, some other man must do the deed." "Then it will remain undone," said Maya. "Now, since we have thus determined, let us think of flight, for the night draws on, and in flight is our only hope." "What then is to be done with this woman?" I asked. "We cannot take her with us." "No, but we can leave her here gagged and bound till they chance to find her," answered the señor. "Hearken, Nahua, we spare you, and to do it go forth to our own deaths. May your fierce heart learn a lesson of mercy from the deed. Farewell." 2 hours had gone by, and 3 figures wrapped in rough /serapes, such as the common people wear, one of whom, a woman, carried an infant in her arms, might have been seen cautiously descending the city wall by means of a wooden ladder that ran from its summit to a jetty built upon the piers at the foot of it, which was used as a mooring place for boats during the months of inundation. As was common at this season of the year, the lake was already rising, and floating in the shallow water at the end of the jetty lay a pleasure skiff, which the señor and I, accustomed to use for the purposes of fishing whenever we could escape for a few hours from our wearisome life in the city. Into the skiff we entered, and having hoisted the sail, set our course by the stars, steering for that village whence a year before we had embarked for the City of the Heart. The wind being favourable to us, our progress was rapid, and by the first grey light of dawn we caught sight of the village not a mile away. Here, however, we did not dare to land, for we should be seen and recognised. Therefore we beached our boat behind the shelter of some dwarf water palms 3 furlongs or more below the village, and having hidden it as well as we were able, set out at once towards the mountains. Passing round the back of the village without being seen, for as yet folk were scarcely astir, we began our dreadful journey. For a while Maya bore up well, but as the heat of the day increased, she showed signs of tiring, which was little to be wondered at, seeing that she carried in her arms a child not 3 weeks old. At midday we halted that she might rest, hiding ourselves beneath a tree by the banks of a brook, and eating such food as we had brought with us. In the early afternoon we started on again, and for the rest of that dreary day struggled forwards as best we could, the señor and I carrying the infant alternately in addition to our other burdens. At length the evening fell, and we camped for the night, if camping it can be called, to sleep beneath the shadow of a cedar tree, without fire and with little food, having no covering except our serapes. Towards morning the air grew cold, for already we were at some height above the lake, and the tender infant began to wail piteously, a wail that wrung our hearts. Still we rose with the sun and went on our way, for it seemed that there was nothing else to do. Throughout that day, with ever wearying footsteps, we journeyed, till at sunset we reached the snow line and saw before us the hunter's rest house where we had slept when first we entered the country of the Heart. "Let us go in," said Maya, "and find food and shelter for the night." Now our plan had been to avoid this house and gain the pass, where we proposed to stay till daybreak, and then to travel down the mountain slopes into the wilderness. "If we enter there, Maya, we shall be trapped," said the señor. "Our only safety lies in travelling through the pass before we are overtaken, for it is against the law that any of your people should follow us into the wilderness." "If we do not enter, my child will die in the cold," she answered. "You were too tender to secure our safety by putting that would-be murderess to death. Have you, then, the heart, husband, to kill your own child?" Now at these words I saw the señor's eyes fill with tears, but he said only, "Be it as you will." By now, indeed, we understood, all 3 of us, that if we would save our lives, must suffer the child to die, and however great our necessity, this we could not do. So we went up to the house and entered, and there by the fire sat the same man and his wife, whom we had found in this room a year ago. "Who are you?" he cried, springing up. "Pardon, lady, but in that garb I did not know you." "It is best that you should not know us," said Maya. "We are wanderers who have lost their way out hunting. Give us food, as you are bound to do." Then the man and his wife, who were kindly people, made obeisance to us, and set of the best they had before us. We ate, and after eating slept, for we were very weary, bidding the man watch and tell us if he saw any stranger approaching the house. Before dawn he woke us, and we rose. A little later he came into my room and told me that a large body of men were in sight of the house. Then I knew that it was finished, and called the others. "Now there are 3 things that we can do," I said. "Fly towards the pass defend this house, or surrender ourselves." "There is no time to fly," answered the señor. "Therefore it is my counsel that we fight." "Is it your counsel that 2 men armed with bows, for our firearms had been taken from us on the pyramid, and we had never been able to recover them, should engage with 50? Well, friend, we can try it if you wish, and perhaps it will be as good a way of meeting our deaths as any other." "This is folly," broke in Maya. "There is but one thing to do: yield ourselves and trust to fortune, if indeed fortune has any good in store for us. Only I wish that we had done it before we undertook this weary journey." As she spoke, by the light of the rising sun we saw a great number of men forming a circle round the house. With them were several captains and lords, and among them I recognized Dimas and Tikal. "Let us put a bold face on it," said Maya. So we opened the door, walked out, and came into the presence of Tikal, Dimas, and the other lords. "Whom do you seek that you come with an armed force?" asked Maya. "Whom should I seek but your fair self, cousin?" answered Tikal, and I saw that his eye was wild as though with drink. "If Nahua, my wife, had had her way, she would have let you go, for she desires to see the last of you. But her will is not my will, nor her desire my desire, and as it chances we have come up with you in time." Maya turned from him and with a scornful gesture addressed herself to Dimas, saying, "Tell us of what we are charged, that you follow us as though we were evildoers." "Lady," the old priest answered gravely, "it would seem that you have earned this name, you and your companions together. Listen. 2 days since you were missing, and the Lady Nahua was also missing. Search was made, and at last your private apartments were broken open, and there she was discovered, bound and gagged. From her we learned the secret of your flight, and followed after you." "Did she then tell you why we fled?" asked Maya. "Did she tell you that she crept to my chamber like a thief in the night, and there was found in the act of doing murder on my child?" "No, lady, she told us nothing of this. Indeed, her manner was strange, for as soon as she was recovered somewhat, she took back her words and said that she knew naught of you or your plans, and that she had fled. We should do well to let you go before worse things happen. But knowing that for all this she had reasons easy to be guessed, we followed and found you, and now we arrest you to answer before the Council for your great sins, in that you have broken your solemn oaths by attempting to leave the land without the consent of the Council, and have added to your crimes by taking with you this child, the heaven-sent deliverer on whom rest the hopes of our race." "If we have broken our oaths," said Maya, "we broke them to save our lives. Were we then to stop in the city till the knife of the assassin found us out? On the very night of my marriage a murderer was set upon my husband, and perhaps one stands there," and she pointed to Tikal, "who could tell us who he was and whence he came. 3 days ago another murderer sought the life of our child, and that murderer the wife of the Lord Tikal. Is it then a sin that we should take from the land one whose life is not safe within it?" "All these matters you can lay before the Council, lady," answered Dimas, "and if Nahua is what you say, without a doubt she must suffer for her crime. Yet her evil doing cannot pay for yours, for when you found yourself in danger you should have claimed protection from those who could give it, and not have taken yourselves to flight like thieves in terror of the watch. Come, enter the litter that is prepared for you, and let us be going." "As you will," she said, "but one thing I pray of you. Let this man, my cousin, Tikal, the /cacique, may be kept away from me, for the sight of him is hateful to me, seeing that, not content with plotting to kill my husband and my child, he puts me to shame continually by the offer of his love. It shall be as you wish, lady. Your husband and your friend can travel by your side, and guards shall surround your litter to see that none molest you." Then we started. Of our journey back there is nothing to tell, unless it is to say that after its own fashion it was even more wretched than that which we had just accomplished. Then, indeed, we were footsore, hungry, and racked with fears, but at least the hope of freedom shone before us like a guiding star, whereas now, although we travelled in comfort, it was to find shame, exposure, and death awaiting us at last. For my part, indeed, this thought did not move me very much, seeing that hope had left me, and without hope I no longer wished to live. You, my friend, for whom I write this history, may think my saying strange, but had you stood where I stood that day, you would not wonder at it. Even now I sometimes dream that I am back in the city of the heart, and wake cold with fear as a man wakes from some haunted sleep. True, there I had place and power and luxury, but oh, sooner would I have earned my livelihood herding cattle in the wilderness than fret away my life within that golden cage. What to me were the banquets and their empty pleasures, or their petty strivings for rank and title? To me, who all my days had followed the star of my high aim, that star which was now setting. Maya and the señor had each other and their child to console them, but I had nothing except such friendship as they chose to spare me. The memory of my many failures, the clinging bitterness of conscience, the fear of vengeance to be wreaked, and the hope of peace beyond the end. Therefore I, an outworn and disappointed man, was prepared to welcome the doom that awaited me, but how would it be with the others who were still full of love and youth? Late that night we reached the city, and were led, not to the palace where we lived, but towards the enclosure of the pyramid. "How is this?" asked Maya of the captain of the guard. "Our road lies yonder." "No, lady," he answered, "my orders are to take you up the stairway of the pyramid." Now Maya pressed her face against the face of her child and sobbed, for she knew that once more we must inhabit the darksome vault where her father had been taken to die. They led us up the stair and down the narrow way till we stood in the lamplit hall and heard our prison gates clash behind us. Then they gave us food and let us alone. Never did I pass a more evil night, for strive as I would to win it, sleep fled from me, and I tossed upon my couch, wondering where my bed would be on the morrow, after we had stood before the council of the sanctuary of the heart of Nahua had borne witness against us. I remembered that shaft before the altar, and seemed to hear the murmur of the water in its depths. Well, as I have said, I did not fear to die, for God is merciful to sinners, but oh, it was dreadful to meet this liar's doom, and to remember that it was I who brought the señor here to share it. As I mused thus, even through the massive walls of the vault I heard a woman scream, and springing from my bed I ran into the central hall where the lamps burned always. Here I met Maya, clad in her night dress only, and speeding down the hall, her wide eyes filled with terror. "What has happened?" I said, stopping her as I spoke. The señor came up. "Oh, I have dreamed," she gasped. "I have dreamed a fearful dream. I dreamed that my father came to me, and I cannot tell it. The child," and she broke down utterly and could say no more. "This place is full of evil memories, and her strength is shattered," said the señor when we had calmed her somewhat. "Come back, wife, and sleep. "Sleep," she answered. "I do not think I shall ever sleep again, and yet unless I sleep I shall go mad. Oh, that vision! Truly the curse of Mattai has taken hold of me." Some few hours later we met again in the great hall, but Maya said nothing of her dream, nor did I ask her to tell it, though I could see from her face that it was not forgotten. We ate, or made pretence to eat, and sat for a while in silence, till at length the gates opened, and through them came Dimas and some companion priests. Bidding these to stand back, he advanced alone and greeted us kindly. "I am grieved," he said, "that you should again be called upon to occupy this gloomy lodging, but I had no choice in the matter, since I am but the servant of the Council, and its commands were strict. It was feared lest the infant might be spirited away were you left at liberty." "It will soon be spirited away indeed, Dimas," said Maya, "if it be kept here in the darkness. Already the child pines. Within a week he will be dead. Have no fear, lady, your imprisonment is not for long, for this very night, the night of the rising of waters, you will all of you be put upon your trial before the Council in the Sanctuary, and charged with the crime of attempting to escape the land." "Is there no other charge?" asked Maya. "None, lady, that I have heard of. What other charge should there be?" "And what will be the verdict of the Council?" "I cannot say, lady, but I know that none wish to deal harshly with you, and if that charge which you bring against the Lady Nahua can be proved, it will go in your favour. The crime you have attempted is a great one, both in our eyes and still more in the eyes of the people, for now they talk day and night of this deliverer who has been born to them, and they will not easily forgive those who strove to take him from them. Still, I think that upon certain terms the anger of your judges may be appeased." "What terms?" asked Maya. Now Dimas hesitated and answered, "By the strict letter of the law, if your offence is proved against you, you are worthy of death, every one, unless you yourself are held inviolate because of your hereditary rank as Lady of the Heart. But it may be that the Council will not exact the extreme penalty. It may be that it will satisfy itself by driving out those strangers from our borders instead of driving them from the land of life." "Yet one of them is my husband, Dimas." "True, lady, but the child is born." "I cannot be parted from my husband. Better that we should die together than we should be parted. If the people have no need of him, neither have they any need of me. Let us bid them farewell and go free together. I am weary of this land, Dimas, for here murder dogs our steps, and I am in terror of my life. I desire nothing from my people save liberty to leave them." "But, lady, your people desire something from you. They desire the child. Of these strangers they would be rid by death or otherwise, and you, though of this I am not sure, they may allow to accompany them, but with your child they will never part, for he is their heaven-sent king, the son of prophecy. It comes to this, then, that if the Council should exercise its prerogative of mercy, as it will do if I and my party have sufficient weight, at the best you must choose between the loss of your husband or of your son." Now the face of Maya became drawn with pain, so that she looked as though age had overtaken her. Then she answered, "Go tell those that sent you, Dimas, that these are the words of Maya, Lady of the Heart. My child is dear to me, for he is flesh of my flesh, but my husband is yet dearer, for he is both flesh of my flesh and soul of my soul. Therefore, If I must choose between the two, I choose him who is nearest, for I may have another child, but never another husband. End of chapter 23. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24. Nahua Bears Witness. Some hours passed, and again the gates were opened, and through them came Tikal and a guard of 5 men. The guard he left by the gates, advancing alone to where we were seated near the far end of the hall. "What would you of us?" asked Maya. "Can you not leave me in peace even here in my dungeon?" "I desire to speak with you alone, Maya." "Then, Tikal, I tell you now what I have told you before, that I will not listen to your word alone. If you have anything to say, say it in the presence of my husband and my friend, or go and leave it unsaid." "You speak roughly to one who comes here in the hope of saving the lives of all of you," he answered. "Still, I will bear with you in this as I have borne with you in much else. Listen. All your crimes are known to me, for Nahua, my wife, has revealed them to me. I know how you and that dead rogue Mattai, on whom the curse of heaven has most justly fallen, forged the prophecy and violated the sanctuary, for I have held the proofs of it in my hand." "Do you know that we did this to save our lives?" asked Maya. "For if we had not done it, Mattai would have murdered us in order that, by removing me, he might assure his daughter in her place." "I do not know why you did it, nor do I care, seeing that nothing can lighten such a crime. But I think that you did it in order that you might win yonder white man as a husband. At the least, the thing is done, and vengeance waits you, vengeance from which there is but one escape." "What escape?" asked Maya quickly, for when she learned that Tikal knew everything, all hope had faded from her heart as from ours. "Maya, 2 people live, and 2 only, who know this tale, Nahua, my wife, and I myself. Till this morning there was but one, for Nahua only told me of it when she found that you had not escaped, and this she has done that she may be rid of you whom she hates as her rival. Therefore it was that she would have held me back from pursuing you, and therefore it is that she will appear before the Council of the Heart this night, so that her evidence may ensure your instant death in the pit of waters. But as it chances, least of anything on the earth do I desire that my eyes should lose sight of you, whom now, as ever, I love better than anything on the earth." Now the señor grew white with rage, and he broke in: "You do well to keep such words to yourself, Tikal, for of this be sure, if you do not, I will add to my crimes, and you shall not leave this place alive. No need to look at your guards. What do I care for your guards, who have but one life to lose? Speak thus again, and before they reach you, you shall be dead." "Let him go on, husband," said Maya. "What can a few insults more or less matter to us now? Continue, most noble Tikal, but for your own sake restrain yourself and say nothing that a husband should not hear." "It is for this reason," he went on, taking no notice of the señor's anger, "that I have come here with a plan to save you all, yes, even this braggart white man who has robbed me of you. If Nahua and I are silent, who will know of your crimes? And if the evidence of them is destroyed before your eyes, who is there that can prove them? Now I will be silent at a price. I will even bring the true tablet of the prophecy and the roll of Mattai's confession and destroy them with fire before you." "You will be silent," said Maya. "But what of Nahua? Will she be silent also?" Now Tikal's dark face grew evil with some purpose of his own, though whether it were of murder or of what I do not know. "Leave Nahua to me," he said. "Withdraw the charge you made against her of attempting to kill yonder child, and free her thus of the need of appearing this night in the sanctuary, and I swear to you that no word of her dreadful secret shall ever pass her lips. Then you will be tried upon one issue only, that of having broken your oaths by flying the city, a crime that is not beyond forgiveness." "You spoke of a price, Tikal. Tell us, what is this price that we must pay?" "The price is yourself, Maya. Nay, hear me out. And you, white man, keep silent. If you will swear upon the heart to become my wife within 6 months from this day, then I, on my part, will swear that the white man, your husband, who is not your husband, for he won the consent of the council to his marriage by a trick, shall be suffered to escape the land unharmed, taking with him his friend and so much of our treasures and things needful for their journey as he may desire. I will swear also, and by this you may see how deep and honest is my love for you, that your son shall not be deposed of the place and rank which he holds in the eyes of the people as a heaven-sent deliverer whose coming was foretold by prophecy. My child shall give place to yours, Maya. Once before I held out the hand of peace to you, but you refused it and tricked me, and from that refusal has sprung the death of your father and many other sorrows. Do not refuse again, Maya, lest these sorrows should be increased and multiplied upon you and upon us all. It is no strange or unnatural thing I ask of you, that you should wed the man to whom for many years you were affianced, and take your place as the first lady in this city, instead of giving yourself over with your accomplices to the most infamous of deaths. Yet it is most strange and unnatural to call that a wife should be asked to part thus from her husband. But stay, it is for him to speak, not me, for he may be glad to buy safety at this cost. First, what do you say, Ignatio? Tell me, though I fear your answer, for it is easy to guess, seeing that Tikal offers all that you can desire, freedom and treasure, to enable you to execute your plans. It is true, lady, I replied, that he offers me these things, though whether or no he is able to give them I cannot say. And it is true also that I have no wife here whom I must leave, and no prospect save that of a traitor's death. Still, lady, I remember a certain promise that I made to you yonder in the wilderness, when by your courage you saved your husband's life. And I remember also that it was through me that he, my friend, came to visit this accursed city. Therefore I say, let our fate be one fate. Those are very noble words, friend, she said, such as could have come only from your noble heart. Now, husband, do you speak? I have nothing to say, Maya, replied the señor with a laugh, except that I wonder why you waste time which we have to spend happily together in listening to this fellow's insults. If you bid me to go to save you, Perhaps I might think about it, but certainly I will not stir one pace from your side to save myself from any death." "It seems that I have got my answer," said Tikal. "May none of you regret it tonight when you come to look down into the pit of waters. Well, time presses, and I have much to do before we meet again." And he turned to leave us. Now, as he went, despair took hold of Maya. For a moment she struggled with it and with herself, then she cried, "Come back, Tikal!" He came and stood before her in cold silence, and she spoke, addressing her husband in a slow voice. "You are over hasty. My answer is not yet spoken, husband. Tikal, I accept your offer. Prevent Nahua from giving testimony against us, destroy the evidence she holds, and set these men safe with all that they may desire on the further side of yonder mountains, and within 6 months I will become your wife." Now the señor and I stared at each other aghast. "Are you mad?" he said, "or do you speak so in the hope of saving us?" "Would it be wonderful, husband," she answered, "if I should wish to save myself and my child? That I have loved you and love you, you know, yet is there any love in the grave? While I live, at least I have my memories. If I die, even these may be taken from me. Go back, husband, go back wealthy to your own people and your old life, and choose some other woman to be your companion. Do not forget me, indeed, but let me become as a dream to you, seeing that for all our sakes this is the best. To you also, Ignatio, I say, go. Our fellowship has brought you little luck. May its severing be more fortunate, and may you at last attain your ends. Tikal, give me your hand, and let us swear the oath." He stepped towards her, his eyes glowing with triumph, but as their fingers touched, she glanced sideways and upwards and saw the doubt and agony written on her husband's face. With a little scream, she sprang to him and threw herself into his arms, saying, "Forgive me. I have tried my best, but this is more than I can do. Oh, weak and foolish that I am, I cannot part from you, no, not even to save your life. Surely you do not think that I should have fulfilled this oath and given myself to him in marriage. No, no, it is to death that I should have given myself when you were gone. But I cannot part with you, I cannot part with you, though my selfishness is your doom." "I rejoice to hear it," said the señor. "Listen, you, Tikal. If you are a man, give me a sword and let us settle this matter face to face. So shall one of us at least be rid of his doubts and troubles." "Surely, white man," answered Tikal, "you must be a fool as well as a rogue. Otherwise you would scarcely ask me to risk my life against yours, which is already forfeit to the law. Farewell, Maya. Long have you fooled and tormented me. Tonight I will repay you all." So he went. It might be thought that after Tikal was gone we should have spoken together of what had passed, and of the dangers before us, but this was not so. I think we felt, all of us, that there was nothing more to be said. It is useless to fight against fate, and it is still more useless to be afraid of him, seeing that whatever we do or leave undone, he has his will of us at last. So we sat and chatted on indifferent things, of our life at the mine of Cumarvo, of that night which we spent in the Hacienda at Santa Cruz, of the death of our brave companion Molas, and I know not what besides. Presently the child awoke, and its parents occupied themselves with it, finding resemblance to each other in its tiny features, while I walked up and down the hall, counting the lamps, smoking, and wondering where I should be by this time on the morrow. At length the gates opened, for now it was almost the middle of the night, and there came through them Dimas and a guard of priests. The old man bowed before us and said that the time had come to lead us before the council in the sanctuary, but that we were to have no fear, seeing that from all that he had been able to learn, our offence would be leniently dealt with. Maya asked what was to become of the infant, which could not be left alone, and he replied that she must bring it with her, whereon she began to wrap it in a serape. "Your care is needless," said Dimas. "There is a secret way to the sanctuary from this place, by which I propose to lead you in order that the child, our Lord, shall not be exposed to the raw cold of the night." Then he took a bunch of keys from his girdle, and handing them to one who accompanied him, a fellow priest and a member of the council, he commanded him to go forward with several of the escort to open the doors and light lamps in the passage that lay between us and the sanctuary. The priest went, and having waited a while, we followed him, to find him standing by the marble wall which separated the passages from the sanctuary. On seeing us approach, he gave the signs, which were answered from within. Next he opened the false door with a silver key, leaving the key and a bunch to which it was attached fixed in the lock for Dimas to take us as he passed. This, however, the old priest did not do, for he thought that we should all return by this passage, and as we stepped into the sanctuary, he contented himself with closing the door without locking it. Now, once more we stood within the dim and holy place, there to take our trial for offences committed against the laws of the City of the Heart. There was a full gathering of the council, and Tikal, its high priest and president, sat in his seat behind the altar, but I noted with a thrill of hope that Nahua, his wife, was not by his side, nor was she to be found among the members of the council. We took seats that had been prepared for us in the open space before the altar, Maya being placed in the centre, and the señor and myself on either side of her. Next, the priest of the records rose and announced that the first business before the council was the trial of three of its members, namely Maya, Lady of the Heart, her husband, the white man, Son of the Sea, and Ignatio the Wanderer, a lord of the Heart from beyond the mountains, upon the charge of having broken their oaths which they took as members of the council. Having read this formal accusation, the priest set out the case against us clearly but briefly. "On this very night of the festival of the rising of waters a year ago," he began, "you strangers, amongst other things, swore upon the altar, setting in pledge your souls and bodies for the fulfilment of the oath, that without the consent of this high brotherhood you would not attempt to leave the gates of the City of the Heart. Yet but the other day you were overtaken and seized in the act of flying across the mountains to the wilderness beyond. Nor is this all your crime, for with you was that infant, born of the white man and the Lady of the Heart, the heaven-sent child of prophecy, of whom you wickedly sought to rob us and the people. Say now, how do you plead to these charges?" "We plead guilty," answered Maya, "but we ask to be heard in our own defence. Listen, lords. Since that night when we were married by your command, my husband and myself have been dogged by murder, and yonder, as high priest of the Heart and president of your council, he sits who would have murdered us. I see among you this night some of those who waited on me upon the day of our escape, having the Lord Dimas at the head of them. What did they tell me? That a plot had been discovered, made by Tikal, my cousin, to murder my husband, my child, and my friend Ignatio the Wanderer. They told me also that Tikal would be deposed because of this and his other crimes, and that the infinite my arms would tonight be anointed cacique of the people of the heart. Is it not so, Dimas? It is so, lady, he answered. And learn that you are not the only ones who are on trial this night. Though your case is taken first, that of Tikal, the high priest, and others will follow. But till then, in virtue of his rank and office, he sits as president of our council. Now Tikal sprang from his seat, but Dimas turned upon him and said sternly, "Keep silent, lord, or speak only to fulfil the duties of your place. Your judging shall be just, but know that there is no hope of escape for you till it is done, seeing that your guards are disarmed and all the paths are watched." Tikal seated himself again, and Maya went on. On that very night of the coming of the Lord Dimas, when I was alone in my chamber, the lady Nahua, the wife of Tikal, crept upon me and strove to murder this my child. Next, she set out the story, telling how the señor and I, hearing her cries for help, had entered the chamber, seized and bound Nahua. Then it was, brethren, she went on, that sudden terror took us, and we fled, seeking to escape a land where we could not live in safety from one hour to another. This is our sin, and we leave our punishment in your hands. Surely it was better that we should strive to save the child, so that he might live to play his part, whatever that may be, than that he should be kept here and to be butchered by those whom you have raised up to rule you." When Maya had finished her speech, the señor and I addressed the council in turn, confirming all that she had said, and submitting ourselves to the judgment of the Brotherhood. Now we were commanded to fall back, and took our stand beneath the mask of the nameless god, while the council consulted together, and there we awaited our doom. Presently we were brought forward again, and Tikal spoke to us, saying that our sentence was postponed till the charge against Nahua, the daughter of Mattai, and against himself, Tikal, the cacique and high priest of the City of the Heart, had been considered, adding in a slow and triumphant voice, "Let Nahua, the daughter of Mattai, who waits without, be brought into the presence of the Heart." We heard and gathered up our courage to meet the advancing fate, for we knew that death was on us, and that for us there was no more pity or escape. The door was opened, and Nahua came through it dressed in the robes of her rank, and wearing the green diadem that could be carried only by the wife or mother of the /cacique. "What is your pleasure with me, lords?" she said proudly, after she had made her obeisance to the altar. Then the priest of the records rose and read the charges, namely, that she had attempted with her own hand to do murder upon the body of the infant child of Maya, Lady of the Heart, and her husband, the white man, also that she had aided and abetted Tikal, her husband, in various acts of cruelty and misgovernment that were alleged against him, asking her what she pleaded in answer. "To the last charge, not guilty," she said. "Let Tikal defend his own sins. To the first, guilty. I did attempt to put an end to yonder brat, but Maya discovered me, and I was caught and bound." "Surely, brethren," said Dimas, rising, "we need carry this matter no farther. We have heard the evidence of the Lady Maya and the others, and now Nahua confesses to her crimes. She confesses that she attempted to take the life of him who she knew to be the sacred child, the hope of the people of the Heart, And for such a sin it seems to me that there is but one punishment, though it is terrible, and she who must suffer is the woman and of high rank." "Stay," broke in Nahua, "you have not heard me out, and I have the right to speak before I am condemned to die. You charge me with having attempted to take the life of the sacred child, the hope of the people of the heart. And had I done this, doubtless I should be worthy of your doom, whereas in truth I am worthy of your praise. Lords of the Heart, this child whom you adore, the heaven-sent child of prophecy, whom tonight you would anoint as your /cacique/, deposing Tikal, my husband, and who, as you believe, shall be the star to light our race to greatness and to victory, is a living lie, a fraud, and a bastard." Now a confusion broke out among the council, and angry voices called to her to cease her blasphemies, but she won silence and went on. "Hear me out, I pray you, for even if I wished it, I should not dare to speak thus at random, but I am prepared with proof of every word I utter. You think that I would have killed this child to wring the heart of my rival Maya, and indeed I desire to wring it, and that I would set my own son in its place, and indeed I wish to set him there. Yet these were not my reasons for the deed. Lords of the Council, listen to a tale the strangest that ever you have heard, and judge between me and Tikal, my husband, and Maya, my rival, and her friends. Mattai, my father, was known to you all, seeing that at the time of his death, and indeed since Tikal was anointed /cacique/, he stood next to him in place and power among the people of the Heart, holding those offices in the Brotherhood which now are filled by Dimas, and among them that of Keeper of the Sanctuary. Yet, lords, Mattai, my father, was no true man. Alas, that I should have to say it, seeing that it was more for my sake that he sinned than for his own, since he loved me and desired my welfare above everything on earth. It was this love of his that ruined him, making him false to his God, to his oaths, and to his country. Thus, in the beginning, he knew that since I was a child I had set my heart upon the Lord Tikal, who was affianced to the Lady Maya, also that I was ambitious and yearned to be great. Therefore it was that he deceived Tikal, pretending that it had been revealed to him by heaven that the Lady Maya and her father were dead in the wilderness. Therefore it was also that when he had persuaded him that she was lost to him for ever, he pressed it upon the Lord Tikal that he should marry me in place of Maya, his affianced, who was dead, promising him in return that he would bring it about that he should be anointed /cacique/ of the people of the Heart. All these things and others he did, though at the time I knew nothing of them, and thought in my folly that Tikal married me because he loved me and sought me as the companion of his life and power. Then Zilbabay returned on the night of our marriage feast, and with him came Maya and the strangers, and from that hour my husband began to hate me, because I was his wife in place of Maya, whom he loved. More, as I have learned since, he went to Zilbabay while he lay in prison and offered to resign his place as /cacique/ in his favour for so long as he should live, and no more to oppose his schemes if he would give him Maya in marriage, after I had been put away either by death or by divorce. This Zilbabay would have done, and gladly, but as it chanced, Maya here had set her heart upon the white man during their journeyings together through the wilderness, and refused to be separated from him that she might be palmed off in marriage upon Tikal. Yet he might have won his way, for their case was desperate, and the alternative was death, had not Mattai, my father, found a plan whereby they could be saved, and I remain the wife of the cacique. This was the plan, lords, that a prophecy should be set in the symbol of the heart yonder, such as would deceive the council of the heart, and bring it about that Maya should be given in marriage to the white man whom she lived. Lords, this was done. At the dead of night they crept to the sanctuary, and, opening the heart, they placed within it that tablet that foreshadowed the birth of a deliverer. The rest you know. It is false, cried many voices. Such sacrilege is not possible. It is not false, answered Nahua, and I will prove to you that the sacrilege was possible. The heart was opened, and the false prophecy forged by my father was placed within it, where it was found by you on the night of the festival of the rising of waters, this day a year ago. But when the holy heart was opened, behold, it was not empty, for in it lay another prophecy, a true prophecy, which was removed from it, that the lie which has deceived you might be set in its place. Where then is that writing? Asked Dimas. Here, she answered, drawing the tablet from her breast. Listen. And she read: The eye that has slept and is awakened sees the heart and purpose of the wicked. I say that in the hour of the desolation of my city, not all the waters of the holy lake shall wash away their sin. Take it, lords, and see for yourselves, she continued, laying the tablet on the altar. Now listen again and learn how it chanced that this relic came into my keeping. After he had wrought this great sin, the curse of the nameless god fell upon my father, and, as you know, he was smitten with a sore disease. Then it came about that when he lay dying, remorse took him, and he wrote a certain paper, which he caused to be witnessed and given to me, together with this tablet. In my hand I hold that paper, lords. Hear it and judge for yourselves whether I have spoken truth or falsehood. And she read aloud the confession of Mattai, that set out every detail of our plot and the manner of its execution. Now, lords, she added, when the reading was finished and the signatures had been examined, you will understand how it happened that in my rage at these tidings I strove to kill yonder infant, who has been palmed off upon you as the seed of the god, and I leave it to you to deal with those who planned that fraud. End of chapter 24. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25. Farewell. Nahua ceased and sat down, and so great was the astonishment, or rather the awe, of the council at the tale that she had told, that for a while none of them spoke. At length Dimas rose and said, Maya, Lady of the Heart, and you strangers, you have heard the awful charge that is brought against you. What do you say in answer to it? We say that it is true, answered Maya calmly. We were forced to choose between the loss of our lives and the doing of this deed, and we chose to live. It was Mattai who hatched the fraud and executed the forgery, and now it seems that we must suffer for his sin as well as for our own. One word more. Ignatio here did not enter into this plot willingly, but was forced into it by my husband and myself, and chiefly by myself." Dimas made no answer, but at a sign the two priests who guarded the altar with drawn swords came forward and drove us into the passage that led from the sanctuary to the hall of the dead, where they shut us in between the double doors, leaving us in darkness. Here, as all was finished, I knelt down to offer my last prayers to heaven, while Maya wept in her husband's arm, taking farewell of him and of her child, which wailed upon her breast. "Truly," he said, "you were wise, wife, when you urged us not to enter this country of the heart. Still, what is done cannot be undone, and having been happy together for a little space, let us die together as bravely as we may, hoping that still together we may awake presently in some new world of peace." While he spoke, the door was open, and the priests with drawn swords led us back into the sanctuary. As Maya crossed the threshold, first of the three of us, she was met by Tikal, who, with a sudden movement, but without roughness, took the child from her arms. Now we saw what was prepared for us, for the stone in front of the altar had been lifted, and at our feet yawned the black shaft from which ascended the sound of waters. They placed us with our backs resting against the altar, but Tikal stood in front, and between him and us lay the mouth of the pit. "Maya, daughter of Zilbalbay, and Cacique, Lady of the Heart, White Man, Son of the Sea, Ignatio the Wanderer, and Mattai the Priest, whom, being dead in the body, we summon in the spirit," began Dimas in a cold and terrible voice. "You, by your own confession, are proved guilty of the greatest crimes that can be dreamed of in the wicked brain of man, and executed by his impious hands. You have broken your solemn oaths, taken in the presence of heaven and your brethren. You have offered insult to the God we worship, and violated his sanctuary, and you have palmed off as their God-sent prince upon the people who trusted you, a bastard and a child of sin. For all these and other crimes which you have committed, why we know not, it is not in our power to mete out to you a just reward. That must be measured to you elsewhere, when you have passed our judgment seat, and your names are long forgotten upon the earth. This is the sentence of the Council of the Heart, that your name, Mattai, be erased from the list of the officers of the Heart, that your memory be proclaimed accursed, that your dwelling place be burned with fire, and the site of it strewn with salt, that your corpse be torn from its grave and laid upon the summit of the pyramid till the birds of the air devour it, and that your soul be handed over to the tormentors of the lower world to deal with according to their pleasure for ever and aye. This is the sentence of the Council of the Heart upon you, Maya, daughter of Zilbalbay, the Cacique, Lady of the Heart, White Man, Son of the Sea, and Ignatio the Wanderer, that your names be erased from the roll of the Brethren of the Heart, and proclaimed accursed in the streets of the city, that you be gagged, bound hand and foot, and chained living to the walls of the sanctuary, and there left before the altar of the god which you have violated, till death from thirst and hunger shall overtake you, that your corpses be laid upon the pyramid as the prey to the birds of the air, and that your souls be handed over to the tormentors of the underworld to deal with according to their pleasure, for ever and for aye. It is spoken. Let the sentence of the council be done, but first, since this bastard babe is too young to sin and suffer punishment, let him be handed into the keeping of the God, that the God may deal with him according to his pleasure." As the words passed his lips, and before we fully understood them, dazed as we were with the terror of our awful doom, Tikal stepped forward, and even now I shudder when I write of it, holding the poor infant, which at this instant began to wail again as though with pain or fear, over the mouth of the pit. Suddenly he let it fall into the depths beneath. The shriek of the agonized mother ran round the walls of the holy place, and before it had died away the señor had leaped forward, leaped like a puma across the gulf of the open well, and gripped Tikal by the throat and waist. He gripped him, and rage giving him strength, he lifted him high above his head and hurled him down the dreadful place whither the child had gone before. With a hoarse scream, Tikal vanished, and for a moment there was silence. It was broken by the voice of Maya crying aloud in accents of madness and despair: "Not all the waters of the Holy Lake shall wash away our sin, yet may they serve to avenge us upon you, O you murderers of a helpless child." As she spoke, followed by the señor and myself, who, I think, alone of all the company guessed her dreadful purpose, Maya ran round the altar, and with both her hands grasped the symbol of the heart which lay upon it. "Forbear!" cried the voice of Dimas, but she did not heed him. Before he or any of us could reach her, dragging at it with desperate strength, she tore the ancient symbol from its bed, and with a loud and mocking laugh had cast it down upon the marble floor, where it shattered into fragments. For 1 second all was still. Then from the altar there came a sudden twang, as of harp strings breaking, that was followed instantly by another and more awful sound, the sound of the roar of many waters. "Fly, fly!" cried a voice. "The floods are loosed, and destruction is upon us and upon the people of the Heart." Now the council rushed, one and all, towards the door of the sanctuary, but I, Ignatio, by the grace of heaven, remembered the other door, the secret door through which we had entered, that the priest had left ajar. "This way," I cried in Spanish to the señor, and seizing Maya by the arm, I dragged her with me into the passage. When all three of us were through, I turned to close the door, and as I did so I saw an awful sight. Out of the mouth of the pit, before the altar, sprang a vast column of water, which struck the roof of the sanctuary with such fearful force that already the massive marble blocks began to rain down upon the crowd of fugitives who struggled, and in vain, to open the door and escape into the Hall of the Dead. One other thing I saw: it was the corpse of Tikal, vomited from the depth into which the señor had hurled him, a shapeless mass ascending and descending with the column of water as alternately it struck and rebounded from the roof. Then, before the flood could reach it, I closed the door, and possessing myself of the bunch of keys that still hung in the lock, we fled up the passages and stairs till we came to the hall where we had been imprisoned. Here, however, we dared not stay, for already strange gurgling sounds struck upon our ears, and we felt the mighty fabric of the pyramid shake and quiver beneath the blows of the imprisoned waters as they burst their way upward and outward. Seizing lamps, we ran to the copper gates at the head of the hall, and not without trouble found the key that opened them. We had no time to spare, for as we left it, the water rushed in at the further end of the chamber, a solid wave that in some few seconds filled it to the depth of 6 or 8 feet. On we fled before the advancing flood, and well it was for us that our course lay upwards, for otherwise we must have been drowned as we searched for the keys to open the different gates and doors. But now fortune, which for so long had been our foe, befriended us, and the end of it was that we reached the summit of the pyramid just as the dawn began to break. The dawn was breaking, and seldom perhaps has the light of day revealed a more wonderful or terrible sight to the eyes of man. Outside the gates of the courtyard of the pyramid were gathered a great multitude of people, waiting to be admitted to celebrate the feast that on this day of the year was to be held according to the custom upon the summit of the pyramid. Indeed, they should have already been assembled there, but it was the rule that the gates could not be opened until the council had left the sanctuary, and this night the council was late. As we looked at them, a cry of fear and wonder rose from the multitude, and this was the cause of it. Along that street which ran from the landing place to the great square rushed a vast foam-topped wall of water, 20 feet or more in depth by 100 broad. Now we learned the truth. The symbol on the altar, I know not how, was connected with the secret and subterranean sluice gates which for many generations had protected the City of the Heart from flood. When it was torn from its bed, these sluice gates fell, and the waters rushing in sought their natural level, which at this season of the year was higher than the housetops of the city. On the summit of the pyramid were 2 priests who tended the sacred fire and made ready for the service to be celebrated. Seeing us emerge from the watch house, they ran towards us, wringing their hands and asking what dreadful thing had come to pass. I replied that we did not know, but that seeing the water gather in our prison, we had fled from it. How we had fled they never stopped to ask, but ran down the stairway of the pyramid, only to return again presently, for before they reached its base their escape was cut off. Meanwhile the terror thickened, and the doom began. Everywhere the waters spread and gathered, replenished from the inexhaustible reservoir of the vast lake. Whole streets went down before them to vanish suddenly beneath their foaming face, while from the crowd below rose one continuous shriek of agony. Maya heard it, and casting herself face downwards upon the surface of the pyramid, that she might not see her handiwork, she thrust her fingers into her ears to stop them, while the señor and I watched fascinated. Now the flood struck the people, some thousands of them, who were gathered on the rising ground at the gates of the enclosure of the temple, and lo, in an instant they were gone, borne away as withered leaves are borne before a gale. Ere a man might count 10, the most of the population of the City of the Heart had perished. For a little while some of the more massive houses stood, only to vanish one by one in silence, as it seemed, for now the roar of the advancing waters mastered all other sounds. Before the sun was well up it was finished, and of that ancient and beautiful city, Heart of the World, there remained nothing to be seen except the tops of trees and the upper parts of the pyramids of worship rising above the level of the lake. The golden city was no more. It was gone, and with it all its hoarded treasures, its learning, and its ancient faith, and that which for many generations had been held to be a myth had now become a myth indeed. One short hour had sufficed to sweep out the existence, the ripe fruit of the labour of centuries, and with it the dwindling remnant of the last pure race of Indians who followed the customs and the creeds of my forefathers. Doubtless their day was done, and the power above us had decreed their fall. Still, so vast and sudden a ruin was a thing awful to behold, or even to think upon. What I wondered, would the founders of this great city and the fashioners of its solemn pyramids and sanctuary have thought and felt, could they have foreseen the manner of its end? Would they have set the holy symbol so cunningly upon the altar that the strength of a maddened woman, by tearing it away, could bury altar, temple, town, and all who lived therein for ever beneath the surface of the lake? This they did to protect their homes and fanes against the foe, so that, if need were, they could prefer destruction to dishonour. But they did not foresee, indeed they never dreamed, that this foe might be of their own race, and that the hand of one of her children would bring disaster utter and irredeemable upon the proud head of their holy stronghold, the city heart of the world. Now, foot by foot, the waters found their level, filling up the cup in which the town had stood, and the bright sunlight shone upon their placid surface as they rippled round the sides of the pyramid and over the flat roofs of the submerged houses. Here and there floated a mass of wreckage, and here and there a human corpse, over which already the water eagles began to gather. That was all. Presently Maya rose to her knees and looked out from beneath the hollow of her hand, for the light was dazzling there upon the white summit of the pyramid. Then she flung her arms above her head and uttered a great and bitter cry. "Behold my handiwork," she cried, "and the harvest of my sin. Oh, my father, that dream which you sent to haunt my sleep was dreadful, but it did not touch the truth. Oh, my father, the people whom you would have saved are dead. Lost is the city that you loved, and it is I who have destroyed them. Oh, my father, your curse has found me out indeed, and I am accursed." Some such words as these she spoke, then began to laugh, and turning to the señor, she said, "Where is the child, husband?" He could not answer her, but she took no note of it, only she bent her arms, rocking them and crooning as though the infant lay upon her breast. Then came first to him and next to me, saying, "Look, is he not a pretty boy? Am I not happy to be the mother of such a boy?" I made pretence to look, but the sight of her pitiful face and of the empty arms as she swayed them was so dreadful that I was forced to turn away and hide my tears, for now I saw the truth. Weariness, sorrow, and shock had turned her brain. She was mad. We led her to the watch house where there was shelter, and the priests who had returned gave us food so soon as we could make them understand that we needed it, for they too were almost mad. Here her last illness seized the Lady Maya. It began with a hardening of the breast, which changed presently to fever. 2 days and nights, with breaking hearts, we nursed her there upon the pyramid, striving not to listen to her sick ravings and piteous talk about the child, and at dawn upon the 3rd day she died. Before she died, her senses returned to her, and she spoke to her husband beautiful and tender words, which seem almost too holy to set down. "Alas," she ended, "as my heart foretold me, I have brought you nothing but evil, and now the time has come for me to go away from you. Ignatio was right, and we were wrong, or rather I was wrong. We should have died together a year ago, if that was needful, sooner than to commit the sin we worked in the sanctuary, for then at least our hands would have been clean, nor would the blood of the people have rested on my head. Yet, believe me, husband, that when I did the deed of death, I was mad, for I had seen our child murdered before my eyes, and I heard a voice within me bidding me to be avenged. Well, it is done, and I have suffered for it, and perhaps shall suffer more. Yet I think that I was but the hand or the instrument of fate, predestined to bring destruction upon a race already doomed, and on a faith outworn. That faith I no longer believe in, for you have taught me another worship. Therefore, I do not fear the vengeance of the God of my people. May my other sins find forgiveness, if they are sins, for it was love of you that led me to them. Husband, I trust that you may escape from this ill-omened place and live on for many years in happiness. But most of all, I trust that in the land which you will reach at last, you may find us waiting for you, the child and I together. Farewell to you. This is a sad parting, and my life has been short and sorrowful. Yet I am glad to have lived it, since it brought me to your arms, and however little I may have deserved it, I think that you loved me truly, and will love my memory even when I am dead. To you also, Ignatio, farewell. You have been a true friend to me, though I brought you no luck, and at times I was jealous of you. Think kindly of me if you can, as in the old days before we met. Comfort my husband with your friendship, though had it not been for me you might have attained your ends. Then once more she turned to the señor, and in a gasping and broken voice prayed of him not to forget her or her child. I heard him answer that this she need not fear, as his happiness died with her, and, even if he should escape, he thought that they would not be parted for very long, nor could any other woman take her place within his heart. She blessed him and thanked him, caressing his face with her dying hands, and, unable to bear more of such a sight, I left them together. An hour later the señor came from the watch house, and though he did not speak, one glance at him was enough to tell me that all was over. So died Maya, Lady of the Heart, the last of the ancient royal blood of the Indian princes. Myself alone excepted, a very sweet and beautiful woman, though at times headstrong, passionate, and capricious. Now, while Maya lay dying, we learned that some Indians still lived on the mainland, men and women who had been sent there to tend the crops, for we saw a canoe hovering round what once had been the Island of the Heart. The two priests who were with us on the pyramid tried to signal to it to come to our rescue, but either those in the boat did not see us, or they were terror-stricken and feared to approach the pyramid. Still, we kept the body all that day, hoping that help might reach us so that we could take it ashore for burial. Towards night, however, when none came, we made another plan. On the roof of the watch house the sacred fire still burned, for the two priests had tended it, more from custom, I think, than for any other reason. Hither we brought some of the gilded stools that were used by the nobles of the Heart on days of festival, and all the fuel that had been stored to replenish the fire, building the whole into a funeral pyre around and above the brazier. Then, as it caught, we carried out the body of Maya, wrapped in her white robes, and laid it upon the pyre and left it. Presently the great pile was alight and burning so fiercely that it lit up the whole summit of the pyramid and the darkness which surrounded it. All that night we watched it, while the two priests lamented and beat their breasts after their fashion, till at length it flared itself away, and the holy fire that had burned for more than 1,000 years died down and was extinguished. It seemed very fitting that the final office of this ancient and consecrated flame should be to consume the body of the last of the royal race who had tended it for so many generations. Towards dawn a wind sprang up with drizzling rain, and when we approached the place at daybreak, it was to find it cold and blackened. No spark remained alight, and no ash or fragment could be seen of her who was once the beautiful and gracious Lady of the Heart. Now we set ourselves, sadly enough, to find a means of escape to the mainland, which indeed it was time to do, for the waters working in the centre were sapping the foundations of the great pyramid, portions of which had already fallen away. Our plan was to form a raft by lashing together some benches that were at hand, and on it to float or paddle ourselves to the shore. This, however, we were spared the pains of doing, for when our task was half completed, we saw a large canoe manned by 3 Indians advancing toward us, and signalled to them to paddle round to the steps of the pyramid. They did so, and taking with us all the food and such few articles of value as were to be found in the watch house, the 4 of us embarked, though not without difficulty, for the current ran so strongly round the crumbling angles of the pyramid that it was hard to bring the canoe up to the stairs. From the Indians we learned that those on shore were so overwhelmed with horror at the catastrophe which had fallen upon their holy city that they did not dare to approach the place where it had stood. But when, on the previous night, they saw the great flame of Maya's funeral pyre, they knew that men still lived upon the pyramid, who, as they thought, were signalling to them for help, and ventured out to save them. They asked us how it came about that the waters had overwhelmed the city, which had stood among them safely from the beginning of time. We replied that we did not know, and the priests with us, now that they had escaped with their lives, seemed too prostrated to tell our deliverers that we had been imprisoned in the hollow of the pyramid, even if they knew that this was so. On reaching the shore we found a little gathering of awe-stricken Indians. Perhaps there may have been 150 of them, the sole survivors of the people of the Heart, unless indeed a few still lived on the high land of those portions of the island of the Heart that as yet had not been submerged. Open-mouthed and almost without comment, they listened to the terrible tale of the sudden and utter destruction of their city. When it was done, one among them suggested that the white man should be killed, as without doubt he had brought misfortune and vengeance of heaven upon their race, but this proposal seemed to find no favour with the rest of them. Indeed, had they known the part which we played in the disaster, I doubt if they would have found the spirit to make an end of us. On the other hand, they gave us what food and clothing we required, and even weapons such as machetes, bows and arrows, and blowpipes, and left us to go our way. Often I have wondered what became of them, and if any of their number or of their children still survive. So we turned our faces to the mountains, and on the second day we crossed them safely, for Maya had told us the secret of the passage through the rocks, which under her guidance we had passed blindfolded. Thus at length, having looked our last upon the blue waters of the holy lake, sparkling in the sunshine, above the palaces of the city and the bones of its inhabitants, did we leave that accursed country of the Heart, where so much loss and evil had befallen us. End of chapter 25. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Envoi. My friend, now I, Ignatio, have finished writing that story of how I came to visit the golden city of the Indians, which so many have believed to be fabulous, and that today exists no more. It is a strange story, and I trust that it may interest you to read it when I am dead and buried. Perhaps you would like to know the details of our homeward journey, but in truth I have neither the strength nor the patience to set them down. It was a terrible journey, and once we both of us fell ill with fever from which I thought that we should not recover. But recover we did by the help of some wandering Indians who nursed us, and at length reached this place from which we had fled for our lives nearly 2 years before. We found the hacienda deserted, for it had the reputation of being haunted, though some of the Indian dependents, or rather slaves, of that great villain Don Pedro Moreno still worked patches of the land. Well, the señor took a fancy to stay in the place, for it was here they had first seen his wife. So we sold that girdle of emeralds which Maya took from the chest of ornaments and gave to me when we were imprisoned for the first time in the hall of the pyramid. Do not lose the clasp, friend, for it is the only remaining relic of the people of the heart. And with the proceeds we bought at a cheap rate from the government of the day, who had entered into possession of them, this house and the wide lands round it that I have cultivated ever since. For, my friend, now my ambitions were finished. I had played my last card, and it had failed me, and, albeit with a sorrowful mind, I abandoned my hopes for the regeneration of the Indians, which I had no longer the means or the health and vigour to attempt. Also, I was no more Lord of the Heart, for with its counterpart it was lost in the sanctuary yonder beneath the waters of the holy lake, and with the ancient symbol went much of my power. For 5 years the señor and I lived here together, but I think that during all this time he was dying. He who used to be so strong in body and merry in mind never regained his health or spirits from that hour when Maya passed upon the pyramid, and though he seldom spoke of her, I know that night and day she was always present in his thoughts. Twice in the spring seasons he suffered from calenturas, as we call the fever of the country, which left him sallow in face and shrunken in body. When the spring came round for the 3rd time, I begged him to go to Mexico for change, returning to the hacienda in the summer. In vain. He would not do it. Indeed, I do not think that he cared whether he lived or died. So the end of it was that the calentura took him again, and die he did in my arms, happily as a child that falls asleep. Now my days are accomplished also, and having failed in all things and known much sorrow and disappointment, I go to join him. My friend, farewell. Perhaps you will think of me from time to time, and though you are a heretic, send up a prayer to heaven for the welfare of the soul of the old Indian. Ignatio. The End. Heart of the World by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Paul Hansen.